Get used to these mini posters in the background because it's time for 1984 in film, the least confusing year in the 80s. See, there's a movie actually called 1984. I'll never forget what year I'm in. Yes, 1984 is much like 1980. We're voting Reagan and watching Friday the 13th. Only this year we're also pondering the replacement of the young Maharaja. It was high time to curb these sex-crazed teen movies and outlaw dancing for good and sending our funniest cops to Beverly Hills once they make it through the police academy first. They'll put a stop to breaking the no dancing rule. Look at this. It's titled Breakin' and the new dance genre is called breakdancing. We're all about safety this year, for hooking up at college parties is gonna go into some illegal territory, so best start hooking up with fish. 1984 also saw the creation of Touchstone Pictures for some adult fare from Disney Studios. We made kids shit their pants too much in the previous years. And all it takes is one heart ripped out of a chest and a gremlin exploding in a microwave to force the creation of the PG-13. We also got the introduction of TriStar Pictures, and while 1983 took a little dip in the box office, despite containing some of my favorite trends of the time, 1984's box office shot up to near $4 billion, setting a record at the time. Good timing. I'm sure this video will be 4 billion hours long. This is 1984 in film. The box office this year was definitely helped by many franchises. Some of them were ongoing, and others it was the start of their series. So obviously it was our first film that really brought people back to the cinema. Oh man, I can't wait for Maxine! Who is this lady?
She's unlike any high school student you've ever met.
Whoa, check that! If I pick her up, I'm either gonna go to jail or will be shot by Travis Bickle. Yes, Angel, a big influence in the nice girl by day, streetwalker by night, and there's also a serial killer genre. She's led a tough life.
Where's your mom, Angel?
One day I came home from school and she was gone. Just that note, a $100 bill.
So, what will that 100 get me? The nightlife is even affecting her schoolwork.
Angel, her two worlds are about to collide.
I knew she had powers once she let Flash have it. It's a cool-ass movie if you love streetwalker flicks like Vice Squad and Midnight Heat, of course. It was a big sleeper hit too, as it packed in the entertainment and stayed in theaters for a while to make a big enough profit to get 3 sequels, all of which with a different lead actress, but as long as there's pimp hats, we're good. And what's also big in the movie circuit of we're here for a good time.
They're fast. They're fun-loving.
They're teen sex ski movies, like the box office hit Hot Dog the Movie. Is it another Double Life movie too?
By day, they're the finest hot-dogging skiers in the world. By night,
they're male prostitutes. Move over, Angel. Actually, I think Angel may be in some trouble here too.
they really take chances.
Now that's a girl I can take advantage of.
My God, girls were safer on the streets than in college. At least on the streets you have Bronson to protect you. On the plus side though,
The movie that defies the forces of gravity.
they'll probably all die in a ski accident. This gave us several staples of the genre, like this font, used whenever something parodies an 80s sex comedy, and it has one of my favorite lines in one of these, teased in the trailer.
Gasp at stunts. Only a team of world-class madmen would dare to attempt the dreaded Chinese downhill.
In the climax, this guy reacts by saying, "What the fuck is the Chinese downhill?" It's so iconic that the line is included in the Wikipedia synopsis, and the film is influential for an even bigger reason.
Playboy's Playmate of the Year, Shannon Tweed.
Thank you.
It practically created Cinemax in the 90s. You can pitch it to your friends as here's what happened the day before the hot tub brought back some middle-aged dudes from the future. It makes sense, though, that between Angel and Hot Dog the movie, next we literally have a movie called Violated. It's 1984, where so far everyone's dreams are crushed.
New York, where beautiful young women dream of wealth, fame, and stardom.
And then are killed, I'm guessing? Violated is a revenge thriller. You can tell by the cutaways to sleazy billboards. There's some sudden impact influence here, where a woman takes down a group of predators who harass party girls. I'm guessing this guy is in there somewhere. Actually, in this case, the villains are the mafia, and honestly, it's a little ahead of its time in showing how some bad cops deal with this.
You ever take drugs before? Smoke marijuana? Take Valium? Snort cocaine?
Oh, sure, everybody has.
You ever been to bed with a man? How many?
She has a look of, okay, so can I shoot this guy in the dick too? And that's Violated! I mean, alternate title Victimized. That works too. January is already telling me that no matter how happy the ladies are at the beginning, what's gonna happen next? Here's one about models.
How's this?
Every woman's fantasy is to be one.
Yes, I'd love to be light as a bubble. And don't worry, if you're old, you can jerk off to this too.
Take a look at that. Would you like something like that? Snuggle up to you on the beach?
These Mattel scenes in Barbie are hilarious. This is CoverGirl, starring Jeff Conway and Irene Varys. The same year, she was also on the model-themed show Cover Up, where here, a rich dude wants to make a model a star. You could kinda watch this alongside The Lonely Lady, where here it's also about a woman being taken advantage of and controlled by the industry, then takes her career into her own hands. Though here with significantly more dance numbers, and 1984's already by day by night theme.
During the day, she creates fantasies. At night, she lives them.
Ooh, she makes love in a tub of Burger King zesty sauce. That's how I'm gonna spend my 100. But here is one of the underrated gems of the year.
Surf 2, the end of the trilogy.
I love this film, where Eddie Deason plays a pissed-off nerd who hates surfers.
Do you know how many brain surgeons, nuclear physicists, and Nobel laureates have been surfers? I'll tell you, none.
So of course he uses his genius to make a soda that turns them into zombies who specialize in gross-out gags. It also features Eric Stoltz, there's really clever jokes in it, especially with split screens, and has a hell of a soundtrack.
With music by the Stray Cats, Oingo Boingo, Split Ends, The Circle Jerks, The Beach Boys,
and Thomas Dolby as well. Like how Screwballs satirized the teen sex films, this one has a lot of fun with surf movies and the vengeful nerd plot, and it's one of Eddie Deason's best, like he's Jerry Lewis using science for bad. It was a big influence on me too, as the killer in my book Class of '86 was like a combination of Eddie Deason's Menlo Schwartzer character and Marty Ranson from Slaughter High. And I love the joke that it's also part of a franchise.
It's the final confrontation of the Surf Wars trilogy. It's twice the fun of Surf 1, Surf 2.
There's no Surf 1 or Surf 3. But damn it, I wish there was. Give us a legacy sequel. Now, in the past, we've had questionable hooking up with teacher movies, and we'll get to some later too, but at least for now, it's okay. They're adults in this one. But I like the kid here who's like, what are you doing? I'm supposed to sleep with the adult. This is the buddy system, where Richard Dreyfuss is the luckiest man alive. He fell for Susan Sarandon and has Nancy Allen on the side. Dude, teach me. Sarandon is a single mom, busy raising Will Wheaton.
Why aren't you dressed? Because I couldn't find my blue t-shirt. Then wear the green one. If you wear green on Thursday, it means that you're gay.
I'm guessing he never said that on Twitter. Dreyfuss is sent by a school to investigate her falsifying their address to get into a better school, and works for me, you're hot. And the kid is trying to set us up. If it works for Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan, it can work for us. And don't get too original with the tagline.
When love means always having to say you're sorry.
See, the trailer guy said I could have a side piece. Sorry, not sorry. Some of these movies, though, are a little familiar to last year.
Scandalous. A motion picture comedy disguised as a mystery.
Didn't we already have a Robert Hayes movie like that in '83 with Trench Coat? No matter, this one's in London. And also parodies the devil's music, too. Ooh, scandalous. That's the title. Cutting right to the chase with its title, like Violated. And with its poster, between this and Hard Bodies, you really had to choose which set of boobs you wanted on your wall. But beware, someone's also getting chased by gangsters here.
In the bond zone. He's a horrible, dishonest, immoral louse.
Oh, now you've done it. It's Broadway Danny Rose, talent agent by day, mistaken by gangsters for sleeping with the boss's wife, also by day. Just tell them Robert Hayes did it. He'll be fine. Of Woody's 80s filmography, you can see them all going uphill. I wasn't crazy about 80s Stardust Memories or 82's Midsummer Night's Sex Comedy, but I did like 83's Zelig, and Broadway Danny Rose is just great. It even got Woody an Oscar nomination for Best Director and Best Screenplay, as it's a very hilarious screwball comedy, even if you could have thrown Johnny Charo in there at least. Moving on, who knew CoverGirl would be the best double feature of the month with The Lonely Lady, as now we have The Lonely Guy, slightly different than writer's block hallucination sequences. Wait, actually, that does happen, as Steve Martin's a greeting card writer with a curse.
The tender, heartbreaking story of a man doomed to go to bed with his bed.
And he'll find some late night comedy shows to watch. He's so lonely there's a spotlight on him. It does have a lot of fun with loneliness tropes in movies, like random guys screaming on rooftops, and some hilarious randomness.
Hi, Carol Zoll, please.
I'm sorry, she's all tied up right now.
Well, I guess she's not the one. Until one day, he gets the idea to write about his loneliness, which turns him into a star, and all the ladies are interested in him. It probably helps that he's funny and charismatic. In real life, someone in this state would probably look like this and complain about comic book casting he hates. This wasn't a huge hit for Martin, and gets a little overlooked among his 80s releases, but it's a funny one worth checking out if you haven't seen it. We did have some imports coming in too, or some wide releases of movies from previous festival circuits, such as the British-American film El Norte, which got a wide January of '84 release after a British release in '83. The biker film The Loveless from Catherine Bigelow and Monty Montgomery, like an update of a 50s greaser movie, and a debut role for Willem Dafoe, had festival screenings in '81 and '82, then got a New York release in January of '84. Plus the 1983 French film Entrée Noise got a limited January release in the States. Plus this British movie of December of '83 got its January of '84 release as well, and it's coming in hot! Oh shit, who's Christine running over now? It's Slayground. Don't feel bad if you also thought it was a slasher from that title, but no, it's a crime flick where Peter Coyote goes through great lengths to get that E.T.
They were partners in crime. They were close as brothers.
But one thing leads to another when a kid is accidentally killed in a robbery, and Pumpkinhead's not around to be summoned for revenge, so instead a notorious hitman is after them.
I'm the Shadow Man, Mr. Stone. I see your every move.
It's a crazy-ass movie, like following a couple of guys you'd expect to see in a revenge film, but are stalked by this hybrid of the Punisher and Jigsaw. I think they were thrown in Scaramanga's Funhouse, too. It's a different take on this kind of plot, and a good way to end January. Because in February, we'll find out for sure if outlawing dancing will lower the crime rate. Stay tuned.
Get ready to cut loose with a high-stepping movie sensation, Footloose. Monday night at 8 on Channel 61.
In January, we left off with a Peter Coyote movie getting its American release in 1984, and now we have something a little bit different. We got company in town, so I had to, push the bed out a little further. Also, here's a Peter Coyote movie that had festival screenings in '83 and is now being released in '84. This one, though, it's like you can see the script being written. Weird way to sell Violated? Stranger's Kiss has the style of some sweet noir filmmaking, since it's about the making of said film, where, no joke, Peter Coyote plays a fictional version of Stanley Kubrick, and you can tell it's the 50s. Like I said in my Porky's review, if it's in the 50s, it must contain shaboom shaboom. Stranger's Kiss is inspired by the filming of Kubrick's Killer's Kiss, where here the movie within the movie is produced by Frank Silvera so that his actress girlfriend can star in it. Only a relationship develops between her and the star. Are you crazy? That's Richard Romanus! You saw what he did to De Niro in Mean Streets. It's still slightly familiar to the movies we've seen so far.
A story of broken hearts and Hollywood dreams.
It ain't a 1984 movie if it ain't showing your dreams being crushed. I hear that Kubrick went on to have a very nice directing career, though. But let's go back to high school, where your dreams always start out naive and fresh.
Okay, this is about career day. The idea is goals.
And to sleep with Jake Ryan. Aidan Quinn plays the reckless Johnny Rourke. See, that's the title.
Hey, whatever happened to you, Rourke? You used to be normal. I grew out of it.
And how? You're 25 and still in high school, Johnny. This is Moody Valley Girl. Johnny rides motorcycles and is dangerous, and he falls for Tracy, who's wealthy and loves to shop. And may possibly be a mermaid. It can't be a 1984 Daryl Hannah romance if she ain't rising from the water. So this was the first film directed by James Foley, later of Glengarry Glen Ross and At Close Range, and the first script from Chris Columbus. Downside, Columbus completely disowned the movie after changes made from the director, but upside, he'll have a bigger breakout writing hit later in the year. You know the kids are gonna be rebellious when it plays Kids in America on the soundtrack, and when this happens...
Are you with me or not?
I will only go if you sing Cool Rider from Grease 2. This one, however, will be for the boys!
This motion picture is dedicated to every red-blooded American boy.
You told me the same thing about Taps, and that didn't end well at all. The comedy trailer voice tells me shenanigans will happen.
This is the story of Webster, Lester, Bunker, and Fricker.
And their amazing race to get laid. Seriously, it stars Chip McAllister, a future winner of The Amazing Race. But I know him best, not from Hot Dog, but Hamburger the Motion Picture. Here our boys have a weekend pass. If you missed the title, they'll keep saying it and singing it.
Weekend Pass.
Weekend Pass. Weekend Pass.
We're gonna keep keep driving around in circles till the title is hammered into your head. We're bound to get laid, fellas. Look, the girl's huge. I guarantee it'll be another 40 years before this song leaves my head. Walk on my back, do anything to make me forget this tune. I may not see this movie referenced much, but it actually did pretty well, certainly making back its small budget. Probably because they made the title stick in your head like George saying Costanza. And really, it is the time for tomfoolery. We can pass. Yes, a jellyfish stung me in the head, and now piss on me. The biggest twist would be if it wasn't called Weekend Pass. How dare you call this the second to last detail? And it is around Valentine's Day, so we gotta get that yearly Dudley Moore rom-com in here.
World-famous conductor Claude Eastman is about to find out how far a man will go when he thinks his wife has gone too far.
Or, you say rom-com, but the poster says slasher. Seriously, did you just paint over the New Year's Evil poster? Unfaithfully Yours is a remake of the 1948 movie of the same name, where Dudley suspects that his wife, Nostalgia Critic, is cheating on him. He does seem a little on edge.
Hey, Daniela, he's cheating on me.
I'm just saying, maybe Arthur should go back to drinking. So naturally, he hatches a scheme to kill his wife and her possible lover. But why he chose Farmer Vincent from Motel Hell to kill them, I don't know. Don't eat barbecue made from your wife. The film was originally supposed to star Peter Sellers before his death, which was also the case for the 1983 Dudley Moore movie Lovesick. However, this one did a little bit better than that. And had slightly better reviews than a not-so-great Dudley Moore movie that we'll get to later in the year. Oh, what now? College party comedy or slasher? Let's go with slasher. In the first movie of the year that's also a snob episode. Which, of course, is also about dreams and goals.
They are trained to reach perfection at the top of their class, and nothing will stop them from reaching their goal.
This is 1984. These dreams aren't happening. I don't care if you're a model or an Olympic athlete, we're gonna crush your goals somehow. Look at it this way. At least it isn't the year 1983. If it were 83, your dreams would be crushed by a nuclear bomb dropping on you. Here, though, I think the sound guy may be the first victim of the killer.
Sue Ellen's parents called my folks last night. They got the police out looking for him. And the coaches know all about it.
Sorry, can you repeat that to me while not talking in a tin can? It's a high school set slasher, this time picking off members of the gym class who are about to go national. It was only a matter of time before 80s slasher killers discovered the javelin. Look, we had to make up for not competing in the 1980 Olympics. It makes sense to bring the 80s slasher into an Olympics year. Hell, give it 2 titles while you're at it. I may know this as Fatal Games, but sometimes on video it's also called Olympic Nightmare. And nearly all the clues were there that this involves death.
In sports, winning is everything. But at the Falcon Academy, death is the first prize.
And why are you competing in this? Who would want to win that? Give me a Rio trip instead. Wait, I remember this theme too.
I want this to be the best time we ever had together.
Blame it on Rio.
Another one where I haven't seen it in decades, but I remember the damn song. What happens in Rio will follow you home.
Please, I'm getting over a bereavement.
From the director of Singin' in the Rain. The other thing I remember more about Blame It on Rio isn't necessarily the plot about a young girl who schemes to seduce her dad's friend, played by Michael Caine. Can't tell this is a remake of a French farce.
Is it a boy?
Sort of.
Sort of a boy or something sort of happened?
I slept with him.
This will ruin their golf meetup. No, what I remember is that Comedy Central used to air this a lot, and I would watch a lot of Comedy Central in the 90s, yet when this was on, I never could get into it and was like, well, that's a couple hours or I'll be finding something else to watch. I'll check back in later. Critics weren't fond of it either, to put it lightly. And French director Louis Malle, previously of Atlantic City and My Dinner with Andre, didn't have much luck this month either with his caper film Crackers, a remake of the Italian movie Big Deal on Madonna Street, where Donald Sutherland wants to rob pawn shop owner Jack Warden. Get the used cars boys in on it too! But back to movies that A, were on a lot when I was a kid, and B, has music that will be stuck in your head.
He's the new kid in town, and the music's on his side.
Let's dance!
Yeah, your Kenny Loggins and Bonnie Tyler are great and all, but we're a weekend pass by Robbie Bear town. We all know what that Kevin Bacon brings. He failed to save the Animal House parade, and there's slashers after him. Only thing we can do is outlaw dancing in this town. Seriously though, it does look like there needs to be some law and order here. Let's hear Jeff from Rockets Your Decision out. So while I would typically flip channels if Blame It on Rio was on, this one I did see a lot growing up because it was always playing somewhere in the afternoons. I can't say I was ever in love with it. It was a case of I'm watching it because it's on. And in my adulthood, I've watched Flashdance way more. But there's something to be said that I can still remember everything about it, from its iconic music scenes and soundtrack where you can't get in the car without something from it playing. And it's kind of a timeless plot, too, where you'd see this kind of stick-it-to-the-old-squares plot in a 50s rock movie. Not to mention, it actually is based on a real town in Oklahoma. But I do like the movie. It has a charm that's infectious. Certainly the biggest hit of February, it'd become one of the top 10 highest-grossing movies of the year, propelling Kevin Bacon to lead actor stardom, and its ensemble cast makes it necessary for 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. The next one, sadly though, didn't do a lot in terms of making someone a box office success. This is Lassiter, starring Tom Selleck. Of course a great leading man, whether it's on television or on the big screen, but like 1983's High Road to China, this was also made to teleport Selleck from TV stardom to movie stardom, so much so that the poster itself even references Magnum P.I. He'd signed on to make the 2 films back-to-back, and later had some regrets about picking this one, citing that he probably shouldn't have picked 2 period movies in a row. It's a caper film where Selleck is a thief who has to break into the German embassy. Even if the title sounds like a cop film, like I could picture an angry police chief shouting, "God damn it, Lassiter, get in here!" Selleck would also have another movie in '84. This one will at least go into cult movie territory. We'll get to that in December. As for some imports and others from the festival circuits, here in the States, February saw the release of the 1982 British women in prison film Scrubbers, less one of the sleazy women in prison films, and more like, what is this badass music video I'm watching? Plus the highly acclaimed beatnik documentary Burroughs the Movie, based on William S. Burroughs, got its New York premiere after some festival screenings in '83. But you know me, I am in dire need of my Italian imports! It really was the best way to kill off the cannibals in a post-cannibal Holocaust world. So this is The Last Hunter, a 1980 Italian film so freaking hardcore that even the poster is like, I wish those enemy helicopters would come over here. Already there's a part in the trailer with a severe eye injury that I can't show. Speaking of cannibals, it's directed by Antonio Margheriti of Cannibal Apocalypse, and throw in some zombie connections too! That's David Warbeck of The Beyond and Tisa Farrow of Fulci's Zombie 2! And co-written by Dardano Sacchetti of Zombie and Cannibal Apocalypse. And also explains the sheer amount of graphic House by the Cemetery and New York Ripper levels of violence in what is a trapped behind enemy lines Vietnam movie. You know it's an Italian grindhouse movie when you have this font. I don't know what this font is called, I just call it the Italian exploitation trailer font. Some names are being exploded right on the screen. Don't get too close to the credits, it'll set you on fire. Did you think Exterminator 2 would be the only flamethrower action of the year? Hell no! I only expect the most subtle of Vietnam chaos when the movie features Longinus. And we got a helicopter and an explosion budget, and damn it, we're gonna use them! Blow us the hell out of here! Jesus Christ! No wonder we had to wait until 1984 to get this. We had to let the fires finally die out. That's nothing the police academy can't fix if they're not blowing shit up themselves. Stay tuned for that, plus Romancing the Stone, This is Spinal Tap, and Splash coming up next.
You should park cars for a living, sir!
Police Academy, your life is in their hands. Wednesday on HBO.
I hope this was as much fun for you as it was for me.
January and February were relatively light in terms of the amount of movies released, but from here on out, we're getting a lot of classics each month. And most importantly, company left so I could put the couch back up again. That's good news because this first film seems stressful.
She stole 50 grand from me. I want her back. I want you to find her for me.
For the love of God, give James Woods a cigarette. You know how on edge he gets. This is Against All Odds, and I love the hell out of this movie. A remake of the 1947 film Out of the Past, where here Jeff Bridges is a former football player who needs money and is hired by a mobster to find his girlfriend, Rachel Ward. It's one of those great 80s Bridges movies, like 8 Million Ways to Die, where it's like it could be in the Miami Vice universe, and special guest villain James Woods.
You don't think I need to be cared for too? You want to gamble with me, Terry?
The new flesh has made you insane? It's also notable for its fantastic song by Phil Collins, which got it an Academy Award nomination, and without spoiling, it's got one of my favorite ending credit scenes of the year that's a powerful piece of music placement and acting with just your expressions. But F it, dude, let's go bowling. Wait, is Paul Newman starring in Ben Stiller's bowling spoof of Color of Money? Not quite. Just tell me the movies I can reference.
Harry is a demolition man.
Finish up, boys. We're going to Taco Bell. Every restaurant is Taco Bell. I think Harry needs to retire, though.
My eyes go funny and then some son of a buries an axe in the back of my head.
You fool, you almost hit the ABC construction workers. Harry and Son has Paul Newman's name all over it. He stars in it, directed it, co-wrote it, co-produced it, and wait, was he the boom mic operator too? It's about his tense relationship with his son, Robbie Benson, and unfortunately was a big disappointment with critics for having a lot of TV-level drama.
They're two men with nothing in common. They're father and son.
I'll just stand here and wait for the script and nobody's fool. Just saying, try re-releasing it with a laugh track. That's far too much melodrama. How do we get some action in here? Ooh, is this a sign from the canon gods?
Albie Sherman has problems.
Hey, look at this place. More than 10 people at one time and there's no room to breathe.
He's got problems you can't believe.
The hell? Is Cannon getting in on the sitcom game too? Charles Bronson better show up with a bazooka. Why not? Newman already got the town destruction started. That's right. Over the Brooklyn Bridge is a Cannon film rom-com, where Elliot Gould is a Jewish man who falls for Margot Hemingway, but his family doesn't like her and won't help him open his restaurant because she's a shiksa. I think I know what his problem is.
Albie has a lot of problems with women. He also has a dream, but it keeps drifting away from him.
It's because it's 1984. It's crushing even restaurant dreams. But Sid Caesar is his uncle, so there will be shenanigans.
Did make a fool out of me. A fool!
He gives a little, you take a little.
He gives a little, you take a little.
From Menachem Golan, the director of Enter the Ninja and The Apple. But hey, since it's Golan, he brought it in on time and under budget and needed 0 gallons of fake blood. So far, we've had construction workers and deli workers. We need another blue-collar job in here. How about the kindly repo man?
Meet Otto. He's a clean-cut kid in a dirty business.
Excuse me, can you fight the system without wasting my beer? Alex Cox made one hell of a directorial debut with Repo Man, starring Emilio Estevez as a dropout tasked with repossessing cars seemingly on their way to Tromaville.
But hidden within its trunk is the most important discovery in the history of our planet.
Oh my god, you found a way to get the calories out of the Pepsi! A major political satire of the Reagan era, like being on the brink of chaos and nuclear annihilation.
I had a lobotomy in the end.
Lobotomy? Isn't that for loonies?
Not at all.
Oh, we survived all the nuclear bombs of 1983, we'll be fine. This was a surprise success for the studio, who were unsure of how to market it, but I think they did a good job.
The story of the ultimate repossession.
I'm in. Critics fell in love with it for being something fresh and new, and it's held on to its cult audience over the decade for its punk aesthetic, and really is a wickedly funny, clever film. Hang on, getting another call. Golan did get over the Brooklyn Bridge in under budget. I'm sure that'll be the case with the next one.
There is a place grander than the adventures that wait there.
I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that 1984 is not the year for desert epics. Although with this one being canon and Golan having a story credit, they can sell it with sex.
Hotter than the passions that burn there.
Yes, this is Sahara, one I've wanted to spotlight for a while. It's a cross the African desert car race film where Brooke Shields is a girl who wants to honor her father's memory by driving his car in a race where Dad didn't say I'd be kidnapped by sheiks and shot at, and there's scorpions too? Why is this the Blue Lagoon meets Raiders of the Lost Ark? Look, Salah's there. Yeah, someone handsome will come along.
At last we have found a sweet to your taste. From the moment I looked upon you.
See? She's fine. Originally intended to be a Christmas '83 release, it was delayed till '84, and its budget ballooned up to $25 million, huge for canon, but with it making only about $1 million. Gonna need to put out some more Norris and Bronson movies to cover for that. Or a soundtrack that can sell.
Through 2 decades, 17 classic albums, countless unforgettable concert triumphs.
My body is ready for the Prep Boys reunion. Wait, this is Spinal Tap. No, that's the name. I can't say this is Spinal Tap. That'd be awkward. March is a great month for directorial debuts and satires. This was the first feature directed by Rob Reiner, and along with The Ruddles' All You Need Is Cash are 2 of the best rockumentary movies you need. Starring Christopher Guest, Harry Shearer, and Michael McKean, the movie was all improvised and is structured like a tour documentary shot by a director named Marty DeBurgi, played by Reiner.
One man dares to hear the shocking answers.
It's tragic, really. He exploded on stage.
Ooh, must be when they fought the Phantom of the Park. Inspired by documentaries like The Last Waltz, it resonated very well with musicians, many identifying a lot with it, like errors on stage, getting lost backstage, after parties, and their sense of self-seriousness. Many would even say, I don't think I can take myself seriously again, due to the movie's biting parody of other rock documentaries presenting their subjects as very godlike. Although I do have to ask, am I the only one whose first introduction to the movie was when they appeared on The Simpsons? But being from Springfield, Illinois, I didn't need a movie to introduce me to cornfields. I lived it.
Every child is afraid of the dark, the unknown.
Oh, whatever it is, just lay down some Reese's Pieces and you'll be fine. That might not help, though. I don't know if these kids need sugar.
Praise God! Praise the Lord!
Crap, Tap, more protesters outside the Spinal Tap concert. Children of the Corn is a mixed bag, but a memorable one that's still thought of fondly. The structure isn't great, like cutting back and forth from the leads to the children. It's got a seriously dumbass protagonist who never listens to Linda Hamilton, but goddamn, it's got great villains and an awesome opening scene. And while the script could use a heavy rewrite, whenever John Franklin's Isaac and Courtney Gaines' Malachi are on screen, the movie comes alive. It really is them that's given it the lasting power it has. Find out more since it's also a Snob episode. We've had one Bridges brother in March. Get another Bridges boy in here!
Orion Pictures invites you to spend the time of your life at the Hotel New Hampshire.
There may not be corn, but I've seen enough Stephen King to make me question this hotel. Actually, this is based on the novel by John Irving and is a comedy about a family dealing with all kinds of tomfoolery at their hotel.
A boy and a girl and a bear.
The bear cleans the room and will politely leave your own scalp under the pillow. Also featuring Rob Lowe and Jodie Foster, folks are gonna have sex in every room.
I bet it was beginner's luck. Just do everything to me.
That's a bear! Oops, sorry. Didn't know this room was taken. We will get to your cheerleader fight soon, but will someone address the rabid bear in the hotel?
Jodie Foster is Franny, and Nastasia Kinski is the bear.
Oh, well, I guess I'll hook up with the bear then. The movie won praise for its slapstick, but found a more successful life on video and cable, which is good. We'll get to the downside of March slapstick later in the month. And people are hooking up in this next one, too.
Mike's eyes. When we were together, he'd say we were the only couple.
Okay, it's called Mike's Murder, so I guess it doesn't end well. Directed by James Bridges, a month for anyone named Bridges, plus starring Deborah Winger, who previously worked together on Urban Cowboy. This is a mystery thriller where Winger wants to find the truth of who killed the man she had a one-night stand with, leading to discoveries of his darker side. Originally intended to be told in reverse order, that tested poorly, so it was re-edited, where it kinda came and went in theaters. Why does no one want to know who killed Mike?
Mike's smile, Mike's touch, Mike's needs, Mike's guilt.
Mike sucks. Let's get a romance where someone doesn't die.
Alan Bauer has a very successful business.
Okay, Bauer, you're ruined.
Until one day he met Paul Newman and a wrecking ball. Alan has the love of everyone, including his brother.
I love this guy! Do you hear me? I love him! Give me a kiss. What's the matter? You too big? Give me a...
This is why we folded you out of the picture, Uncle Buck. Alan has some problems, though. He's single and...
Something in here is not working. There are worse organs not to be working.
His brother won't stop talking about his dick. I think his life will turn around because, as I said, this is an Until One Day movie.
One day, from out of the blue, it happens.
Yes, all it took was for him to fall overboard and meet Daryl Hannah, still living in the sea from Reckless. Madison, you're hot. Splash was a mega hit for director Ron Howard, which turns on the narrator.
Just touching her is a lifelong fantasy come true.
Step away from the fish lady, she's mine. It's an important flick for a lot of reasons. Audiences love it for the on-screen chemistry and great supporting cast, including Candy and Eugene Levy. Plus, it was the first film for Touchstone Pictures, owned by Disney, to release more adult fare. Didn't stop them from censoring her butt on Disney Plus. Idiots. And it immediately skyrocketed Tom Hanks to leading man status after being known primarily for television and his previous theatrical acting role being the slasher film He Knows You're Alone. It even popularized the name Madison, which was intended to be a joke in the movie, but ironically became a name so popular it's a pretty normal name now. And again, the narrator loves it.
A fantastic tale about a fantastic tale.
Will someone get the narrator a piece of ass so he can stop being distracted? And we're long since due for some campy science fiction.
At last, the space comedy you didn't know you were waiting to see. The Ice Pirates.
You'll be the Space Raiders in Metal Storm 3D of 1984. It's a futuristic tale of space pirates in a world where the Repo Man nuclear bomb went off.
Real estate is cheap, and they've got great sushi.
Yeah, can we go back to the narrator being horny? He's just a smartass now. Starring Robert Urich, Angelica Houston, Ron Perlman, and most importantly, Michael D. Roberts of Manimal. How will they withstand evil in the galaxy?
Killing you would be too easy. I have something better in mind.
He'll Wrath of Khan the shit out of his line readings. And why do I have the feeling that they at least considered making this in 3D? It's got that classic exploitation staple of telling you what you should see.
See depravity in zero gravity. See glamour girls from another galaxy.
You're trying too hard with the puns.
The one place in the universe to get a decent glass of water.
The voiceover is breaking the mood and you know it. Not a hit at all, but one frame and you can tell it's got a cult audience and is still not the worst slapstick film of the month. Now will this next film be the worst movie of the year about military weaponry?
You're the only one in the U.S. Army who owns his own fully operational Sherman tank.
Look, just tell me if the manual says it's better than Best Defense and I'm in. This action comedy stars James Garner, father to C. Thomas Howell, and gets himself into some trouble.
How would you like it if somebody went...
A punch so hard he turned James Cromwell into a nerd this year. This causes a ruckus in town. Only one thing the corrupt sheriff can do. They frame Garner's son by planting drugs on him. Oh no, what are our heroes gonna do?
We are getting a lawyer, and that's all there is to it.
Screw that, he's gonna fight the man with his tank.
But he's got the tank. Oh, Lord.
Someone just got done watching Thunder Warrior. It really is the best way to stick it to the town and put your son in danger. It's so bizarre seeing this concept as a comedy. They even become folk heroes, like I'm watching a comedy before this shit turned real and people actually started using tanks for revenge decades later. Then again, I don't know if these cops will be responsible with a tank either, despite the city being out of control.
Crime. The city was full of it.
Hey! Free TV!
Wait, Manimal was canceled last year. TVs are useless now. Crime is crazy in the 80s, and Bronson is helping out Cannon at the moment, so we need a team consisting of the straight man, Axel from Friday the 13th Part 4, and we'll need a sorta flounder, probably some weapons training.
Police procedures, local laws, and many other things.
Perfect, your shooting is hilarious. We'll secure these streets. Let's even get Michael Winslow to perform additional sound effects in case we don't get the full effect of flying into a horse's ass. It's one of the most important 80s genres, the genre of things pissing off crotchety villain G.W. Bailey. The producer got the idea from seeing inept cops on the set of The Right Stuff, and it's kind of the Porky's of the year. Both have Kim Cattrall, in that it was a colossal hit comedy spawning a franchise, but was not liked by critics, with Ebert even giving it a rare 0 stars, but I'd say it's better than Porky's. This is more Animal House in spirit, and helps that it has writers like Neil Israel and Pat Proft of Real Genius and this year's Bachelor Party. The ensemble works great together, and its box office really helped Steve Guttenberg's role as a leading man in the 80s, who just has a relatability to him that's instantly likable, just as the great chaos of the supporting cast is also memorable.
Can you get my kitty cat out of the tree?
No problem, ma'am.
Police Academy.
Not to be confused with Pat Proft's The Naked Gun that has a nice beaver. I'm guessing from the tone here, this one will be slightly more responsible with its weapons than Police Academy or Tank.
It was 1943, and young men were counting the days until they would go off to war.
And Sean Penn will kill that time helping rob a pawn shop in Crackers. I have good faith in our boys, though.
In just 4 short weeks, me and my buddy here are gonna be proud members of the United States Marine Corps.
See, Nicolas Cage is joining the Marines. The enemy doesn't have a chance. At least we finally get some missing scenes between Spicoli and Nicolas Coppola of Fast Times.
Blows the whole package right off. 1 second you're John Wayne, and the next you're Minnie Mouse.
These boys need to get their act together. They can't even go to the library without making a mess. You're not going to impress Lady Grantham acting like drunken slobs. Directed by Richard Benjamin, previously of My Favorite Year, it had some promotional problems due to the cast not wanting to do any advertising for it. They would have had to have stood in front of a moving train, wouldn't they?
Race with me! Race with me, Hop!
Racing with the moon.
We haven't made it to the moon in the 40s, so instead, stand on these tracks. Which would maybe be more impressive slapstick than we're getting here. Yes, slapstick that goes so south, it's called one of the worst movies of the year. How could this be? The word is in the title. Wait, slapstick of another kind. Cute. But hey, I mean, 83's King of Comedy was a great Jerry movie. Hold on to that memory. The movie has to do with alien twins whose IQ grows larger when their heads are literally put together. I wonder why it took this a couple of years to get to the States after being released in some other countries throughout 82 and 83. It feels like this should have been good. It's got Jerry Lewis, Madeline Kahn, Marty Feldman. It's based on a book by Kurt Vonnegut, which is probably how those names got involved. But the adaptation took out a lot of the commentary from the book, with Vonnegut enthusiasts citing it as a worst among his adaptations. What do you mean? I got exactly what I wanted out of a Vonnegut story brought to the screen by Stephen Paul of the Baby Geniuses films and Karate Dog. And just where in the hell's the slapstick?
What's up?
There, a man splattered across the pavement. I know what you're thinking. We've had leading man box office hits for Gutenberg and Tom Hanks. Get another legend in here. Tarzan and Christopher Lambert.
In 1886, an infant child became part of a family of apes.
Why couldn't I be in a nice hotel with bears? Greystoke was a dream project for writer Robert Towne, which ended up being directed by Hugh Hudson of Chariots of Fire. Since they don't say Tarzan in the movie, we gotta make it very specific.
Greystoke, the legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes.
So does Bo Derek take her top off in this or not? It was the American debut for Christopher Lambert, and also the film debut for Andie MacDowell as Jane. Sort of. Because of her southern accent, she was dubbed by Glenn Close.
I think English is so much prettier when spoken with a French accent.
I'm not gonna lie though, I'd love to see if they went the Lone Ranger route and dubbed her with James Keach's voice. As long as we get that signature Lambert voice.
Half of me is the of Greystoke. The other half is wild.
There can only be one of several Tarzan movies. It's a better month for debuts than it is for screen legends playing fathers. First there was Harry and Son with Paul Newman, and now there's Gene Hackman in Misunderstood. See, it also should have been a sitcom. I'm guessing there's misunderstandings in it. It's a tearjerker where Hackman is a work-obsessed widower who has to take care of his sons, and the movie tried banking on the star power of Hackman, and also it was Henry Thomas's follow-up role after the classic E.T. The movie just didn't catch on, though, but gave Hackman some practice to play an absentee father in the Royal Tenenbaums, which went over way better. It also wasn't the time for the Lad Company either, which did have a big hit this month with Police Academy, for sure, but it wasn't enough to save it from breaking off with Warner Brothers after a string of disappointments, such as Mike's Murder and this film Purple Hearts. It's about the military, so get in a respectful slow walk like the Penn film.
The President of the United States takes pleasure in presenting the Navy Cross to Donald Sarkian Jardian.
Whoop, never mind, there's been an accident. Why must we have Purple Hearts when The Last Hunter already used the leftover explosion budget from the war? Starring Ken Wall and Cheryl Ladd, it was directed by Sidney J. Furie, who did the acclaimed Nom film The Boys in Company C, but decided to go back for another. It's basically your standard wartime love story, but with Stephen Lee wanting to steal some scenes.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
What?
A kiss goodbye?
She's got these incredible eyes.
Oh, great. Well, listen, I really don't care what she looks like.
Stick with him. He seems hilarious. The others, however...
I don't even know who you people are. For the time being, Doctor, we'll be operating on a strictly need-to-know basis here.
All right, fine.
Clearly rejected from the police academy due to their violence being far too threatening. This wasn't a hit at all, and criticized for being a wartime soap opera. And there's something about it I can't put my finger on. Let me look at the poster. Yep, that screams will someday be the stock 5th choice on a Patreon poll of Snob episodes. It's like you can't explain it, you just know when something will be forgotten. Not forgotten, however, is this classic that takes me right back to my childhood.
Piece of cake, my butt. What went wrong? I'll tell you what went wrong.
Okay, maybe not that cheesy trailer edit, but Romancing the Stone is near perfect, combining action, adventure, comedy, romance, and does it so spectacularly with quotable lines, villains that are both funny and sometimes scary, and the chemistry of Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner works so well they could do sexiness and dark comedy together. It's a benchmark for this kind of plot, too. The plot of a creator gets stuck in a genre that she writes for. When something like that comes out, instantly it gets compared to this, and rightfully so. It's also the first commercial hit for director Robert Zemeckis, who'd made great films before this, but ones that didn't initially perform well, and he was struggling for work till producer Michael Douglas brought him on board here. And it's one of the many Zemeckis classics of the decade, despite, again, what's with this trailer?
All right, I'll go back. But this time, you're coming with me.
Why is Danny DeVito trying to seduce me? I ain't got time to think about that now, because April of 1984 is one of the most important months of my career, containing the movie that inspired the Cinema Snob. Coming up next.
Friday the 13th, the final chapter. Rated R.
See Friday the 13th, the final chapter starts Friday the 13th at a theater near you.
Welcome back, people. It's time for our first trip to the corrections department. It was my mistake calling the 4 preps the Prep Boys. What's more random than a 4 preps reference? Blending their name with a tire company. At least I caught it in editing when I accidentally called Mary Crosby Denise Crosby. However, there's something we connoisseurs of 80s comedies are all experts on: the genre of younger dude hooking up with older woman. Most notably Private Lessons, Homework, Class, My Tutor, A Night in Heaven. And especially in this case, you want to know why?
When the only sound is the beat.
That's Eric Brown, the star of Private Lessons, making this more of a Private Lessons 2 than the actual Private Lessons 2. He's been promoted to college student and lost Sylvia Kristel's number, so his hot teacher Sybil Danning will do. He's not even playing the same character, but he found a genre he likes and sticks to it. Here's why I love the idea of this. If you were to look at any advertisement for it, from the poster that looks like a head of the class adult parody to the wacky trailer.
Eric Brown, the star of Private Lessons, goes to the head of the class when English professor Sybil Danning gives him an A+ for extracurricular activities.
It is 100% sold like a comedy, completely leaving out all of the thriller elements. In it, she's seducing him so her and her husband can use him in a scheme to steal money, and there's a masked killer. The producers knew its audience probably sees sex comedies, slasher movies, and schlocky erotic thrillers, so this combines all 3. Plus,
They're playing with fire.
what sounds like a rejected James Bond theme. Here's another reason I love 1984. Not only could we have Rick Springfield on the radio, but also a movie starring Rick Springfield.
Rick Springfield is Jamie Roberts, a rock star on a roll, idolized by millions.
Wait for the until one day.
Until he met her.
No, well, I'm James Roberts. You know James Roberts?
Are you asking me? Cut it out, we know you're Rick Springfield. Truth be told, Rick Springfield really can act. This was made to propel him to leading man status after he had a popular run on General Hospital, and here, he does have charm and his comedic timing works. He just needed a better script, as it looks like his love interest doesn't even like him.
Listen, I just think it would be a good time for you to just leave me alone right now.
You're very beautiful.
You're very troubled.
I told you I'm a Mellencamp woman. And is it a thriller now, too?
One night.
Hard to be scared when I just want to dance. Hard to Hold wasn't a big hit, but Springfield would have a sense of humor about it, as he is known to joke about the flick quite a bit, and with trailer lines like this.
When the whole world is watching, love is hard to hold.
Yeah, hand jobs are hard when everyone's watching. After the disappointment of 1983's The Survivors, Robin Williams is gonna try his hand at another Cold War comedy this year.
Robin Williams is Vladimir Ivanov. He led a fairly normal life in Moscow.
Yes, Moscow on the Hudson, which went over far better than The Survivors, and I'll tell you exactly why. It's a Williams beard role. If he has a beard, it'll get better reviews. And the bear was still on a high from his stay at the Hotel New Hampshire. Here he's a Russian circus performer who travels to New York for a performance and loves our country so much he defects here for our freedom.
This man cannot be committed to defect. Hey, this is New York City. A man can do whatever he wants.
Why yes, I will pleasure myself outside theaters showing they're playing with fire. He's here in the best time. It's the year of breakdancing and practicing for a new Robin stand-up special and vigilante movies.
And everyone here is free. Sometimes too free.
Give me the money, man.
Then the kindly Charlie Bronson shot the man with his revolver. From writer-director Paul Mazursky, it's a very funny, likable film which had decent reviews and box office, but is underrated in Williams' filmography, as I'd like to see it get brought up more. It's a great lead role for him. But this next one is telling me that after a hyper comedy, it's now quiet time. Seems like a dad movie. Whoa, forget quiet time. Did that duck just shoot that kid? Someone explain that to me.
This is the story of a family whose lives are suddenly shattered by a series of unexpected events.
What if he knows already?
For instance, wasn't expecting Glenn Close to be dubbed by Andy McDowell. What a twist! This is The Stone Boy, where Robert Duvall didn't have to change his clothes at all after Tender Mercies. It's about a family dealing with the aftermath of losing their son after a hunting accident, but like Misunderstood and Harry and Son, legendary actor-father movies continue to struggle, more so than buckshot to the face. That's enough quiet time. Time to wake up the shenanigans again!
Ready? Set!
No, not the other Stone Boy! We've had ski tournaments this year, and now Up the Creek is giving us rafting.
A commander couldn't ask for better soldiers.
And a larger body count. They'll do good in this race. They have Arthur the King.
With their faithful companion, Chuck the Wonder Dog, Lepidamine competes against all odds.
I told you I want to be in the Bridges film. Kind of a Van Wilder of its time, but with a sports theme. Matheson is a man who's been in college for 12 years now, and why not? When you're the king of college, you stay. And bring Flounder with you. Police Academy only had sorta Flounder. We got the real deal. They're really trying to get them out of school, though.
They'll be stoned, abandoned ship, bombed, and get really high.
Everything in the world is trying to kill this man. This is another that doesn't get talked about enough now, but really is a pretty funny film. And you can come for the soundtrack too.
Featuring the music of Cheap Trick, The Beach Boys, Heart, Shooting Star, and more.
Oh no, you're not gonna tempt me to get the Four Preps name wrong again. For all I know, they're one of the rafting teams. Up the Creek did have better reviews than a wacky comedy like that usually gets, but don't get used to that, cause the next one sure didn't.
Fort Lauderdale is a zoo. It's full of millions of guys who are just looking for animal sex and debauchery. Exactly, that's why we're going.
Did you not hear me? I don't know if we're safe there. They'll keep their guard up, I'm sure.
Good alert!
Good stuff.
Thank you, God.
After they pick up a hitchhiker 'cause he's hot. It seems legit. Where the Boys Are 84 is the collision of 60s beach romps and 80s beach romps, the collision of 1960 in film and 1984 in film.
Hey guys, come on in. Hi, ladies.
What are you kidding me? What are you doing?
The difference, far more barging into your room with a video camera, touted as a remake of the 1960 movie, but really it's 1983's Spring Break but with a female cast. That does give it a spin. See, the ladies can drunk drive and get let off with a warning too, and even fall in love in their spare time.
Where anything can happen, even love.
Oh yeah, they'll stay together. It was the first film to be released by TriStar Pictures, so Touchstone was a bit more successful, with Splash being their first release. The movie should have had a repetitive theme to be successful, like this! We can pass, we can pass. That jingle was almost out of your head, wasn't it? At least this was kind enough to put its year in the title. That helps me with the releases, because we've got some more foreign releases finally making their way here, like Lucio Fulci's Conquest, which we talked about in 1983 in film. It got its 84 American release after an 83 Italian release. There was the MASH-like British wartime comedy Privates on Parade that had its 83 release and then came to New York in April of 84, and the French film Sugarcane Alley, a 1930s set movie about harsh racial conditions in the West Indies sugarcane fields, and it also hit New York in 84. We're still all about the tomfoolery here though, but that's not gonna keep your life safe anymore. Sorry, Sergeant Fackler, you didn't keep the streets as safe as you promised. Yes, now we're at the most important movie of my career. The trailer for Friday the 13th, the final chapter, even plays it so respectfully, they dropped the whole counting gimmick from the other trailers. When I started my show, it was a satire of overdramatic reactions to movies like this, like Roger Ebert being personally offended by Friday the 13th Part 4. Looking back, I probably came across as too harsh, since our shows were just written as angrier back then. In reality, I really did grow up with this show and love it tremendously, even their flabbergasted reactions to movies I love. I've also respected Ebert for in 1970 putting his money where his mouth is and writing what I think is one of the best exploitation films. Although looking at his review for this in the context of other movies that came out in 84 before it, I think I understand this more now.
This film offers to its teenage audience, the world is a totally evil place, this movie says. It'll kill you. It doesn't matter what your dreams and hopes and ambitions are.
Wait, I get it. This was pent-up frustration from every other movie so far in 84, crushing the dreams of its characters left and right. It tipped Ebert over the edge what the world did to poor Teddy and Jimbo. He just simply had enough. That said, Friday the 13th, the final chapter, is a perfect roller coaster 80s slasher. The comedy characters are wildly memorable, it's got a likable family, really funny death scenes, it's got a revenge plot, has love for horror effects, and is in the genre of 80s heroic kid movies, but with a dark twist. And it made a lot of money, so it ain't the final chapter, no matter how much the producer wanted it to be the last. When will these sex-crazed kids ever learn? Or an exploratory team in the Arctic?
In the frozen Arctic wasteland, on a routine geological expedition.
Well, clearly you didn't get any TV station showing The Thing, so Iceman isn't quite that. Just consider it the missing link between The Thing and Encino Man.
You found a damn Neanderthal.
Get him to law school immediately. My whole studies have told me that frozen cavemen can be lawyers. Why won't they just let the caveman live, damn it?
You've got to do something. Well, have you done enough?
Whoa, holy shit, can you freeze me again? This place is more dangerous than I remember. It'll end well. They'll put the caveman in a shack and he'll probably build bombs or something. We're in far better times though, as all it took was to defeat Jason Voorhees to bring inspiration back to the movies. Or is this just Scotty Schwartz and the Little Rascals?
This is our chance to start making the big bucks.
The kids had cooked up worse schemes.
Right? Like when you purchased Richard Pryor? Kidco is the true story of young entrepreneurs who get into the fertilizer business.
Their horses make all the fertilizer.
Me, you are competition.
Don't you kids make Porky take revenge on you too? I hope that the true story happened just like this.
But when the kids get their day in court, watch out IBM.
Exactly like the Steve Jobs movie. The kids played a long game. It wasn't a box office hit, but...
Kidco. It's about the sweet smell of success.
HBO will give it a bunch of airings and give it a boost. And who knows, the kids may get into horse racing too.
He's not any other horse. He's a freak.
Hey, Fred, I'm Don, the talking horse. This isn't Hot to Trot, is it? No, it's Far Lap, an Australian film, which is another true story, this time about a 1920s racehorse, and there's a friendship with a stable boy too. I'm betting significantly less Indiana Jonesy than the Black Stallion Returns. Still has villains, though.
I want to hurt a champion like Far Lap. You're putting his whole future at risk.
Then the horse donned a mask and struck with a vengeance. When the movie came to the States, it had slightly different editing. In the Australian release, the movie started with its ending, since over there it was more known about how it ends, whereas here, that foreshadowing was taken out since there'd be more of an audience here that didn't know where it was going. We need audiences to be surprised it's like The Godfather. Good lord, the Corleones are addicted to targeting horses! I'll take a bullet for you, Far Lap, though I didn't know I'd have to. Uh-oh, what's this? Walking in slow motion? Are they headed off to war?
There's Jack.
Wake up and smell the coffee, man.
And Ethan.
I feel kind of scared.
That's nothing Full Metal Jacket can't solve. Yes, they're at war with society, man. Or suburbia, that's the name. They're out of control.
Metal rejects running wild in our street.
See, not gonna complain about Kevin Bacon's innocent dancing anymore, are ya? This wild-ass movie is from Penelope Spheris, who based it on real stories she heard when doing her documentary, The Decline of Western Civilization. Real punk rockers were even cast in it too, but no word yet if the radioactive arsenal from the trunk is real or not when they decide to become repo men. Not with that attitude.
Hasta luego, shitface.
He is begging for 2 months Saturday morning detention. Or, again, the war.
1942.
Hey, I'm signing up tomorrow.
I'm leaving my punk rocker days behind me. Swing Shift was written by Nancy Dowd of Coming Home, and you can tell it's also about a romance that happens when a woman's husband goes off to war, though in this case with some more comedic elements. Despite good reviews and an Oscar nomination for Christine Lottie, it did have problems behind the scenes. The script was heavily rewritten and with extra reshoots against the wishes of director Jonathan Demme. Dowd had her name removed, and a lot of changes seem to come from Goldie Hawn being an executive producer. But on the plus side, it is the movie where Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn met and fell in love. If they can only get rid of the bastard at the plant and husband Ed Harris.
Hey!
I changed my mind! Give me my guitar! Who knew we'd be making up for inspirational films so much there'd be 2 horse movies in April? This one is Champions from John Irvin, the director of Ghost Story and The Dogs of War, and like Far Lap is another true story, this time of Bob Champion, played by John Hurt, who fights cancer and competes in the Grand National. No clue if gangsters are also coming for his head. But if there can be a Menachem Golan rom-com, we can have a movie starring Jamie Lee Curtis, directed by Amy Holden Jones of Slumber Party Massacre, produced by Roger Corman, and it's a romantic drama. And a really good one too, where Jamie Lee finds love letters her mom had written about an affair, and then she too begins having an affair with married man James Keach. The director got the idea from she and her husband's fondness for writing love letters to each other, but there are elements where you can see Corman's involvement. Like when I first saw this, it was on video, re-released as Passion Play, and I'm fairly certain that's from Perfect. This makes it look like a Skinamax sex romp, show it along with Playing with Fire for an evening of surprises. But you should check this out for an early dramatic turn for Jamie Lee Curtis, and she's damn good in it. Coming up next, we'll be knocking out all kinds of posters in the background. We'll have 16 Candles, Temple of Doom, Hard Bodies, and Firestarter. Oops, I knew I should have gotten a poster for that one. The no ghost sign constantly looks like a good angel having a panic attack on my shoulder.
Missing scenes. 2 thumbs down for Friday the 13th, the final chapter, a disgusting and reprehensible message of total despair aimed cynically.
Welcome to May of 1984, people. Summer movie season is about to start, and we're coming in style.
It's another Saturday night in Alphabet City.
Yeah, my alphabet cereal come with extra X's and O's. This gangster thriller about a young guy given control over some turf by the mob stars Vincent Spano and Jamie Gertz, and I can get behind this. It seems like a whole movie made out of the push it to the limit sequence from Scarface, and it's part of the genre of the police academy ain't doing shit. First Bruce Mahler couldn't defeat a man in a morgue, and now Michael Winslow is selling his sound effects on the streets. And the mob doesn't follow the no takesies backsies rule.
At 19, they gave Johnny the streets. Tonight, they want it all back.
It's because you're 36 now, Johnny. You should have moved on from crime and gone to the reunion with Aidan Quinn. It's less Miami Vice and more like some counter-programming on another network. This is the Insiders universe. Really, they're all about promoting that sweet Nile Rodgers music and sexy narration.
Alphabet City, it heats up when the sun goes down.
The Alphabet City is heating up my ass? We'll make sure the magic hour is in this one too. It is the 80s.
It was always a paradise, far from civilization and war.
God, I love Sarasota, Florida this time of year. Is it another clash between my 60s film retrospectives and my 80s retrospectives? It's seeming familiar.
They made a journey through hell and arrived at this perfect place, only to become mortal enemies.
She's looking at me, bro. Nah, bro, she's looking through you to get to me. The big budget 1962 version of Mutiny on the Bounty had gone so over budget it couldn't make its money back. And I'm sure a lot was spent to wrangle Brando from the brothels. But here in the 84 version, we have another hell of a cast with Mel Gibson as Christian Fletcher and Anthony Hopkins as hard-ass William Bligh. And still features some island love.
And his passion would change his life forever.
Sudden urge to whip Christ for 2 hours? Originally a dream project for David Lean, he was heavily involved with pre-production in the 70s with producer Dino De Laurentiis, even spending millions constructing the bounty, but after a series of setbacks, including a screenwriter suffering a stroke, Lean had to leave the project, much to his sadness, where it ended up with Roger Donaldson, and did go on to get positive reviews, much better than the 62 version, but like that one, it did have a very, very large budget, and I don't know if the next one will have that problem. If it's not about Sahara and instead focuses on breakdancing, we may keep this under budget. Must everyone make a scene when they go outside in Alphabet City? Breakdancing has gone mainstream in one of the first breakdancing films, Breakin'. Leave it to Cannon and Golan Globus to ride that trend quick. And with a song that pitches us the movie too.
Breakin', and you just don't stop. Here comes the movie that's fresh and hot with...
Just like the punk rock opus Suburbia. I mean, in a way, both are inspired by documentaries, with this one branching off from the '83 documentary Break-In and Enterin', even featuring people from the documentary like Boogaloo Shrimp Chambers. It's like I'm watching a side story featuring the henchman from Exterminator 2. And given this is a low-budget movie about dreams coming true, Siskel and Ebert were more fond of it. There's still some weirdness in the review.
And there are things that are not in this picture that I would have thought in a quickie film. She isn't frankly rich.
In fairness to him, that may seem odd out of context, but in 1984, it wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for a low-budget breakdancing movie to feature sexual assault, lest you forget the one implied in the lighthearted ski comedy. A huge hit for Cannon, so much so they got a sequel going so fast that we'll get Breakin' 2 this same exact year. Though this one has the honor of being a true Van Damme classic of the 80s. I give respect to this one though. It flat out tells you not to take it seriously.
Columbia Pictures proudly presents a minor motion picture event. A film with absolutely no redeeming social value whatsoever.
The music is telling me there's a long-lost sequel to Stripes?
A film that has won not 5, not 3, but absolutely no Academy Award nominations.
Hey, come on, the nominations haven't been announced yet.
A film that luminaries like Bergman, Fellini, Spielberg, and Lucas had absolutely nothing to do with.
Right, Lucas is working on future classics like Howard the Duck. It will teach you a lesson, though.
Hard Bodies, the film that will teach you important new words like hard bodies.
Putting the movie aside, I gotta say, this is the funniest trailer of the year. Clearly, Hard Bodies is all about Malachi going through Rumspringa. And there's more important words too, like wuss.
And wuss.
Yeah, she said he got a lot more class than an immature boy like you.
Oh man, that wuss.
You'd be a loser if you didn't go see Hard Bodies. Starring Grant Kramer as a man who is hired by 3 older dudes to help them pick up chicks until they turn into sleazebags. It was produced by Roger Corman, and at first conceived to be a Playboy Channel movie, till they thought it was too tame, so Columbia released it theatrically. Again, they did do solid work on the trailer.
It runs about an hour and a half, raised the Encino cassette. It's shot with movie film, just like E.T.
Well, you've sold me, ironically predicting that in 40 years, using the term shot on film would be a selling point. It is still weird seeing these kinds of shenanigans without Jason Voorhees striking somewhere. Seriously, a pre-Jason Kane Hodder is literally right there. Now we have a classic not made for the Playboy Channel, but does feature shower boobs.
Her name is Samantha Baker, and today is her 16th birthday.
It's a different character in the shower. Don't want to get in too much trouble in a PG-rated movie with nudity. John Hughes made his directorial debut with the great high school comedy 16 Candles. And for being a director whose movies I already watched the hell out of repeatedly, I'd say this and Weird Science are the ones I watched the most. The story centers on Molly Ringwald, whose family forgot her birthday and is already having awkwardness at school.
The story of a girl who's stuck with a guy who's driving her crazy, and stuck on a guy she's crazy about.
Who's Jake?
Big Jake, Dad. She's in a John Wayne phase right now. Applauded for its relatability and how the kids talk to each other, and little things like first crushes and school anxiety, a common source of praise for Hughes' 80s movies, it's a near-perfect script in how you can certainly have a central story and character, but it also has a huge ensemble of memorable and quotable characters as well, all of whom have plot lines that do intersect and they don't feel cluttered or random. And Hughes has so much love for each character, from the family members to the students, that he gives them all such distinct personalities that it's a joy whenever any of them come on screen. Now, could you do the exact same movie today? It's very doubtful, so it is a mix of having themes that are timeless and also moments that are more of a time capsule of 80s humor. But at the end of the day, it's still consistently funny as hell, and I'll take a comedy classic with heart from my childhood over something that maybe won't be dated but isn't funny. Luckily, here we'll have something more so for the kids.
Charlie McGee is a healthy 8-year-old girl. Normal in every way.
Except for the part where she can set you on fire, part of the line of David Keith 80s movies where he takes care of someone who causes explosions. Here we have another King adaptation this year, this time Firestarter, about a young girl who can set fire with her mind. Also a Cinema Snob episode. I honestly do like this better than a lot of critics do. I wouldn't put it as a top-tier King adaptation necessarily, but what makes it work is the likability of its leads, David Keith and Drew Barrymore. And like Children of the Corn, it's got standout villains, here being Martin Sheen and George C. Scott, who has several great scenes with Drew Barrymore. It's also got one hell of a climax that is just a smorgasbord of spectacular explosions, only slightly teased in the trailer.
Will she have the power to survive?
She'll be fine, although the movie couldn't survive the extremely shitty remake curse. Now, while Where the Boys Are 84 was the first movie to be released by TriStar Pictures, they had better luck here with The Natural, that was the first film actually made by the studio. The presence of Robert Redford, I'm sure, helps.
Someday when people look at me, they'll say, there goes Roy Hobbs, the best there ever was.
No, they'll say, ain't that the Electric Horseman? Directed by Barry Levinson, The Natural is the story of Roy Hobbs, destined to play ball at a young age, so much so he makes his Wonder Boy bat from a tree struck by lightning that gives him a powerful musical score. Then he joins the Springfield Power Plant softball team. After his career is stalled from being shot as a young man, it picks up with him years later, joining a struggling team and fighting all doubts about his older age. It's a feel-good movie, certainly one that dads show their kids. And because of that, it was the first Redford movie I saw as a kid. It's got standout scenes still referenced to this day, notably the shattering the lights climax. Let's go back to a Hard Body style trailer though, whose narrator also speaks in zany.
When a cast of crazies pair up to track down a hidden $5 million.
You're mine. You're still not being the ball, Danny. This can be relatable to what happens when you're on the run from roller derby girls and the fuzz.
Is it hidden in the backyard? Oh! Is it hidden in the bathtub?
You look for the nearest mermaid, of course. Or you do the next best thing, spend the money on the movie's budget and stick it in a coffin and board a train. The police will literally shoot you in the ass. Could be terrible news if Ace Ventura tries talking out of it. After all, it does contain an early Jim Carrey appearance. But the Hughes movie won't be the only one this month to speak to our youth.
Okay, Palmer, rise and shine.
He's a millionaire.
Totally relatable lead. It's the story of a rich kid and his quest for delivering high-quality tween sexploitation gags. I mean, look, Dan Schneider is right there. Sadly, Palmer is about to lose his inheritance unless he comes up with a plan.
Where do you propose to find the idiot to do this?
This is Eddie Keaton.
Oh, thank God, Judd Nelson! This'll get him off the streets and away from Saturday detention. He can take our hero's place and graduate for him.
But if he can pass senior year as Palmer Woodrow, he'll be wealthy beyond his wildest dreams.
Luckily, they don't know what Palmer Woodrow looks like, so they don't know he's really a 40-year-old prep school student. The scheme in making the grade may sound complicated, but on the plus side, it doesn't involve a C. Thomas Howell-like blackface scheme. If you want to blend in, you just simply have to know how to breakdance.
You're not some kind of a mental case, are you? Because I don't need that right now. I really don't.
This man is going to wrinkle his clothes.
Yes, this is some fine blue-blooded preppy-sploitation. One of the few movies that featured Dana Olsen as an actor, before he went on to write some great flicks like The Burbs. They were so sure of this one, it actually teases a sequel at the end for a movie called Tourista, which never got made unless you twist your mind a little and just assume the horror movie Touristas is the sequel, in which the preppies get their comeuppance. Not sure if George Lucas or Spielberg saw that one either. Maybe they found time to see that in Hard Bodies, but they were probably too busy with this one.
If adventure has a name, it must be
Roy Hobbs. Summer movie season is officially here, and we have what many correctly assumed would be one of the top 3 highest grossing movies of '84. And it has a special place in my heart as being a movie that if it's on TV, I am watching it. While it was a hit, it spent a lot of years being divisive, and I don't know if that's still the case considering how not so great the last 2 went over. I always loved this, and while the writing is tighter and more consistent in Last Crusade and Raiders, Temple is still my favorite. It's the first one of the series that I saw, and I think a lot of my 1985 was spent watching this movie on repeat. I was obsessed with it. I love the dark, nihilistic attitude that Spielberg and Lucas brought to it after some stuff going on in their personal lives. I love the individual little set pieces, like how the Lao She opening could really be an entire movie in and of itself. In Raiders, I love Marion, but I also dig how they made Willie Scott the polar opposite by making her almost a satire of comedic 1940s damsels in distress while sticking her in the darkest plot of the whole series. I mean, look at the trailer. The trailer ends with a human sacrifice. Willie even has the best "oh my god" ever put on screen.
Oh my god!
I think they told her they were really gonna drop her from a bridge. There's possession, hearts being ripped out, bloodshed, and a wacky kid side character, and the 3 are all great together. It still has funny moments, even when being sinister and creepy with delightfully icky gross-out moments. And between its model work and stunt work, all filmed so well that it makes the unbelievable believable, it has, to me, the best, most riveting, non-stop action climax of the 80s. And it is the movie of 1984 with the most fortune and glory. I guess it doesn't have steam engine action though, only mine cars. For that, I suppose you're better off with Finders Keepers or this other train-based May of '84 movie. Too soon after The Legend of the Lone Ranger, James Keach is busy having sex to do more dubbing, but with less funny trailer narration of the month.
If you're looking for laughs, you're on the right track.
That train pun says otherwise. Please, don't stop there.
Take a topsy-turvy train ride for thrills.
Get it? They turned the camera upside down. Silver Streak was great and all, but why was the camera always right side up? Here we have Chattanooga Choo Choo, a comedy from someone who thought Smokey and the Bandit and Cannonball Run would be better with a train. George Kennedy is a wealthy man who has to commandeer a train for a 24-hour run to New York, or he doesn't get his father-in-law's inheritance. Oh, just get Judd Nelson to drive it instead. Who knows what kind of wackiness we can book on this train?
So climb aboard the choo-choo. Oh, I do believe I've fallen in love.
Look, it's a low-budget comedy. It doesn't matter if it's on a train. We need something reminiscent of Porky's in there. And George Kennedy is less smooth than the Bandit.
I've always loved girls with big... daddy.
God damn it, Grandpa, stop it! It also features Joe Namath and Barbara Eden, and the biggest surprise is that it doesn't have Joe Don Baker in it. We'll have a proper Burt Reynolds movie next month with not Cannonball Run, but Cannonball Run 2. And summer movie season heats up with Gremlins, Ghostbusters, The Karate Kid, Star Trek 3, and we'll still have you covered on the nudity with Bachelor Party. June is going to be a month so epic, we're starting out with a gangster film that features Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, James Woods, and it ain't Scorsese and Casino. You can tell because it doesn't have Joe Bob Briggs in it.
I'm not interested in your friends in high places, and I don't trust politicians.
No, if we listened to you, we'd still be rolling drunks for a living.
I told you, I know you're a gangster. You're not paying me to look for Rachel Ward. Once Upon a Time in America is the last movie from a true master of cinema.
Arnon Milchan presents a Sergio Leone film.
What? I've been saying it as Leone for all these years. Have I been saying it wrong? The film follows the lives of Jewish friends from their youth in the ghetto.
As boys, they made a pact to share their fortunes.
Agreed.
We each take turns holding on to the Radioactive Man 1 comic, to their adulthood and their power in organized crime.
As men, they shared a dream.
We're going to be pirates. Now when are you gonna visit Saul? It's a real gangster classic and doesn't hold back on their immaturity towards power and their love lives, and really challenges the audience. But it was a film butchered in the US. Leone agreed on a 3-hour and 49-minute runtime until here in the States, the Ladd Company, against Leone's wishes, released it at 139 minutes, putting scenes in chronological order, shortening the youth sequences, and the short version was a critical and commercial disaster. You could teach it in editing classes, how you have a movie whose short version wound up on critics' worst lists, while the longer one ended up on the best and is considered a gangster classic. So much so, the shorter one, like the shorter Heaven's Gate, is kinda rare. I've never seen the chopped up one, but almost do out of curiosity. Well, they better keep in the swimming.
You wanna go swimming?
Yeah, let's go for a swim.
It's good they left in the up the creek style shenanigans, and with one hell of a cast.
Robert De Niro, James Woods, Elizabeth McGovern, Burt Young.
Whoa, Rock, I'm in this movie too! And if one of the crew members dies, they can always bring them back in the sequel.
All that they've stood for will now be put to the test.
Damn right, old-timey gangsters never had to face Christopher Lloyd, only Toontown did. Naturally, we gotta get a Star Trek 3 after how great the second one went over. And this was the first to be directed by Nimoy. If anyone can find Spock, it's the director. Star Trek 3 will be full of surprises.
Join us on this, the final voyage of the Starship Enterprise.
Which they give away the Enterprise being destroyed in the trailer, which was supposed to be a shock for the audience. But seriously, I really dig Search for Spock. It's kinda why I never really subscribed to the whole the odd ones are bad theory. Sure, 2, 4, and 6 are the best, but I love the style of 1. I think 5 is funny bad, and 3 is genuinely good. Which is saying a lot because it does undercut the end of the second, but does a respectful job at it, and makes Spock's return and memories a big part of his character growth in this and the 4th film. Christopher Lloyd is a great villain too, and this has one of me and my friend's favorite Kirk lines that we used to quote all the time.
Klingon bastard, you've killed my son.
Hold the phone, we got an even bigger threat than Klingon bastards. Willem Dafoe and his motorcycle gang have returned from the Loveless, and they are pissed.
I'll be coming for her, and I'll be coming for you too.
Sure you will.
Why are people's girlfriends always getting kidnapped in 1984? Streets of Fire is stylish as hell greatness.
You are about to enter a world unlike any you've ever seen before.
A world that asks, do you want the 50s or the 80s? And you answer yes. It's a dystopian future where the 2 decades mated and gave us a nostalgia baby that can play the hell out of a guitar and might shoot you.
Where the beautiful,
stay and see the show, it's really good.
the brutal,
I want Tom Cody.
and the brave all meet.
Sergio is already retired the good, the bad, and the ugly. We needed new descriptions. From director Walter Hill and producer Joel Silver, Streets of Fire is a rock opus action film where Michael Pare and Amy Madigan search for Diane Lane kidnapped by bikers. Hill and Silver were riding high from their success at 48 Hours, and Hill and Larry Gross began working on this script during that production. He found it to be a more difficult shoot than imagined, as he had to really get used to filming music. It was a box office disappointment, but developed a huge cult following over the years, to where it comes up up a lot in my suggestions when I do musical months. It's the far grittier Rick Moranis music film of the 80s. The soundtrack is great too. I Can Dream About You by Dan Hartman always gets turned up on my radio when it's on. 1984 is a big time for dancing, music, and movies with street in the title. This one feels like it's happening just a block over from Streets of Fire.
On a New York City street with a smoking funky beat.
Settle down. Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo isn't until December. For now, though, we've got another hit, Beat Street, where the surprise is it isn't a canon film. Like what Breakin' did for breakdancing, Beat Street is an early example of bringing hip-hop culture into mainstream cinema, as it's the story of an up-and-coming DJ who, well, also like Breakin', the song explains the plot.
Kenny is a DJ known as Double K, and he says he's gonna make it someday on Beat Street.
The shorter version of Once Upon a Time in America should have been advertised just like this. Damn, these kinds of movies really can't wait for December. Look, Santa Claus is right there. After all, it is June. It ain't gonna be the only movie of the month with Christmas in it. But I'm just saying, you keep getting distracted with all this dancing, and biker Willem Dafoe is gonna kidnap your girl. You're making it too easy for him. Now we are proudly at the biggest film of 1984, which is saying a lot because it is a year full of franchises that still continue to this day. Only this one has Twinkies.
Ghosts.
They're real assholes. The brainchild of Dan Aykroyd, originally envisioned as a movie for he and John Belushi, but rewritten by him and Harold Ramis, which would become not only one of the first big special effects event comedies, but a true cultural phenomenon. It's their first outing where they're getting used to the whole ghost-busting thing.
Try to imagine all life as you know it stopping instantaneously and every molecule in your body exploding at the speed of light.
Ugh, you went to see Chattanooga Choo Choo, didn't you? There is so much that Ghostbusters does perfectly. I love movies that have characters from one genre ending up in the universe of another, like how here we have comedy characters in what is some seriously spooky horror stuff going on in it. Director Ivan Reitman even films it like a horror movie. There's some genuine threats and terror in it, and it blends perfectly in this hilarious story of these smart, blue-collar schlubs who get dirtier and grungier over the course of it, all while chain-smoking their way through the halls. And talk about great uses of music alone, the Magic by Mick Smiley sequence is itself a perfect example of a scene that has laughs, but has very eerie imagery that doesn't shy away from the apocalyptic threat that's happening. The movie is also one of the best satires of 1980s capitalism and Reagan-era limited government, where you have a character like Peck, who starts out kinda right, but takes it too far and turns things to shit. It's definitely a promotion of the free market and makes a clever film out of it. The ensemble plays well off of each other too, with memorable side characters that are organic and don't feel forced in because they do become a real part of the story. It's a lightning in a bottle film, as 40 years later, it's still hard for them to recapture this one movie. The TV show does it, the video game does it, but in movies, the grit's just been missing since. And I say that as someone who still does like Ghostbusters 2, and I like at least the first half of Afterlife, but none have really come close to matching the acclaim of this one, but I'm sure they'll keep trying. We must continue on with another that perfectly combines horror and comedy and also Christmas. We'd have to wait till the summer of '89 to see the Ghostbusters during the holiday season. As for now,
Steven Spielberg presents Gremlins.
Well, this trailer cuts right to it. Where's the hip-hop song to describe the plot?
Billy Peltzer has a nice home. A nice job.
I don't think he's a breakdancer. Gremlins has the power of writer Chris Columbus and director Joe Dante, and continues the '84 horror comedy trend, but also takes inspiration from the lore of World War II Gremlins and Looney Tunes to bring a story that starts out as a cute film about a man and his mogwai, the adorable Gizmo, but he's not ready for a pet like this. They'll spawn and give us mirror universe evil mogwais. They'll tear up this whole whole town, they'll murder you graphically, where again, Officer Jones ain't doing shit, cause he's one of the voices of Stripe. There are huge laughs in this, and some really great dark-ass slapstick, like a Warner Brothers cartoon on meth. But like Ghostbusters, the villains are still a threat, and it has good suspense, like the "Do you hear what I hear" sequence, and creepy imagery, like the pool spawning scene. It's not afraid to get gruesome in a PG-rated movie, so between this and Temple of Doom, it led to the formation of the PG-13 rating, after it was thought that if Spielberg hadn't been involved with this or Temple, they probably would have been an R. I've got horror on the mind so much that when I see a title like "Careful, He Might Hear You," I just assume it's a slasher. But instead, this is an Australian film which got its American release in '84 and is a hard drama about a boy who goes to live with his aunt and uncle and then ends up in a custody battle with a wealthy relative. It was based on a popular book by Sumner Locke Elliott, which almost got made in the 60s from Joshua Logan and star Elizabeth Taylor, but didn't get adapted until the 80s, where it was released to critical acclaim and success at the Australian Academy Awards. Will this next one be remembered in awards season? I mean, Cannon would get all of the awards if I was picking the nominees. I'm sold on how this trailer starts.
Sometimes it's like a scream inside my head, and the only thing that can stop it is a...
True, gunshots do put an end to my throbbing headache. The Naked Face is based on the book by Sidney Sheldon and was the last film directed by Brian Forbes of the Stepford Wives. It was a departure for Roger Moore, stepping away from the Bond persona to do this real Hitchcockian style thriller about a psychoanalyst who is framed for the murder of one of his patients. The police are stressed.
What have you got in here? What are you hiding? Why would they come in and do a thing like this? Do not push your luck.
If you're not the killer, why do you look like Michael Caine's therapist persona from Dressed to Kill? This one also has Elliot Gould in it and looks a little more like a Cannon film than the rom-com Over the Brooklyn Bridge. It's an underrated Roger Moore film, a nice break from the wisecracks, and shows that the dude can still act his ass off.
Roger Moore walks the tightrope of terror in The Naked Face.
Not to be confused with another tightrope film coming later in the year. It's all turning around though. First we get Careful, He Might Hear You, that isn't a horror film, and now we have Under the Volcano, which isn't a disaster film.
One of the most acclaimed novels of the century is now a motion picture.
Wait, did Albert Finney take over for Moore as James Bond? Wait, this poster tells me Albert Finney is Michael Mann's thief. Kidding, this is a pretty damn good movie and is directed by John Huston, where Finney ended up getting an Oscar nomination for his portrayal as a British consul deep into alcohol addiction who wanders Mexico in 1938's Day of the Dead. What is with every single holiday of the year happening in June? That don't matter when we got that awesome Finney delivery.
Stop sleeping with my wife.
I say that to our cats Bert and Pearl all the time. They're always taking my spot on the bed. The trailer ends with Alex North's great musical score, which was also nominated, and with quotes that in today's world sound like tweets. Albert Finney's acting is awesome. Someone has got to be lurking about, though, getting in some long-awaited slasher imagery. And this also isn't even a horror film. I think that's just Rutger Hauer killing time between takes. Look at how the tone radically changes.
Lives a man whose life is a secret and whose soul is a fortress.
Is Rutger also running for president? It is an election year. This is actually a conservationist drama made during a time when the bald eagle was nearing extinction, so the movie stars Kathleen Turner and Powers Booth seeking eagle eggs from an island owned by Hauer, who himself is battling against bloodthirsty-ass hunters.
We're willing to pay $150,000 for a bird's egg.
For this species.
God damn it, Blofeld! Bond, we really need you back! Hello, the Eagles can wait though when we've got sex appeal and some hot action. Seriously, can't you tell this is a high-stakes environmental adventure drama about saving a species with its sexy-ass poster? Posters like this, I can tell it's from the director of The Howling 2, Your Sister is a Werewolf. And the explosions of a nom-flashback.
Don't you think you're taking this noble savage bit a little too far?
Why else would you hire me? I'm Rutger Hauer. It didn't get the best reviews. It looks like the bald eagles are disrupting their violent love triangle where gun-loading effects are playing over the background. This feels like a book that Joan Wilder from Romancing the Stone would have written. I haven't gotten my fill of franchise starters yet, and I don't think A Breed Apart is getting a sequel. That's why it's important that this one comes in.
This is it. This is the end of the line.
It was then he had a dream of opening a car dealership. It's The Karate Kid, starring Ralph Macchio as Daniel LaRussa, a sweet kid from Jersey who's gonna piss off someone if he talks to Elizabeth Shue.
But that only angered the wrong guy.
Yes, he stepped into the start of the Billy Zabka Bully trilogy, a universe that must contain just one of the guys and back to school. Gonna need some sweet moves to face off against these bikers. They are ready to kidnap his girl on the streets of fire. This was a complete career revival for Pat Morita as Mr. Miyagi, who teaches Daniel how to wax. He had previously been known as a comedian and for funny roles on TV like on Happy Days. John G. Avildsen, director of Rocky, directed the film, and the studio wanted another Rocky-like picture, as they told that to writer Robert Mark Kamen, previously of Taps and Split Image. They certainly got that kind of success here, as the movie was so popular that, like how Rocky led to a genre in and of itself with that style of sports movie, The Karate Kid would also lead to movies in a subgenre that would be called the Karate Kid formula. This breathed new life into karate in the US, and it led to sequels, a cartoon, video games, and a pretty great TV series that added even more character dimensions to people we already knew. It is 80s through and through, with quotable badass villain lines, inspiring blood-pumping montages, and great tunes from Joe Esposito, Survivor, and Bananarama, but with real heart and relatability that makes it timeless. And by timeless, I mean here's another that feels both 50s and 80s. Gotta be another Mickey Rourke movie.
Charlie Moran is a sharp guy, just one decent break away from the big time.
Shall I be even more handsome if you'd like? This has the power of Mickey Rourke and the bonus of Eric Roberts sporting a hairstyle known as the Horseshack.
His cousin Paulie is a good kid whose schemes never seem to pay off.
Why do I keep getting kicked out of every gym in the area? Together they can be the Pope of Greenwich Village. That's the title, and it's just great. From Stuart Rosenberg, it's a dark comedy where again Daryl Hannah brings out the reckless in us all. The two are cousins who are in a tight spot since Charlie's girlfriend is pregnant, he wants to buy a restaurant, and Sid isn't returning his calls. They go in on a scheme to steal money, which unbeknownst to them belongs to the mob.
I got $5 if anybody brings me these thieves.
Whoa, where's Bobby De Niro? Where's Jimmy Woods? You mean I'm in this movie too, Rock? Roberts and Rourke have been two of our most exciting actors for decades, and while now it's stuff like Not Another Church Movie or Asylum films I see them in, it's great going back to a movie like this and seeing them play off of each other so well that it's like they really are related. I, for one, would have watched Charlie and Paulie team back up in a sequel called Turista. That and Karate Kid were much bigger successes for Rocky alumni than this other team-up of the month. The team-up of Dolly Parton and Sylvester Stallone in Rhinestone, Bob Clark's follow-up to 1983's A Christmas Story, where Dolly bets that she can turn anyone into a country music sensation. And we mean anyone.
Oh, how you doing? Nice night. Need a lift?
Good luck, Jake.
Thanks, smartass. When you describe the movie as Stallone sings country music, it's no surprise that critics hated this and it bombed. I remember disliking it when I was young too, but I will say, when I did the Snob episode on it, going back to it all these years later, I did find some good things here. Dolly is great in it, and I love the running gag where it's her who finishes all the fights that Stallone starts. And I like the thesis of it, where when Stallone gets good at the end, it isn't because he's a good singer or anything like that, because, I mean, it's Stallone doing country. But it's more so about learning stage presence, commanding an audience, and charisma, which is what she starts teaching him, knowing he can't sing. I like that, but there's a lot of stupid shit in it, of course. It's very sitcom-y, and had a lot of fighting behind the scenes between the writer and Stallone, and each actor involved is a lot better than the movie. But as a diehard Stallone guy, I've seen worse Stallone comedies. This one had more going for it than Stopper My Mom Will Shoot, but it isn't exactly a high point in Stallone's 80s career, especially since his starring role before this was First Blood, one of his best performances. Faring far better in the comedy genre is this next one, which, yes, will have love for the 50s and 60s too. That is understandable. It is the kind of nostalgia that was hot in 1984. It's the story of Val Kilmer as Elvis before appearing in Clarence's Visions. And this movie is absolutely hilarious. I'm in tears laughing at the trailer, which emphasizes the movie's strength and sheer randomness.
I'm not the first guy who fell in love with a girl he met in a restaurant who then turned out to be the daughter of a kidnapped scientist, only to lose her to a childhood lover who...
Spoken like you hear that every day. Top Secret was the debut for Val Kilmer, and the start of a great period of Kilmer comedies. Already, this guy was a star. He had looks, comedic timing, and perfectly suited for a movie like this, which is a parody film from Zucker Abrams Zucker, which does for Elvis movies and Cold War spy movies what they did for Airplane and disaster movies. It wasn't the runaway hit that Airplane was, but is still a highly regarded comedy in the parody genre, and definitely worth your time, especially if you've seen a lot of Elvis flicks. What we're getting here, though, appears to be an extreme Heaven's Gate vision. I recognize Oxford substituting for Harvard. This is another country, which is a big shocker to me. Hello, Rupert Everett and Colin Firth were teenagers once? This is a British film set in 1930s England, which is basically a fictitious bio on Guy Burgess, one of the Cambridge 5 spies, and was a Soviet double agent who later defected to Russia after his cover was unmasked. In the film, he's known as Guy Bennett, and it deals with homosexuality in this time and place in history, and in a school setting so brutal it leads to a suicide. So yeah, a little more hard than this next one, which is the kind of hard that's gonna cost you extra.
Now, another classic tale.
Oh shit, is this the one where he sues Jason Robards and dies? Wait, no, this is far zanier, but still dangerous.
Hi, sister. You look terrific today.
That is literally the same actress who was the witch in Pumpkinhead. Don't run over anyone's child! So I see Alan and Madison are engaged, and while she is possibly having an affair with Mickey Rourke, Tom Hanks is with the fellas for the bachelor party.
Yeah, let's have a bachelor party with chicks and guns and fire trucks and hookers.
Excellent impression of how every 80s movie was pitched. I'm just assuming this is going on in all the Canon film offices. I mean, Michael Dudikoff is in this film, and it gives us the hero we've been asking for.
You're obnoxious.
A man.
Bond. James Bond.
Why not? Roger Moore's still being framed. It was another hit comedy from Neil Israel and Pat Proft after Police Academy, and this movie is just plain funny. While Splash propelled Hanks to movie stardom, and was one of the top 10 box office films of the year, which I do enjoy the hell out of that film, Bachelor Party was the 84 Hanks comedy that I did watch more, which makes sense. It's the more shenanigansy of the two, and does reference 80s 3D.
This is the best 3D I've ever seen.
I've seen better.
Wow, even better than when Jason squeezed my eyeball out. And why wasn't my bachelor party like this?
A man's tradition every woman should know about.
Hey, it's dark in here.
Damn, in mine they just locked me in a room with a grizzly bear. Those assholes. If it's more stars you want though, we've got a movie that's so nutty, it's got all of the actors who haven't been in an 84 movie yet, and then some.
The popcorn's in the lobby, and the nuts are on the screen.
Well, when you rip off the Screwballs tagline, I'm in. Yes, the Cannonball Run is back.
And this time, there's no limit.
It says right there the limit is 155. For all of the actors who were in this, it was still regarded as one of the worst of 84. But I'll say this about it now that we're decades after its release. No, it's not as good as the first. It doesn't have much focus and is a pretty cynical film that takes the audience for granted, but there is something bittersweet about it now. Burt Reynolds needed a hit after 83's Stroker Ace was a major career setback for him, and since this was a sequel to an already popular film, it did better than Ace, but largely only on opening weekend and didn't make as much as the first. But it's kind of a closing the curtain farewell for a few reasons. It was the last big car picture comedy like this for Burt Reynolds, really marking the end of the late 70s, early 80s wave of good old boy comedies. It was also the final film roles for Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra, the last time the Rat Pack was in a movie, and it was the last film for Jim Nabors as well. It technically wasn't the last Cannonball Run movie, as there was Speed Zone in '89, which many forget was a Cannonball Run movie, but that definitely came out well past when this kind of movie was hot. With this one, they didn't exactly go out on a high note here with these car films, but if there's one thing you can say about it, they really assembled every actor they could to the point to where listing off the cast is all that the trailer is. Luckily, there's less of a chance of cars getting demolished in this.
In an age when only the strongest survive and only the ruthless triumph.
Whoa, how did I end up at this bathhouse? Arnold Schwarzenegger is back in Conan the Destroyer, this time directed by Richard Fleischer and written by Stanley Man of Firestarter, since there is a girl to protect and there is fire.
What are they going to do?
Have lunch.
Did you too betray Shiva? It's a bit different than the first, to put it lightly. Conan has more lines in the opening scene here than he had in the entirety of Barbarian. Producer Dino De Laurentiis wanted it to be less dark and violent and appeal more to the PG rating, and I'm surprised Conan isn't protecting baby Oscar. It's a lot less stylish and poetic as the first, which makes it bizarre to watch them back to back because it feels more like Arnold in a Conan knockoff. Like if they made a Beastmaster or a Deathstalker or an Ator movie and just said, let's just put Conan in it. That said, even the Conan knockoff movies are pretty fun, so one that is a Conan movie is still entertaining. I mean, it's got Conan and Grace Jones and Wilt Chamberlain in it, so it's got some good B-movie spirit, and seems like the kind of Hercules-type movie that Arnold himself would have liked as a kid. Though we'll get a real Arnold classic of '84 later on. Stay tuned, because in July, we've got Muppets, Nerds, Eddie Murphy, and arcade games. July is giving us all of our Saturdays as a kid.
Fantasy becomes reality when a Video Whiz Kid Superscores buy him a ticket to the heavens. Robert Preston stars in The Last Starfighter. Next.
We're in July of '84. It's the 4th of July. Bring the burgers, the hot dogs, the bratwurst, the potato salad. Am I missing anything? Ah yes, the bottles of Coca-Cola. What a gift!
As we all know, when something falls from the sky, it can only have come from the gods.
There's no god that made the engine that crashed through my roof. The Gods Must Be Crazy is a real 80s fable and is about a Namibian sand farmer who discovers a Coke bottle and thinks it's a gift from the gods, until it begins causing conflict in the tribe, like a lot of innovations, so he sets out on a journey to toss it off the edge of the earth, thus coming in contact with everything from money to the police to jail and even a terrorist group. Inspired by the director's documentary Animals Are Beautiful People, which makes this an interesting trilogy of movies based on documentaries. The South African film was released in 1980 and was the biggest hit in the whole country, and made a local star out of its lead, a real-life former bushman, but here in the States, it took a little bit. It tested here in 82, and kinda came and went, but got a bigger release by 20th Century Fox in 84 that led to its success here, and even became a movie series with sequels and spin-offs. The original, though, is still a very funny, one-of-a-kind, likable film. Just wait until he discovers video games.
Alex Rogan had a dream.
I think I'm gonna buy a car from LaRussa Auto. Alex wants to find a better world in outer space. Going to space seems hard, though. I'll just go to the arcade.
It started with a game.
Now I'm spending all my time on online message boards and think the deep state is poisoning my Mountain Dew. Alex is a little too good at this game. The whole thing was a test for him to help save the developer's planet from attack. Slightly to the right of the tunnel that leads to Toontown, and right beside Doc going back to 1885. And why doesn't this happen whenever I get good at a video game? I mastered Karate Champ, and the only thing that happened to me was I got my ass kicked in an alley, and I never even met Elizabeth Shue. We may not have a Halloween movie in 84, but we got a movie directed by Nick Castle, who played the Shape, and it stars Lance Guest, who I'm gonna say survived Halloween 2. And careful with those alien masks, they may be Silver Shamrock. Cochran is right there. I liked this movie as a kid, but haven't really watched it much since. I probably should revisit it sometime. I've seen that parody on Clerks the Animated Series more, and some movies featuring other actors.
Alex Rogan.
Alex?
I'm Alex. Is the last starfighter.
She was in the apple. She's seen weirder endings. It goes without saying that this beloved gamer film led to comics, video games, and they've been trying like hell to get a sequel made since. Just give us Tron versus The Last Starfighter. You know you want to. We move right along from Michael Myers alumni to Jason Voorhees. Well, not really. With him being dead and all, I guess it's up to something else to take Manhattan.
Oh, well, I'm Kermit. I'm a frog.
What's with movies about green things getting to the point very quickly in these trailers? Now this one I definitely grew up with hardcore. Probably the most of all the Muppet movies, to be honest. It's the story of the Muppets being theater kids and graduating college and trying to take their show to Broadway. Broadway's been screwed by singing frogs before, no thanks. And how come no one wanted my Broadway show after college? The world needs King Frat the musical. Now the movies are crushing my own dreams. While it may be an of-its-time Muppet movie, as it's 80s as hell in style and plot, one quick rewrite and you could make this the Muppet version of Staying Alive. But I love it for those reasons. I'd love it even more if Broadway Danny Rose showed up. I especially love individual sequences like Kermit getting amnesia and the I'm gonna always love you scene. It's an important Muppet movie too. It was the first film solely directed by Frank Oz. And this scene was the introduction of the Muppet Babies. Did I watch the hell out of this show? Well, just saying, I can recite the whole theme song when asked. Enough of the teases of slasher movies, though. I've made more references to slashers in this video than there are actual slashers of the year. Let's change that now. The movie is called Splatter University. Though the way this year is going, there's a chance it could be the heartwarming story of an orphan boy named Jack Splatter who gets a school scholarship with money raised by the community. Let's look at the trailer.
First, you were frightened by the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Then you were terrorized by Halloween.
Yep, it's a slasher. That's definitely the Trauma trailer voice. Yes, we all know Splatter University. It's where you go to college after you graduate Slaughter High. I mean, the characters are just as zany.
Hey guys, let's party!
Maybe I should incorporate some of this into my King Frat musical. There is dancing.
At Splatter U, everyone parties and has a ball.
Oof, not the kind of ball I was expecting. This is advertised in the most trauma way possible.
And when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Gonna need to wipe again, I'm afraid. This got its '84 release after actually being shot in '81, and with additional footage that was added since the original cut was too short. Makes sense that it was shot during a much heavier year for slashers, as '84 saw that trend dying down a little bit, which more on that later. In the meantime, I need to chug a beer. I think it's the only way to survive Splatter U. The month still has you covered, though, on movies that sound like horror movies but are dramas, like the French film One Deadly Summer, that was a hit in France in '83, but came here in July of '84. We've got something else to spotlight now, though. I've teased this one long enough too, so let's get right to this mess. The hell? There was an Exorcist movie in '84? Haha, nope, it's a comedy.
This is the story of two men who live half a world apart.
Why is the Smucker's Jam guy narrating a trailer?
Two men whose lives are tied fatefully together by the Army's new XM-10 Annihilator tank.
The hell? This is like my grandpa dressing up like Santa to read us the story of Tank. So we all talk about the great run that Eddie Murphy had during this time. The 1-2-3 punch of 48 Hours, Trading Places, and Beverly Hills Cop. But we all forget about that curveball, Best Defense. A movie that had a lot going for it. It was directed by William Hayek and co-written by him and Gloria Katz. They made one of my favorite 70s horror films, and they wrote '84's hit Temple of Doom. Hell, Kate Capshaw is in this too. It stars Dudley Moore as an engineer struggling to make the right tank parts, and it features Eddie Murphy as the tank driver using the poorly made parts years later.
If Superman were a tank driver, he'd drive the super tank.
Get out of the way, we're having some problems with the tank!
Downside, he's only seen Superman 3 and thinks that Eddie is Pryor. Funny enough though, this didn't originally have Eddie Murphy in it. It was solely just a Dudley movie that's practically a twin film with Deal of the Century, only it tested very poorly, so the Eddie scenes were shot and he was Godfrey Hoed into it, where the characters never interact. Even the trailer feels like two different movies.
Do Michael Jackson! Now do James Brown!
Oof, it was sold on Eddie so hard that even today, he's all the thumbnails for it. Even if it looks like he's dying to get out of it.
I'm not in this war! I'm from Cleveland!
I'm not even supposed to be in this movie! The funniest thing about it was all the material he got out of it when he hosted SNL in December of '84. Much more underrated is Electric Dreams, another with technology going off the rails.
Get yourself one of these. What is it? A computer. You should see the big one Riley's got in the basement.
Oh great, he's gonna toss this off a cliff too. Miles has all the computer parts he needs. He's ready to enroll in Adams College at the end of the month. Talk about a movie that was really ahead of its time. This is a love triangle movie involving a computer.
I thought you'd like to meet a friend. It's for you. Hope it feels alright.
Great, now poor Miles has been sucked into the message boards too, and now thinks R.K. Maroon was killed by a vaccine. Yes, his computer Edgar, voiced by Bud Cort, is distancing him from his David Byrne cover band, his relationship with Virginia Madsen, and is trying to move in on his girl. It's like all the warnings we're getting about AI today, only through the eyes of music video director Steve Barron in his first feature. It does have some kickin' music. Just saying, the theme to Electric Dreams is more welcoming in my head than this. That's back in your head now again, isn't it? The movie was sadly not appreciated in its time, but holds up very well, and if you're looking for a real hidden gem of the year, you've got it here. Electric Dreams is the real deal. Although you may want the Weekend Pass theme stuck in your head a little bit more than traumatic horse death.
What is the secret of this enchanted book?
Hello, the Shannon Tweed Playboy centerfold, yes! Never mind, Bastian is the only one of us back then who didn't swipe the nudie mags from the store and instead chose a fantasy book, or at least half of it. The never-ending story really is never-ending. It adapted only the first half of the book, but in a way that results in an 80s kids classic and not something that's padded out. They put a hell of a lot of time and money into these sets and costumes.
The world of Atreyu and Artax, the Rockbiter, and a good and kind gnome.
Wasn't I in this movie? This is another I really haven't revisited since I was a kid, but at the same time, I watched it so much back then that it's not like I've forgotten it. It's hard not to forget certain scenes. And the universe will never let you forget its theme song, or its tale of childhood dreams after you meet a grumpy-ass bookstore owner.
For anyone who's ever made a wish and free.
You see, folks, in 1984, the only difference between spending your time reading and spending your time playing video games is one, you'll be in a flying car, and the other, you'll be on a flying dog. Other than that, exactly the same experience. Either way, it's best to stay indoors when clearly the outside world is dangerous.
Are you Tiger Shark?
You hit him once more, and I swear I'll destroy you.
Okay, well, when you've got a lead named Tiger Sharp, played by Michael Sopkiv, and it's called Blast Fighter, and it's got a poster like this, I'd quit my show if this wasn't about revenge.
I'm sorry for what they did. Me too, Tom. But I always pay my debts.
Or maybe he's just really intense about paying his gas bill. I can't put my finger on it. I just know that the universe of Blast Fighter is the same universe where Vietnam was just like The Last Hunter. And it's not fair that only Italy gets this movie in '84. Must you make us wait till next year for this glorious Italian action-sploitation? It's from director Lamberto Bava and really is like what if the director of Demons made Death Wish. It's a revenge film where he battles deer poachers who killed his daughter. And it's got more than one cast member from 2019 after the fall of New York. First Sopkiv, and Big Ape himself, George Eastman, is there. And in case you're wondering how he's gonna get his revenge... Explosions, lots of explosions. Explosions are pretty much how we all said hello in '84. Even the comedies have revenge in the title.
Revenge of the Nerds.
The nerds are not taking the merger of 20th Century Fox and Disney very well. Like Hard Bodies, it's another raunchy comedy that mentions the classics in its trailer, though unlike Hard Bodies, this would get a lot more acclaim from critics and audiences of the time, and all it needed was a laugh.
What is a nerd?
The laugh of Louis Skolnick will always be one of the greatest laughs in movie history, right next to the Joker. The nerds are tired of being given rubbers to have sex with sheep and tossed out of windows and off of buildings. Oh my god, Splatter University is less dangerous. They rise up against the popular kids through the power of wonder joints, cleaning montages, and a truly kickin' competition song. Sometimes this one can be a minefield to talk about. Has the movie aged perfectly? No. Do I still love the movie? Yes. Both things can be true. I did grow up with this being one of my favorite comedies, so that helps. But you do have to be careful who you recommend this to. If you're someone who doesn't like even the slightest of dated things happening in a movie, then I don't know why you're even watching this to begin with, other than to do a reaction video. But there is a reason why this one was embraced, while something with similar issues like getting it on was panned even back then, and that's important to focus on. Revenge of the Nerds is a lot more ambitious. It actually does have heart. It does have a sincere message in it, and it's about anti-bullying, it's about inclusion, it's about outcasts coming together to basically get a fair shake in the frat guy-dominated world. It's just very 1984 about it, but its heart is in the right place. There's parts that are unfortunate. It's in the trailer. But even when I watch this today, there's gigantic laughs here, from some really seamless improving from the cast, whose acting and comedic timing is excellent, to iconic heroes and villains, and one where you want the bad guys to get their comeuppance, but even they are still really funny, with lines that are quotable to this day.
Nerds! What are we waiting for?
I do understand that comedies evolve over time, and they're a snapshot of when they were made. That's not a new thing, that's always been the case. There's movies in the 60s you wouldn't have made in the 80s, but it doesn't mean you're a bad person if you enjoy them, especially if they are from your time. It's like I said about 16 Candles, if you don't like it, you don't like it, but I'll still take a time capsule comedy that's funny over a safe movie that isn't. And I guess I'll take it over the next one too.
The classics have endured for centuries. For this one, time is up.
I'm guessing the critics do not want this story to be never-ending. Who needs the Muppets doing their own versions of classic literature when you have Cheech and Chong with their take on the Alexander Dumas book The Corsican Brothers? Only more haunting. Oh my god, can I adopt the It's Alive baby instead? Honestly, I'll give some props to this one. This was the last Cheech and Chong movie that starred the two as leads, as the box office take was a lot lower this time out. But there was a bit more effort put into this one than some of their previous movies like Nice Dreams and Still Smokin'. With it being a period film, it relied a lot less on stoner humor, and is the style of parody you might see more from Mel Brooks or Monty Python or Woody Allen, just Cheech and Chong style instead. No, it's not as good as something like that from those people. But it did feel like they listened to some criticism of their last couple of movies, even if it all ends here.
A great legend dies, so the movie can live.
Huh, did they die? Is that why there's no more? And oh boy, there's a lot of wacky-ass comedies to pick from at the end of July. No wonder Revenge of the Nerds was your best bet, though this one reflects summertime a little bit more.
What the goddamn hell is that, Foxglove?
I don't see Jason Voorhees or Bill Murray anywhere, but there's a summer camp, so let's call it Meatballs 2. We've got John Larroquette pretty much doing his Stripes character. We'll keep it zany. You looking for Pee-wee from Porky's? Well, we've got Pee-wee Herman, thank God.
I love you. Oh, get out of here,
If you're wondering what this has to do with the first Meatballs, the answer is nothing. It's got a summer camp. What more do you want? If it was a slasher, it'd be like calling The Burning Friday the 13th Part 2. Yes, we know that the nerds are running away with the comedy box office this month, but don't you worry, we've got you covered. Ogre is in this movie too. And all of the Halloween alumni are busy with other movies, but we've got Kim Richards from Assault on Precinct 13. That's a Carpenter movie. It'll still lead to other sequels down the road, even if this one is making me hungry.
Come back, the insanity continues. Meatballs Part 2.
You know, the movie wasn't about a literal plate of meatballs, right? Just like I'm sure this next one isn't actually about rain with the shade of purple.
Prince, in his first motion picture.
And will it be his best motion picture? Yes, absolutely. I hope that this is all a true story.
Before he created the music, he lived every bit of it.
I've heard of sleeping in dumpsters, but getting thrown in one is a whole other story. Come for hits like Let's Go Crazy and When Doves Cry. Stay for the hard story of domestic abuse, about a man fighting like hell to not turn into his abusive father, while battling the bands like Morris Day and The Time. It's like it has the rough edges Siskel was worried about with Breakin', but the boys did put it on their top 10 list of the year because it has risk.
He risked too much for the one thing that meant everything.
Respect for the Gotham City art world. This got him an Oscar for Best Original Song, but sorry, we're an Apollonia 6 family. I caught a re-release of this after Prince's death, and while it does have one too many finales, I still very much enjoyed it for its challenging themes and its look at what causes a truly toxic relationship. Now, while we have to wait until '85 to get the revenge opus Blast Fighter in the States, Death Wish director Michael Winner is right around the corner with Scream for Help, an evil stepfather movie done before The Stepfather. It's Michael Winner style like crazy.
Christy was an ordinary teenager, but she hated her stepfather.
Oh shit.
Paul?
Yes, she hates that David Allen Brooks was in the serious '85 Corsican Brothers and not the silly '84 one. She's gonna defeat her murderous stepfather with disrespect and gossip.
I caught him cheating on you.
Miss Bull asked me to pick her up at her house because she couldn't get to the agency.
That's bullshit.
Hold your tongue! David Allen Brooks is having a hell of a good time in this.
It became an obsession with her.
Hi, Christy.
God, it's like if the stepfather had the real-life tricks of Freddy Kreuger. This dad is acting like he got his face switched out with Castor Troy. He'll even screw with her car.
Hit the brake!
I don't know, seems fine. The background implies the car is parked in this shot. It's the story of a girl who won't let up.
She followed him, hounded him, spied on him.
Maybe Christy just needs some good medication and a hobby. What is even happening anymore? I think there's multiple killers and they might be the Gremlins? He'll still work in an explosion.
It was too late to scream for help.
Good lord, well this just jumped high up on my watch list. Pack your bags, July of '84. We can't top this one. And we're gonna need to submit some more to the ratings board, because coming up in August, it's the first film to be released with the new PG-13 rating.
The following movie has been rated PG-13 by the Motion Picture Association of America. Parents may wish to consider whether it should be viewed by those under 13.
Welcome to August, where the summer movie season isn't over yet. Come on in, Christopher Reeve. Let's get Superman in here.
All it's told me about you, that you're a great enemy to our movement.
If you regard me as an enemy, it was very kind of you to receive me.
Right, I know this one. The classic tale where he fights Wallace Shawn as Brainiac.
There's never been a more attractive female speaker before the American public.
I don't think you care about the suffragette movement at all. Yes, this is the Bostonians, and period piece romance. I'm guessing it's a Merchant Ivory film, or it's a radical take on those Boston SNL sketches. Based on the novel by Henry James, where here a feminist takes in a young girl, which infuriates her cousin, who says that broads belong in the kitchen.
If you ask me, I think she cares as much for the rights of women as she does for the Panama Canal.
Every canal must have the right to vote. It's great seeing a plot like this with costumes and lush scenery, where today it just sounds like it'd be some stupid argument on social media.
To give yourself to a man instead of to a movement of some morbid old maid.
What a fantasy. In real life, he wouldn't look like Christopher Reeve. He'd look like this. But still, guess I'm watching this one tonight. It's the wife's turn to pick the movie. Am I right, fellas? You won't see that kind of girly talk in good old-fashioned small towns like Grandview, USA.
Grandview, USA is a great place to grow up.
You're not gonna join the suffragettes, are you? Grandview, USA is one where I'm like, is that the skating movie? Oh no, that's Skate Town, USA. Got it. This is the C. Thomas Howell one.
It's got friendly people, wonderful neighbors, concerned parents.
Are you on drugs? The blackface thing didn't work, Dad. I gotta be a chick to get a scholarship. As long as it's about dreams, you can be released in '84.
It's a great little town. Unless you're a kid with great big dreams.
Yes, dreams of being in The Graduate, but we don't have a pool, so here's a tub. Also, he may be a theater kid.
Demolition, no competition, where the sky's not to raise.
Yes, scenes from the upcoming Break-In 2 Electric Buttercream. This is the C. Thomas Howell and Patrick Swayze movie of the month that isn't Red Dawn. That makes sense. On-screen duos have to go through smaller box office this year before the home run, lest you forget when Robert Duvall and Glenn Close lost their son in The Stone Boy, then pulled their lives back together with the help of Roy Hobbs, baseball god. This movie has extreme Independence Day 83 vibes. Small-town resident wants to leave to pursue his dream, then falls in love, this time with Jamie Lee Curtis. And, yeah, I'm thinking I'd stay in the small town, too. Also, like ID-83, there's car racing, though this one focuses more on a love triangle than it does blowing someone up in a house, and it's from CBS Films. They didn't do ID-83, but they did do Windy City, close enough. I'm starting to catch the theme of the month so far. Forget everything else, just settle for sex.
I always said I'd wait for the love of my life, but I guess I'll just have to settle for sex. Some girls get...
I don't think he's interested in you ladies. Good God, absolutely anything made us horny back then.
Alan, will you light my Bunsen burner? Alan, will you light my Bunsen burner?
Great, you just created another masked killer hell-bent on revenge. This is the joy of sex. Don't worry, it'll come with the manual that it's based on. Oh, so we don't stick it in the belly button. I more so know the backstory of this than the actual movie. A lot of names were attached to this project at various points. Way early on, Charles Grodin wrote a script about a man hired to write an adaptation of the manual, which was later turned into Movers and Shakers, and like Ghostbusters, it's one that John Belushi was supposed to be in. This was when Penny Marshall was attached to direct with a John Hughes script, and the poster would have been Belushi in a diaper. But Ernie Hudson is still here! The director, Martha Coolidge, was fired when she wanted a lot of the gratuitous nudity gone, but she still kept her name on the credits, and National Lampoon's Maddie Simmons paid to have National Lampoon taken off. It sounds like there was no joy that went into this at all, but on the plus side, it isn't the worst movie of August of '84 that has to do with a girl on a quest to lose her virginity. Just find one of the boys coming home from the war. There's plenty this year.
It was October 1943.
The United States government all assembled together to make sure Goldie Hawn will never cheat on Ed Harris again. He's one of our top men. We can't have him distracted. Here we have the Philadelphia experiment. Like Skate Town, USA and Grandview, USA, I have to pause to make sure I'm not mixing it up with the Manhattan Project. This one, though, stars Michael Pare and Bobby DeCicco, and is based on the urban legend of the Navy making a destroyer escort disappear. I'm sure the movie is based on fact.
But one ship did disappear, and two of the crew suddenly find themselves in the present.
See, everyone forgets that we discovered time travel in World War II, hence the previous documentary, The Final Countdown. This is clearly the Philadelphia experiment if it happened in the 1941 universe. Bobby DeCicco was Wally, and Nancy Allen is in this film too. And there's slapstick. Don't worry, we're in the 80s. We'll get far better medical treatment. Gotta have something to do with Freddy Kreuger. Executive produced by John Carpenter, who did write an early draft of the script. It's like it's one of those pilot movies where Pare spends the whole movie as Steve Rogers, but only in the final scene does he put on the Captain America costume. Also, they're screwed. He comes from the 40s. He doesn't have nearly enough training in arcade games to save the planet. Now for a collision of all things 1984, we need the music dreams of Grandview, USA, the sci-fi of Ice Pirates, the battle of the bands of Purple Rain, and with something that feels like a comic book in the Philadelphia experiment. For that, let's call in Buckaroo Banzai. Peter Weller was always my favorite Doctor Who. Wow, everyone really did have an educational science show on PBS back then. This movie is fun with a capital F and combines all 80s dialogue into one line.
Buckaroo, President's on line 1, calling about is everything okay with the alien spacecraft from Planet 10, or should he just go ahead and destroy Russia?
Sorry, I don't speak intergalactic Cold War. It's the story of the world's greatest brain surgeon / rock musician who discovers the 8th dimension, a way to travel through matter and mess with Bobby in his sleep. But this is the 80s, so every portal is gonna lead to some kind of lizard army coming into our world to destroy us. They didn't count on Buckaroo and his team, the Hong Kong Cavaliers. These movies will get the science right as soon as they finally team up Lewis and Murphy. This was another, like Streets of Fire, that wasn't appreciated in its time, as the studio definitely didn't know how to sell it or to describe it, which is kinda hard to do. But from beginning to end, the movie shows so much love for Buck Rogers-style sci-fi and serials that it's gained a tremendous cult following among die-hard fans, where you'll still see references to it today, and they've been trying to get a TV series going for a while. Can we at least get a re-release of the Apple II game? Or port it on something these kids can play?
The key is how to get to it. I got an idea.
Smooth move, genius. That's a 5200. We're gonna take the whole movie to get that thing to work. And he doesn't even look excited to be playing it.
The most exciting game Davey ever played
Oh, you got me.
was Cloak and Dagger.
Ah, too good for your own game, are ya? Here we have Henry Thomas saying goodbye to Gene and going back to his E.T. roots of the government being after him.
They wouldn't believe that the game could become real.
I believe it. This is like the 20th movie I've seen so far of video games coming to life, though this one involves political assassinations. Oh my god, and thus the video game rating system was born. Actually, the movie's kinda great. They don't care that he's just a kid with the spy property they need, they want him freaking dead. Also, the kid may be crazy too.
And the only person who can help him is Jack Flack, a figment of his imagination.
The hell? Is this another kid that escaped the Firestarter lab? I'm just saying, Kevin McAllister is lucky he never crossed these villains. Get back here, I'm putting 100 bullets in your back, kid. You think a phone booth's gonna stop us? I gotta play this game, it looks intense.
The star of E.T., Henry Thomas,
is Marathon Man. And you could have seen this on a double feature back then, as it was released on a double bill with The Last Starfighter, which, no shit. If you haven't had your fill of people trying to gun down these sass-talking brats, well, you're lucky we're still in the Cold War. It sneaks up on you, much like this Red Dawn poster that's been slightly peeking out this whole time. Seriously, I know the early mid-80s well enough to know that shots like this aren't gonna lead to anything good. What's gonna happen? Is there gonna be a bomb that drops? Or breakfast hours over?
What's going on here, my friend?
Quick, do what we were taught! Duck and cover! There's two types of people, those who scoff at Red Dawn because it's silly, and those who are like, oh yeah, sure, it's silly, but you're leaving out that it's awesome. If there's one person who can give us Soviets and Cubans taking over small-town Colorado and facing off against the Wolverines, it's director John Milius. Matt and Trey will take over when it's seniors taking over the town. It's like he looked at the script for 16 Candles and was like, I'll pass. Not nearly enough small-town explosions and extreme paranoia. Maybe if we just don't move, the tank won't see us. It's another that ended up way differently than it was in pre-production, where it began as a Lord of the Flies-like anti-war film written by Kevin Reynolds, till Milius became involved and said, we need Teenage Rambo, son! It really does work, though. Milius knows how to keep the tension going. The large ensemble cast elevates it, which includes Swayze and Howell again, plus Jennifer Grey, Charlie Sheen, Leah Thompson, Powers Booth, and Harry Dean Stanton. No one puts Baby in a corner or she'll blow your freaking head off. It's a delightfully quotable film too, and I don't know, I just have a gigantic soft spot for Cold War movies like this. Back when this kind of movie would be given a budget and be good, as opposed to today where it'd get $100 and have Kevin Sorbo in it for like 5 minutes. And most importantly, it's the first time that we can say rated PG-13. And the second time we can say it belongs to the next film, since that hot new rating won't cynically be used to neuter movies decades later.
Alex Gardner has a unique talent, and even he doesn't know what it can do.
If he can travel through matter or master the Atari 5200, then I've seen it. Once again, it's about a young man who doesn't know the dangers that his powers will cause.
Going into another person's dream. You might have to see that to believe it.
Oh sure, you're using the powers for good, but 1984 will show that concept gets real dark real fast. Yes, it's Dreamscape, where Dennis Quaid will make your dreams wet.
I was under the impression we were conducting scientific research here.
You sound as if you don't approve.
We're hitting a moral gray area here, Alex. Stick to helping kids and have sex with the lady students on your own time.
There's somebody in my dreams.
Who?
An awful ugly monster.
Dennis Quaid Elm Street is more successful than Dennis Quaid Jaws. Or if the poster is any indication, Indiana Quaid and the Temple of Dreams. Why not? We've also got Kate Capshaw here too, more than making up for Best Defense. You should have known it was gonna get sinister the second David Patrick Kelly showed up. It's also like Cold War Inception, where there's an assassination plot to kill the president due to his perceived weakness involving nuclear arms, which are giving him nightmares, much like when Reagan was also moved by the TV airing of The Day After. And to make it worse, they're still driving over any phone booth until they find Henry Thomas. It's actually a pretty cool movie, featuring good psychic versus bad psychic, and is a stylish film that contains cool stunts too.
Is to go back in to the dreamscape.
Which I guess you get into someone's dreams with a sweet motorcycle jump. It was only a matter of time before 1984 went from crushing our dreams to literally trying to kill us in our dreams. That's why Dennis is gonna opt for just going inside your body instead. Speaking of people going inside of each other, now here's Tightrope, an excellent cop thriller from Clint Eastwood that could so easily come across as a Dirty Harry clone movie, especially only 1 year after Sudden Impact. Like Harry, he's a cop here too, and Dirty Harry had him finding a Zodiac killer-inspired villain, whereas here he searches for a serial killer and rapist who's kind of a takeoff of Ted Bundy and John Gacy. And as hard as it may have been, they fully succeeded in making this very unlike a Harry film. Here Eastwood is a much more flawed, psychologically tormented character, here named Wes Block, whose investigations into sex crimes start taking a toll on his own sex life, as well as upping his fascination with BDSM.
I was wondering if they've had any effect on you.
You don't like the pink handcuffs? It utilizes its New Orleans setting very well too, making this a super stylish neo-noir thriller that has Eastwood deeply humanizing his cop-type role in making Block a single dad up in years after a series of screw-ups in his life. His acting here is great too. It's an underrated one, worthy of checking out. And to get back to July for a minute, yes, I am aware that I said Prince won Best Original Song and not Best Original Song Score. In my defense, it was easy to get tongue-tied on that, since I've rarely mentioned the category Best Original Song Score ever. But the best song winner, however, goes to this one, a movie I haven't seen in decades, but we all know I just called to Say I Love You by Stevie Wonder. That's nice of him to call and say I love you, but has he mentioned he's having an affair?
A woman like this walks into a man's life only once.
Well, Detective Eastwood found his serial killer.
About 7 years after he gets married, and just before he loses his mind.
Must make red curtains out of skin. While it's a remake of a 1976 French comedy, it also feels like a throwback to that point in the late 50s, early 60s, where every other movie was about married dudes having affairs.
How's he ever gonna get the woman in red into bed?
Well, that's obvious. It's Kelly LeBrock. You gotta shower with her first. Seriously, this dude has issues. Ooh, she has resting I have mace in my purse face. It's pissing off his real wife, Gilda Radner, frequently getting revenge on him throughout the movie after he rejected her during a misunderstanding. I remember watching this a few times as a kid because I loved Gene Wilder and I was obsessed with weird science. But something tells me it's the 7-Year Itch that has far better reviews. And now we present a movie that has Helen Mirren on a more shortened name basis with Caligula, as this one's just called Cal. There will be far less stomach ass man.
His name is Cal.
John Milius called and said we need IRA Rambo. John Lynch is a young man who is tired of the division in his country and wants love.
The only thing he's never known is love.
I'll get to that in a minute. Can I put out this fire first? That's when he meets Marcella, played by the always gorgeous Helen Mirren, a widow, where the awkwardness comes in when he may have had a little something to do with her husband's death. These rom-coms always have predicaments, but this one's got awards.
Starring Helen Mirren in the performance that won her the 1984 Cannes Film Festival Award for Best Actress.
I believe you mean Best Actress Score. LeBrock totally won Best Actress. Personally, I love the title card that looks like he's being honored in the Oscars in Memoriam segment. Whoa, I said Oscars again. You know what that means. Oh good, did the Wolverines call in Chuck Norris for help? In love. I'm guessing this is from the critically acclaimed line of Cannon films, and that it is, as this Cannon release was loved by critics so much that it would later get a Criterion edition. This is a John Cassavetes film, which starred him and Gena Rowlands, and was based on a 1980 play by Ted Allen, where the two are brother and sister, reunited after their lives hit low points.
Love is a stream.
Wait, I got it. That'll be the title. It has to do with her going through a divorce from Seymour Cassell and Cassavetes being an alcoholic playboy in a bad relationship of his own. Will the two help each other?
Sarah, you're one of the greatest people that I've ever met in my life.
Also, please stop getting into my schnapps. This movie is too damn good. I can't spotlight this Cannon distributed film on the show. Also getting acclaim this month is the coming-of-age film Old Enough. With a title like that, it's in the category of little darlings where it sounds creepy if I say it. Old enough! The movie not only has to do with the friendship between two young girls, Sarah Boyd and Rainbow Harvest, but it's a social drama too, as their backgrounds come into play, with one being a rich kid and the other not so much, but she does teach the girl all about shoplifting. It's just what I expect from the poster, where if I take my glasses off, is it a melodrama version of Silent Night, Bloody Night? Just like if I take my glasses off for the next one, I won't be able to read the source material. It is based on a comic.
Golden Godchild shall come from the depths of Gujara.
She was adopted by a primitive tribe.
Lucky, the next village over is bopping themselves on the head with a Coke bottle they found. Yes, it's Sheena, Queen of the Jungle. I know what the narrator's more interested in.
And as she grew to understand the secrets of her mystical power.
Boobs! Cut, damn it, start over! It stars Tanya Roberts with the uncanny ability to talk to the animals, which will help free her mother and find love.
And helped her discover the power of love.
Maybe. There's no house on fire nearby, is there? Sheena was a big budget flop, but seemed destined to be shown with the HBO Cinemax package, where it will find an audience craving the African adventure of Zulu with the hot centerfold quality of Dinosaur Island. Seriously, who was the narrator trying to fool here?
In a classic tale of innocence
against evil.
And most importantly, she's sexy as hell, and it ain't a John Derek film, huh? Please rent us. We haven't had nearly enough zany college schemes yet this month, so Rob Lowe, get in here!
He's a gambler. He's a rocker. He's a lover.
Yes, but is he a brain surgeon? I think not. Oxford Blues is about doing anything to get laid, even if it means going to school.
Who falls for a blue-blooded English lady and cons his way into Oxford University,
where he then joined the wackiest group of Soviet spies on campus. Dude, what if it doesn't work out? Then you'll be stuck studying. See, this is why Making the Grade had the better idea. You should have gotten Judd Nelson to take your place. After all, St. Elmo's Fire proves you went to college together. Hell, Ali Sheedy is even here too. And like movies where people open fire on Henry Thomas, it also escalates quickly.
What happened?
The hell? It's a school comedy. There's no need to go full Exterminator 2. Also, it's a sports movie now. He's given up meeting the girls. They all just want Julian Sands instead. A remake of A Yank at Oxford. This did well elsewhere, but wasn't a big hit for Lowe in the States. But none of that matters when you're still gonna look good compared to the next one. Good thing Cannon Films had at least one critically acclaimed movie of the month, because Bolero is so bad, Kelly LeBrock made sure not to play the tune Bolero with the cheating husband. Seriously, just watch 10 instead. This movie makes Sheena look like the African queen. And if the joy of sex killed the mood, wait till you see the Virgin movie involving bullfighting.
The film that's attracted international attention, earned its scandalous reputation, Bolero.
Yeah, reputation, alright. The movie was so bad that MGM severed its ties with Cannon after they refused to cut it from an X rating. But hey, it's a John Derek film about a girl's quest for sexual awakening. You can still sell it on sex.
Bolero, so daring we can only show you where the ecstasy begins. Bolero.
Rob Lowe, come get your mother/lover. I've been wanting to spotlight this for a long time now. I've done John and Bo's other movies, like the hit Tarzan the Ape Man, plus Ghost Can't Do It, and they are a special, fascinating kind of bad that are so uniquely their own thing that you just know a John Derek movie when you see it. Largely for the jaw-droppingly bad dialogue that feels like it would take talent to write.
What's the matter?
I hate horses.
But you can't hate horses, you're a sheik.
So, that's the take we're going with, huh? You want more, don't you? Of course you do.
Had an English nanny.
You had an English nanny? Oh, the nanny was all right.
I go to school at Oxford.
Perfect. You should have gone with the alternate title, Oxford Blue Balls. Hey, I've already got the big box ready. Look how damaged this is. I didn't do this, by the way. It's like someone beat it with a bat and then stuck it in the mail. Whatever is next will look great by comparison.
When night falls in the city, everything changes.
Great, another teenager import from Grandview, USA. Luckily, this one does have solid reviews, and clearly does sexiness well. Even John Larroquette has given up spying on the Meatballs 2 camp. This is Alan Rudolph's Choose Me, which has some staples of a Rudolph film. It's got a collection of characters whose lives become intertwined due to their love lives, which includes Keith Carradine as a ladies' man, Leslie Ann Warren as a call girl, Genevieve Bujold as a love advice radio DJ, and all based in LA, kind of making it a better version of his 76 film Welcome to LA. He does a lot better with the characters here. And it better be stylish and sexy, that's what the trailer says.
A very sexy, very stylish, very funny movie.
Hoo-hoo, the narrator stopped being a perv and learned how to actually flirt with the audience. But meanwhile, happening simultaneously in New York,
beneath the city of New York are living catacombs, unfit for anything human.
Okay, well, I wasn't planning on going down there anyway. Whoops, too late. They heard my caution and they're rising from the sewers themselves. What could it be?
Chud.
Oh, back when Chud meant cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers and not what people would later call the Reeves character in the Bostonians. I really like this movie, honestly. It does have great B-movie charm, with a memorable name, cool effects, neat-looking monsters, but what I always liked is how a lot of the cast plays it straight, where it stars John Hurd as a photojournalist covering the homeless population, who teams up with the cops and a shelter worker played by Daniel Stern to stop these toxic waste mutants from killing people on the streets. Not a hit with critics, but the horror audience took to it well, making it a cult film that earned its hilarious name.
Chud. Cannibalistic, humanoid, underground dwellers.
He read that like it was his first time seeing the definition, like it should have ended with, did I get that right? The good old boys have got to find something to do now that Cannonball Run 2 is out of theaters.
They're two good old boys looking for action, until one day they found something more.
My God, I've been looking for that money since I played D.B. Cooper. Flashpoint isn't a crazy comedy, though. It's a thriller where these border patrolmen discover money lost since 1963, where a mystery sets in about where the money came from, and if it may result in people coming after them, like the FBI. Kind of a simple plan of its time. And if CBS Films can have a movie this month, then so can HBO, as it was HBO Pictures' first theatrical film. Which leads us to the month of September that, yes, will have the Academy Award winner for Best Picture, but that's nothing compared to the power of Best Saul, as Windy City is coming up next.
Winner of 8 Academy Awards, including Best Picture, a national pay cable exclusive only on Showtime.
We've got a long month ahead of us here, people. We've got multiple canon films, multiple stock melodrama choices from the Patreon polls, and of course, more sewers. Oh no, we've let out the Chuds again. Looks more promising than Chud 2 Bud the Chud. Or something else the trailer will compare it to.
It's Mars on the Hudson.
I am an alien. I don't catch your timeless Moscow on the Hudson reference. Try again.
It's Cheers Goes to Harlem.
Ain't nobody know your name here. What else you got?
It's E.T. Rides the Underground Railroad.
Don't give Michael Bay any ideas or he will turn that into a movie. And I'll be there opening day. Yes, from John Sayles, it's Brother from Another Planet. Or Dyson from Terminator 2 was sent from the future. They couldn't make that reference. The Terminator movies aren't out yet. This is a very clever social commentary about immigrants and assimilation, with the alien coming to the planet and already seeming like an outsider. It's got a great physical performance from Joe Morton, who has no dialogue in it, and just think of it as the smarter version of Homeboys from Outer Space. Now we journey to a much different time, featuring this totally accurate artist rendition of David Carradine. If you think it's one of the many sword and sorcery movies from Roger Corman in the 80s, you'd be right. Duh.
Journey now to an age undreamed of.
Yeah, undreamed of, because I usually forget the blackout brawls I've been involved in. It is an age of mystery and magic. By that we mean hiring the best belly dancers for the bachelor party. If you can get past the warlords first.
On a planet lit by twin suns, evil warlords battle to control the fate.
Maybe if you laid off the Ren Fair turkey legs, we wouldn't need the whole village to carry your fat ass. David Carradine is in fantasy kung fu mode here, as it's one of the many remakes of Yojimbo. This makes sense. We've had the Western version, later the gangster version, and now we have the Corman-produced version. Perfect if you watched Yojimbo and said, needs more lizard creatures and far, far, far more breasts. Looking at it now, though, I don't know, this looks like a Disney Star Wars series I could get behind. Embrace that R rating! And I wasn't kidding about Cinema Snob material in September. That should be obvious as I'm speaking over the Canon logo. This ain't gonna be a critically acclaimed John Cassavetes film, no. We're back to some vigilante justice.
New York City. Robert Ginty cleaned up the streets in Exterminator 1.
He put a mafioso in a meat grinder. I still think he has problems. Exterminator 2 has a lot going for it. It's got that eye-catching poster that is still seen on t-shirts to this day. You've got the hero with a flamethrower taking on what seems to be a cult of gang members led by Mario Van Peebles, who were passed up as breakdancing extras. But there's no getting around it. This movie is terrible. I love the first one, which had director James Glickenhaus infusing the right amount of sleaze and then dumping even more on it for an ultra-violent Death Wish-like vigilante film. This one is an editing nightmare. Glickenhaus wasn't involved with it, and it went through multiple directors, reshoots, re-editing, which put scenes out of order. The trailer has a lot of scenes not in the film. They couldn't get Ginty back for reshoots, so there's a lot of body double work here, and awful stock footage editing when his girlfriend dies. Naturally, there was a lot of material here for the Snob episode, but it's not like it's a boring film. I love Ginty, so there's still scenes of him doing his B-action movie best. And again, shots like this do give it a hook.
One man, pushed to the limit, fights back in Exterminator 2.
Robert Ginty or whoever that is behind the mask, cause it ain't Ginty. There's even more canon as hell canon sequels, cause we got another right here. What a week. This ain't a Snob episode, but it will be.
He is the most feared and powerful warrior. A ninja.
Whoa, careful. I'm not too ninja to avoid a sprained ankle. Didn't you hate it in the 80s when the cops couldn't capture any of the ninjas and they disrupted our Sunday golf games? Also, it's a possession movie too.
His soul possesses the body of an innocent woman and transforms her into a lethal assassin.
Yes, we really messed up not having anyone from Breakin' in Exterminator 2, so let's get Breakin's Lucinda Dickey in here to practice her dance moves with a freaking sword. The Exorcist was good and all, but it barely showed off Regan's superb fighting skills from Pazuzu's ninja past. This is part of a trilogy, I guess. It's the third and final film in Canon's Ninja trilogy that included Enter the Ninja and Revenge of the Ninja. They don't have anything to do with each other, but they have Sho Kosugi in them as different characters. Just slap 3 on the title. That ain't confusing, considering Revenge of the Ninja wasn't called Ninja 2. 1984 is also when we have a Robert Altman movie and an Altman protege Alan Rudolph movie in the same year. With Rudolph, we had the ensemble film Choose Me, while Altman, however, backed off from his usual ensemble cast overlapping dialogue style and goes for something very different, a film with only one actor. This is Secret Honor, starring the great Philip Baker Hall as Richard Nixon, based on a play by Donald Freed. Taking place in the 70s, it's a monologue film where Nixon, after getting a few drinks in him, records basically his life story on a tape recorder, which digs deep into his controversies, his paranoia, his mixed feelings about Kennedy, and there's also varying degrees of self-reflection in it, where he might think of himself highly one minute, but then he's also a broken man with a very hidden low self-esteem. Philip Baker Hall is a really underrated Nixon here, as it's a multi-layered look at a complicated man, and worth checking out if you like this kind of long monologue film. Moving right along to another film based on a play. Is it gonna be another soldier story movie of the year? It better be. It's called The Soldier Story. We've had a lot of World War II movies this year, but this one is refreshingly different, as it's a murder mystery where Howard Rollins Jr. is a military officer sent to the Jim Crow-era South to investigate the racially motivated death of a sergeant, where there's a series of flashbacks from everyone close to him.
His enemies
Waited a long time for you, boy.
And his murder.
Give Ginty's body double 5 minutes. He'll put a torch to anyone involved. It may be an 80s drama and not an 80s cult movie, but it's still the 80s, so it'll have the sewer in there somewhere. Directed by Norman Jewison, the Oscar contenders are starting quick after the week of Ninja 3 and Exterminator 2. So much so, we might as well get to the Best Picture winner.
Are we going to appall you with something confidential and disgusting? Let's hope so.
The hell? Is this also set at Splatter University? I didn't know the trailer would be so haunting.
If that is what brings you to us, the prospect of hearing horrors, you shall not go unrewarded.
I must have missed the part where Amadeus was also Dario Argento's opera. For Milos Forman, it's the eye-opening story of Tom Hulce as Mozart and F. Murray Abraham as Salieri, where we were shocked to find that Mozart has a distinct Michigan accent, but with one of the best laughs put on film. This goes less the traditional biopic route and portrays him more like a free spirit, shaking up the system with punk-like hair. It's the story of success, burnout, jealousy, bitterness, creativity, and the crusty old dean saying, "We can't have someone from the Delta House playing at our ball."
He's remarkable. He's an unprincipled, spoiled, conceited brat.
I mean, he's no Falco. In 1984, Sarah Jessica Parker had Footloose, Kim Cattrall had Police Academy, and Cynthia Nixon has Amadeus. Who is the winner here? It all depends on what kind of movie I'm in the mood for. But there's plenty of gossip and talking behind poor Mozart's back here.
He is passionate. He burns with fire. He is an angel. He is a devil.
Is he also possessed by a ninja? A hit with critics and audiences, and the winner of 8 Oscars, including for director, actor, script, and picture, it's also a simultaneously funny and tragic film that looks at the clash between genius and mediocrity. But one of the funniest things about it, to me, is the hilarious callback when F. Murray Abraham was in Last Action Hero. Side note, this is one of my wife's favorite movies, and when we were decorating the living room, we each got to pick a poster, or I decided to make it very obvious who picked what. Clearly the cats and I all had a vote on the second poster. I keep the Screwballs poster here in the office. This is still a brilliant film that shows what goes into the theatrics before the orgy starts. But if tickets to the symphony were already sold out, you could always go to the opera instead, as we have the release of the French adaptation of Bizet's Carmen, featuring opera legends like Julia Magines and Placido Domingo, and from director Francesco Rossi. This is a different version of Carmen than I grew up with. Where's the Christian pop songs and Carmen converting street gangs to Christ? I won't complain though, as this is a love story involving a bullfighter that isn't hilariously bad like Bolero. I'm guessing the tapes aren't nearly as beaten up either. There's way too many awards season movies here suddenly. We need to go back to possession films.
Roger Cobb was a rising young lawyer
who decided to take up the case of Mrs. Deagle versus the Gremlins. No, here we have a different kind of possession than Ninja 3, where Lily Tomlin has a plan to achieve immortality via soul transferring.
My soul is going to leave my body forever and become one with the universe.
Which time my soul will enter her body.
The sunken place? Until one day, her soul falls out the window, and oh no, we have Lily Tomlin and Steve Martin fighting for control of his body.
Dear God, don't you get enough laughs up there? What did I ever do to you?
God saw Moment by Moment on opening weekend. While Steve had a pretty good comedy earlier in the year with The Lonely Guy, All of Me is just excellent and one of the best physically comedic performances of his career. And on top of that, he and Tomlin really do have great chemistry together. There's other familiar faces too.
I can't go in there. That's the men's room. Just shut up and do as I say.
I paid those Ghostbusters to rid the spirits of this hotel and now they're back? From director Carl Reiner, he and Martin were on a roll during this time, having previously done The Jerk, Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, and The Man with Two Brains together, and with this, All of Me was a big box office hit, and one of my favorite body swap type comedies of the decade, even with the trailer going out on a piss joke.
A comedy about falling in love with yourself.
Shall I tap?
Oh, why not? It's just gonna end up on my shoe anyway. As for the next film, are we back to the canon flicks?
When the system of justice doesn't work, Bronson does.
Surprisingly, no, this isn't a canon film. A weird year. The Cassavetes film was distributed by Cannon, but not the Bronson revenge film, The Evil That Men Do. One of the many films he did with director J. Lee Thompson, including the '83 Cannon film 10 to Midnight. This one was instead released by TriStar, who kept the budget low so it still made a profit. They knew they just had to sell it on Bronson and vigilantism.
When the courts can't do what they must, Bronson will.
I will get you out of your parking ticket. And this is one of the darker entries in this genre of Bronson films, which is saying something considering his are pretty gritty ass flicks to begin with. Here it's got a Bronson plot where he's a former professional killer who comes back to seek revenge against the man who killed his journalist friend, only now the villain is a mad butcher known as the Doctor, who is a torturer for the world's worst dictators. It's got graphic descriptions of teeth being bust out and organs crushed, and goddamn, Bronson has his work cut out for him.
When evil becomes above the law, the only law left belongs to Bronson.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna send in the Delta Force. I only work in street-level crimes. Just kidding. If there's a balcony nearby, he'll throw someone off of it. These Nazi doctors can't defeat his quick punch to the face. This is the most Bronson trailer ever made.
In the name of revenge, there is just one name, Bronson, fighting all the evil that men do.
I mean, yeah, I recommend this. You want Bronson going international and messing up bad guys? You got it here. Also from TriStar Pictures, ooh, Places in the Heart. I bet it's all about the fatal places Bronson can stab you if you piss him off. Or it's another type of film. Oh god, the Russians and Cubans are gonna parachute in, aren't they? Places in the Heart was a very successful drama, and another of the year that contains a farm tragedy.
Something's happened to you, Pa.
Between this and the Stone Boy, more people are dying on farmland this year than in Motel Hell. It's all about how Sally Field, as the mother of two, fights to save her farm from the bank after her husband tragically dies, and she's got the help of Danny Glover and a blind man.
Poor Will here lost his sight in the big war. What if my brother-in-law was to move in here and rent a room from me?
He's not blind, it's just Malkovich being weird again. And if Malkovich wasn't enough, it still escalates very quickly.
Move away from him right now.
He's seen Porky's too, and he will castrate a Klansman if need be. I'm starting to think this farm is cursed. It's gotten so crazy, Ed Harris has come back from the war again to take charge. Kurt is watching Goldie, they'll be fine. Mostly known today as the second movie for which Sally Field won the Oscar for Best Actress, and it was this acceptance speech where she did her "You Like Me" speech, misquoted to "You like me, you really like me." That was when The Mask won Best Actress. Someone's gotta win something. It's about dreams, of course.
Stars in a motion picture about a woman who fought for the greatest dream there is.
Chaperoning the school dance? But we've seen the struggling wife. What's the struggling dad up to?
When Billy McCain came home from 13 years in prison, he thought he'd seen everything, till he met up with his own daughter, Johnsy.
They named you Johnsy? I told her I preferred Loretta. He'll teach his daughter, Martha Plimpton, the finer things in life, like what it's like in prison.
Saw a show on TV about prisons. Know what they said they did? Said they raped each other.
Oh, What? Did your mother show you Midnight Express again? Written and directed by Tom Rickman, who was able to make the film due to his success writing Coal Miner's Daughter. The River Rat wasn't as successful as that film, but it's not a bad flick, which also has missing money thriller elements, but is still in that line of dad movies from '84 that came and went, like Harry and Son, The Stone Boy, and Misunderstood, though with a touch of Flashpoint-like suspense. What works is Tommy Lee Jones and Martha Plimpton being really good together in it. You make Tommy Lee Jones grumpy and you're gonna have a decent movie. That drama, though, will not compare to the legendary drama of the next film. Lame. Yes, one of the defining episodes of the Cinema Snob. Why? Because I said it is. When we do Patreon poll episodes for the show, there's always the stock, forgettable drama fifth choice that stays in until it gets picked. And once upon a time, that pick was Windy City. ID83 was the first drama like that to win, but Windy City was the first where I incorporated the gimmick of it stays till it wins. Is there anything spectacularly bad about it? No. Is there anything great about it? Also no. You'd have to be insane to try and riff something like this, and that's why these are my favorite kinds of episodes. Taking a completely forgotten, bland film and trying to get some comedy out of it. In this case, it's a Big Chill type of film, but unlike The Big Chill, this didn't do very well with critics and had low box office. It's about a group of childhood friends in their adulthood, each dealing with drama, from one being a struggling writer pining over his ex-girlfriend, all the way to Saul, who is dying. Saul was clearly the breakout star of my review, as there's a plot in this where John Shea is trying to get all of the other friends to see the loyal Saul before he dies, and they all refuse, making me be like, what's with the fuck Saul attitude in this? How he's dying varies. I think it's leukemia, but I've seen word where maybe it was supposed to be AIDS without actually saying AIDS. That honestly would have greatly improved this film and made it make more sense. It could have been a very provocative, timely movie of '84, especially in how his friends are reacting to it. As it is, it's got a lot of side characters that are one-note and forgettable, but Kate Capshaw's good, though her best romance of the year will still be with her and Indy, in that it's not a romance at all. I love Willie and Indy because there's no love here. It's the story of two people who just really want to bang and call it a day. I just like talking about Temple of Doom. More so than I like talking about this one, another stock fifth choice on the Cinema Snob, coincidentally released on the same day, and features another Indiana Jones love interest, one of the biggest coincidences on my show.
That's my plane! That's my plane.
This movie's also lame. But whereas Windy City was just mediocre, Until September is really bad. In it, Karen Allen is touring Paris, but gets stuck there after missing a flight, then falls for Xavier, a married man who is a total creep.
He's sophisticated, rich, and French.
You say French, I say why does he have serial killer eyes?
You have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen.
I guess, for someone with business cards made of actual bone. The chemistry really isn't there, and it suffers from being one of those where they're unaware of how off-putting the lead character is, who, no offense to Thierry Lhermitte, who is a very good actor, both of them clearly are, but they're stuck in a cliched romance that, yes, has the race to the airport part in the trailer. And there is something about a movie that has a scene where he's watching her dance, and it's playing Every Breath You Take by the Police, and the movie sees no irony in that. The only other interesting thing about it was that it was director Richard Marquand's follow-up to '83's Return of the Jedi. Random. Also coming and going was the biopic The Bear, the movie about an orphan bear opening up a restaurant in the Windy City. Kidding. Here Gary Busey plays Paul Bear Bryant of the University of Alabama football team, and at the time it had a minor controversy where it had to be made elsewhere because folks in Alabama protested it, but today it's more so known for being the last film of its co-star John Eric Hexum, who plays Pat Trammell in it. Hexum was a real talent with a great old Hollywood leading man voice before his life was cut short in a tragic on-set accident on his show Cover Up. It was also the last film for D'Urville Martin, but will always have his legendary role as Willie Green in Dolomite. Speaking of things that are fly, if you're still getting impatient before Breakin' 2 comes out, will Lorenzo Lamas in Body Rock satisfy you? Unlike Breakin', this one wasn't at all a hit. Could it be because the movies look the same? I'm convinced that between Breakin', Beat Street, and Body Rock, these are actually the same trailer for the same movie. All are just a random assortment of clips strung together with a song from the soundtrack that describes the plot. Yes, we know it's about a dancer pursuing his dreams, then meets the darker side of the entertainment industry. That doesn't answer my question of how much the insurance costs to rent out this gay steel mill. Quick, get your dancing out of the way fast before Robert Ginty lights that fire and your whole gang. I'm sold.
Body Rock. Dance till you drop.
Come see Body Rock. It'll give you a heart attack and then you'll fall over and die. But if you haven't had your fill of farm life movies in '84, the way this opens, I'm guessing there will be corn and drama.
This is our land. You can't just pull in here like God Almighty.
You're already implicated in this thing.
Please, can't Places in the Heart, The Stone Boy, and The River Rat all share the same county? There's no need for a war. This movie's called Country, which confuse your friends by saying that Another Country is the sequel. They're city folk, they won't understand.
Farming is a business.
You college boys with your numbers, that's who made it a business. Your office authorized those purchases.
Just build a baseball field in your corn and be done with it. Farm drama appears to be a very forgotten genre of the year, but believe it or not, this did make some news. Reagan wasn't a fan of it at all for how it criticized his administration's agricultural programs. And then when there was a congressional panel on farming, Congress brought in Jessica Lange as an expert. Excellent. Then when the topic comes up of a rural barbecue business, we can bring in our resident expert, Drayton Sawyer. But Lange was a hardcore producer on it, who basically wanted her own version of The Grapes of Wrath, with no confusion about its message.
Even the force of nature was nothing compared to the struggle against their own government. To the bureaucrats, they were a mere statistic. But when the bureaucrats picked on these people, they picked on the wrong people.
I'm sorry, is this a class? Should I be taking notes? Hell, they keep shouting right into the title.
You can take our equipment and you can haul off all our stock, but when you come out to pull us off this land, you better come with more than a piece of paper!
Yes, Jessica Lange in Best Actress clip for the Oscars telecast. But let's go back to earlier in the year real quick. Remember when Peter Coyote and his friend were being pursued by a bloodthirsty hitman in Slayground? Well, we've got another movie with Peter Coyote and a friend, this time with Nick Mancuso, where Coyote is an artist and Mancuso is a businessman, but trouble's brewing when a woman comes into their lives. Not sure if it's really happening, or if it's simply just another movie made by his Kubrick-like director in Stranger's Kiss. Or if he's also the director of Challengers. This is a stylish film from director Bobby Ross, who would go on to direct for television, like Miami Vice and Crime Story, and you can see some of that style here. I kinda wish he did more movies. If you like Choose Me, this is one that I'd pair with that. And one thing I love about doing videos like this is that when you watch all of these in a row, you do rediscover interesting things about the year. In this case being, wow, Peter Coyote had some really cool, versatile movies in '84. Not a single farm life movie among them. Hey, where's the next one gonna be taking place? Where do you think? I'm thinking less places in the heart, more children of the corn. As long as there's a farm, right? Impulse is a thriller, not to be confused with the 70s Shatner one. Here it's small-town sci-fi horror, as an earthquake happens which mysteriously turns the town's residents into complete sociopaths, who no longer have any conscience telling them not to do horrible, violent things to themselves or others. It features Meg Tilly, so it's gotta have something to do with the Body Snatchers. It's a cool, messed up little movie, one of the few made by director Graham Baker, who previously did The Omen 3 and later Alien Nation. Plus, this one's from ABC Motion Pictures. Get all the networks in here this year. Sorry, CBS Films. You should have had a crazy Saul cut his own face off. But if Elliot and Gertie had their own tense thrillers of the year, they need their family dramas as well. Henry Thomas had Misunderstood, and Drew Barrymore has Irreconcilable Differences.
I want to divorce my parents. Mom? Dad?
She then decides it's a terrible idea once she sees Bruce Willis dressed as the Easter Bunny. The movie also shows the love story of her parents, Ryan O'Neal and Shelley Long, as it has frequent flashbacks to the 70s. There's a lot more going on here than the title suggests, which makes it seem like it'd be one of those Dudley Moore rom-coms of the year, but there's very real personal touches that the movie adds. Written by Nancy Myers and Charles Shire, it takes inspiration from Peter Bogdanovich's Divorce, where there's stand-ins for Sybil Shepherd as Sharon Stone plays a Shepherd-type role, and there's even a Roger Corman equivalent as well. It could be a corny movie, but it works. It is one of Shelley Long's best of the decade, and Ryan O'Neal is excellent and a needed boost after 82's Partners and 81's So Fine. But now that September's almost over and school is back in session everywhere, I think that calls for a night of partying and drinking.
So I want you to live it up, stud man. This is the last summer blast.
Yes, it's The Wild Life, the movie that makes you say, oh yeah, I remember The Wild Life. This is the one with the pre-Weird Science Island Mitchell-Smith, plus Eric Stoltz and Chris Penn as a Motorhead Spicoli brother. And Eric Stoltz can be both the stoner bud and the Ratner of the movie.
Hi, I'm Bill Conrad, and you are...
Not interested.
See, you're playing it safe. You just gotta go into the girl's room and not leave.
If you don't get out of here right now, I'm gonna scream.
You won't scream.
I'll scream.
You won't scream.
She learned all the right lessons from seeing Scream for Help, or at least she remembered the title. This isn't a bad film, but it's very easy to compare it to Fast Times, which it's no Fast Times. But it is kind of a spiritual sequel, as it's also written by Cameron Crowe and is very California-based with an ensemble cast of young people. We'll take some cast from other ensembles of the year. Get Leah Thompson in here from the Red Dawn set, and also Fire.
I thought you never asked.
Oh, so that's Ginty's body double in Exterminator 2. We can close out September. Mystery solved. Coming up next, Bill Murray goes drama, Linda Blair joins a gang, the Terminator comes to the present, and a power drill death isn't in a horror film, it's in the Brian De Palma movie. Stay tuned.
Brian De Palma's Body Double. This week on the Saturday Night Movie.
I spoke too soon when I said that September has a lot of movies, because brace yourselves, we've got even more in October. A month that's always the delightful mix of Oscar contenders and exploitation flicks. Eureka! This is gonna be a lot of movies. No, really, that's the title of the first.
To other men, it was the end of the world. To Jack McCann, it was the end of the rainbow.
Someone's going hard in celebrating Pride Month. I just ordered a Frappuccino and watched Mannequin. This is the true story of Rutger Hauer finally getting enough money selling those eagle eggs, and Gene Hackman as a prospector who strikes it rich. How rich, you ask?
A man is made up of desires. Understand his desires, you understand the man.
I'm fairly certain he has mafia ties. The movie is set 20 years after Gene finds gold and has a life of luxury despite all his family troubles that may require sharp objects to the face.
Ken is a dinosaur, Aurelio. And everyone knows what happened to dinosaurs.
Great, you just inspired him to gain even more millions by finding a T-Rex. From Nicholas Roeg, the director of Don't Look Now and The Man Who Fell to Earth, this got its UK release in '83 before being delayed here till '84 due to United Artists not knowing how to market it.
The moment Jack McCann discovered gold, he died.
Well, that's because you spoiled it in the trailer.
And that moment lasted a lifetime.
Oh, never mind. They're making the trailer deep. It took audiences a while to discover it, which had low box office, but did have a lot of acclaim from those who did see it. It's a better film than The Years Misunderstood, and worth checking out if you're looking for an underrated Gene Hackman performance. Also living it up, it's the zany drinking and driving teenagers over in New York. Slapstick high school comedy or vigilante thriller? Let's find out.
It started off as an innocent prank that erupted in savage violence.
Could still be a wacky comedy. Maybe this is just what the girls are doing on their weekend pass.
Weekend pass.
Actually, this movie is freaking awesome. This is Savage Streets, where someone has to make up for no security in the school.
You think she had fun when she filled her car with garbage, huh?
Shut up, Red.
I guess McGruff can't be all places at once. Linda Blair shows that even high school movies can be just like women in prison films. This is a sleaze classic, where Blair's sister is dragged away and killed, and no one is doing anything about it.
Oh, I'm sorry about your sister, Brenda. The police are doing everything they can.
I put the rapists on double secret probation. What more do you want from me? So Blair, having had a night out seeing the evil that men do, gets the idea to take on this gang of greasers herself, and with a kick-ass soundtrack that gets you pumped for justice. Justice for all, justice for all, you get what you get when you... Is she also about to win a boxing match against Ivan Drago? Linda Blair did so many fun sleaze flicks at the time, and this is one of the best, partly for it being an extremely entertaining revenge film, and also her tongue-in-cheek performance makes it fun too.
Oh my, I missed. And I did so want to see you bleed to death.
Certainly a movie that got a following from late-night TV airings and video. And I'd say they knew how to market this one.
Where the only law is an eye for an eye.
Hence why I mostly stayed home in the 80s playing Hogan's Alley. It was the safest way to do vigilanteism back then. That's what was going on in the Grindhouse Theater though. What about the Art House Theater? Yep, just as I expected. Jim Jarmusch's Stranger Than Paradise does in fact have more festival wins than Savage Streets. In the film, John Lurie loves living a quiet life, eating TV dinners when he's not hanging out with his buddy Richard Edson from Sonic Youth, until his cousin Eva comes in and judges his diet.
Eva, stop bugging me. You know, this is where we eat in America.
Next, we'll teach you all about the wonders of Tyson chicken nuggets with the melted cheese in the middle. It's a groundbreaking film in the independent scene, filmed with a lot of long takes, almost a fly-on-the-wall style, with not a lot of cutaways or close-ups, and it began life as a short film, shown around 82 and 83, until being expanded to full length. Its minimalist style and deadpan gave it a lasting legacy in the indie scene, where you see seeds of what would become the enormous wave of similar independent features in the 90s. Sure, it made critics' top 10 lists, only because they were too scared to put Savage Streets. Speaking of which... Well, get your crossbow. These kids have got to learn manners somehow. Yes, it's another These Schools Are a Jungle film, but more of a comedy.
One of your kids tries to eat one of your teachers. Mr. Abel, what the hell do you call that?
Monday, am I right?
Monday.
The hell, Judd, I didn't think you were actually gonna say that. Your school will be fine. You've got Lean on Me's Morgan Freeman right there. I wonder if you could do some of these jokes today. Doubtful. It's ahead of its time for dark reasons. Teachers is a dramedy, also intended to be a satire, where a rowdy school is hit with a lawsuit that's getting in the way of trying to educate these hooligans.
Oh, this place is a joke.
What do you mean it's a joke?
Why ain't being sued by some kid because you didn't teach him nothing?
Spoken like someone who's gonna get tricked into waxing the teacher's car. This does take me back to my youth, not because I saw it when I was a kid, but I always noticed that eye-catching cover with the apple on the desk that appears to be a bomb. Directed by Arthur Hiller, it had mixed reviews, saying it was more like a TV drama than hard-hitting satire, but the trailer don't lie.
I'm a teacher.
See, he's a teacher. Points for proving the title correct. Getting far better praise for its comedy and satire was the Scottish film Comfort and Joy, which I'm disappointed is not a buddy film featuring characters named Jack Comfort and Armand Joy. Directed by Bill Forsyth, it's about a radio DJ who gets caught up in the middle of ice cream wars between competing Italian families.
Something's got to be done. I mean, it seems so stupid. It's almost like a joke.
If The Warrior and the Sorceress was Fantasy Yojimbo, just add some sweetness and sprinkles and make it a double feature with this one. Just like how our next movie can go along with any of the parent films of the year.
This is Estelle.
Who you have to pay off to get a little water around here?
She's a mother.
And could I have one shower room brawl, please? This is Sidney Lumet's Garbo Talks.
A fighter.
Who wanted a girl to sit on their face?
Garbo was raunchier than I imagined. Actually, Anne Bancroft is playing a woman named Estelle who has a brain tumor, and her son, Ron Silver, even sold his signature beard for money. In it, she wants to fulfill her lifelong dream of meeting silent film star Greta Garbo, with the title being a reference to the ad campaign for Anna Christie, Garbo's first sound film. This wasn't one of the highly acclaimed Lumet films of the 80s, but you'll have to see it to find out if they ever come across Greta Garbo.
Directed by Sidney Lumet.
Can I have a minute of your time, please?
He got the pigeon lady from across the street. Mom won't know the difference. If you're still sans brain tumor though, we're getting into October horror so damaging to your health, it has to be released in October. It's called Rocktober Blood. It's in the genre of heavy metal horror that plays up the satanic panic aspect.
From the depths of hell. He's back from the dead to seek revenge on the living.
Oh shit, Ozfest is back and we're all gonna be losing our heads! The film stars the real-life band Sorcery, who of course provided the music for it, where here a former band member who happened to be a serial killer and was executed now comes back to make the band pay. Yes, ears everywhere will bleed from their betrayal. Or if the poster's any indication, just give him a roadie. He's in a Kiss cover band now. If you ask me, they just need a new songwriter.
TriStar Pictures presents Songwriter.
We used to take about a day.
The Demons have decided to switch over to country. Yep, Chris Christopherson is still searching for some good old boy adventure.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Nothing $1 million won't fit.
No, only bad things will come from us finding money. Starring Chris Christopherson and Willie Nelson, the movie is all the proof you need that Willie and Chris are just as freaking cool off stage as they are on stage. Willie included elements of his own life story here, as it's about a man tired of the business and tired of no good bastard promoters.
They've been set up.
When's the last time you bought any bull semen, pal? It's a $100,000 bull, right?
Alright, I'll give you a half off for the bull. They're taking their career into their own hands and swindle money from the gangster managers. It's body rock with less hair gel and more draft beer. This was the second Alan Rudolph film of the year, both acclaimed movies, but while Choose Me had the sexy narrator who was flirting with me, this narrator is his hard-drinking cousin.
They didn't get mad, they got even. Ta-da! Now they're doing the driving. Songwriter.
No one in this film should be driving! And this image may look dark, but that's the intent.
There are no secrets in the dark.
Well, someone's never played a hilarious game of toe or finger. From director Ken Russell, that's definitely what they're selling it on.
In altered states, he explored the unknown powers of the mind.
Though he hated losing control of the film during Altered States, so with Crimes of Passion, we got pure Russell and pure saxophone.
The most provocative power of all. A woman.
Hoo-hoo, if Stranger Than Paradise gave us the indie wave of the 90s, Crimes of Passion is every Skinamax thriller all in one. It's another normal life by day, hooker by night movie, and if there's time, posing for a photo shoot and cover girl. Just imagine an adult-age Angel crossed with Russell's later film whore. As here, sexy-ass Kathleen Turner has a host of lovers, from a married man to a sexually repressed Anthony Perkins, that can only lead to a host of crimes. And the narrator's going back to recording with a steel hard-on.
The star of Body Heat and Romancing the Stone, Kathleen Turner.
Still no love for the hot a breed apart poster? Don't worry though, the trailer tells us that they're consenting.
Never before have two adults consented to so much.
I wish that same line was said at the end of the Songwriter trailer. While Kathleen Turner is hitting the streets, Diane Keaton is also facing some danger outdoors.
Cinema Snob.
Who are you?
Oh no, the titles are watching us again! In The Little Drummer Girl, from The World According to Garp's George Roy Hill, here Diane plays Charlie.
Her name is Charlie.
Charlie! May I call you Charlie?
Well, that's what the trailer calls me. Charlie is an actress who was recruited by the Israeli army to pose as the girlfriend of the dead brother of a Palestinian bomber that they're trying to capture. My lord, can't you send me on a more light-hearted Victor Victoria-like acting mission instead? I kinda like these kinds of movies. I was a huge fan of James Toback's '83 film Exposed, which was about a model being recruited by terrorist leader Harvey Keitel. It was an interesting little genre of the time, like I mentioned Cover Up earlier, which was a show about intelligence officers and the fashion industry. This one's a little grittier, and I do miss these kinds of far-out Diane Keaton projects, as opposed to today's, now we're running a summer camp, or now we're cheerleaders. I get it though, you reach a point where you just want to have fun making a movie, but give us another Diane Keaton spy thriller. Also swinging very, very high was the Bill Murray period piece drama The Razor's Edge.
Bill Murray, in a role unlike anything he's ever done before.
So, will there be mud wrestling in this film or not? I actually really like talking about this one, as it's a meaning of life film, and such a passion project for Murray, who was a big fan of the book, and he co-wrote the script, and part of his deal for being in Ghostbusters was he got to make this film too. Sadly, it was a big financial disappointment, maybe ahead of its time, as Steve Martin also had trouble finding an audience for Pennies from Heaven, even with that film receiving acclaim from critics. With this, I think later audiences would have warmed up to it better, because there is great stuff here. Afterwards, Murray would take a break from lead roles until '88's Scrooged, and I could see how disappointed he'd be in the then reaction to this. He put his all into this flick, and does still inject humor into his character, but there are truly gut-wrenching personal scenes here, particularly a scene where he eulogizes a man on the battlefield, and the speech Murray gives is the eulogy he gave at John Belushi's funeral, so he could still pay respects to his friend on screen. The movie isn't perfect, it's a little episodic, and there's pacing issues, but it's one that deserves a reevaluation, and should be talked about more in Murray's filmography, as it was one of his riskier films. Also, this one could be risky too. Is it far too soon for a concert film after This Is Spinal Tap? and the notorious bloodshed of Rocktober Blood, and when the Alpha Betas lost their dorm due to burning down the house while Burning Down the House was playing. Luckily, Stop Making Sense was such a big hit, it's still considered to be one of the best concert documentaries ever made, and it was directed by Jonathan Demme, who now has a 1984 film that he didn't disown. The Talking Heads put up the money themselves to make the film, as it was shot during their 1983 tour for their Speaking in Tongues album. It really captures the onstage joy, energy, and wit from the band, plus their emphasis on striking visuals and beautiful uses of color on stage. It's the film of the 80s that made us all want to walk around in a big giant suit. Hell, even when you're breaking into a home, you still gotta have a nice, sexy 80s score. Why is this thievery turning me on so much? Thief of Hearts is another erotic thriller of the month where a burglar steals a woman's diary and uses it to seduce her, and first George Wendt was in the movie with Dream Seduction, and now he's here with Stephen Bauer stealing diaries? But I don't know, she seems into it.
I know he's reading them. I can feel him turning the pages.
You were praying someone would steal that diary, weren't you? Written and directed by Douglas Day Stewart, who had success writing An Officer and a Gentleman, and here he sets his sights to women's sexual fantasies, like a visual erotic novel. Hell, it makes gunfire look like an orgasm. My lord, she was the one escorted out of the theater for masturbating during The Evil That Men Do. Produced by the powerhouse team of Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer, it's mainly notable for being their only film of the 80s that wasn't a box office hit, which they'd make up for in December with Beverly Hills Cop, so I would say Thief of Hearts is simply their best defense of 84, however this is a bit better than best defense. This one's got a title song. Just saying, The Heat Is On by Glenn Frey is the better tune. But if teaching life was chaotic for Jo Beth Williams, wait till you see her home life.
Kathy Palmer has everything a woman could want. A home, a family, and a secret identity.
She's gonna pursue Greta Garbo by going undercover in Palestine. In 1984, we had patriotism and dreams, so why wouldn't there be a movie called American Dreamer? It's about a writer who goes on a trip to Paris, who then suffers memory loss and thinks she actually is the character in her spy books. It's perfect for the audience member who wanted an offspring of Romancing the Stone and Until September. This was another from CBS Theatrical Films, and another in their long line of box office disappointments, which was largely due to them only being offered leftover films that the major studios didn't want, leading to their eventual closure in 1985. But you'll have to see the film if you want to know if they survive a fall from a rooftop.
American Dreamer.
Now playing at a theater near you. Consult local listings.
You should have teased it by saying from the director of Halloween 2. I know you got some blue balls still going on from the erotic thrillers, but don't worry, Brian De Palma's got the best one of the month right here that will make your balls explode like a gunshot. God damn it, I lost Kathleen Turner's number. What De Palma did with Dress to Kill via Psycho and Blow Up with Blowout, here we have his take on Rear Window, where Craig Wasson is a struggling actor losing a spy role to Diane Keaton, who's got nothing else to do, just a little bit of watching the neighbors across the street. Hope the music isn't too loud. I love this film. It has a scene on a pornographic set that has Frankie Goes to Hollywood in it. This isn't just simply Rear Window again. De Palma uses it as a base for a story of Hollywood illusions from its B-movie opening and closing, and uses old Hollywood techniques to draw a parallel between Hollywood filmmaking and exploitation cinema, with the pornographic world being depicted like a big-budget music video. It's a funny film too, that like De Palma's Blowout, had trouble finding an audience then, but gained a tremendous amount of praise later, being a quintessential discovered on HBO movie. And I love that recently it finally got a reference on Real Time, with Bill Maher making the joke of, maybe I was in that movie. But moving right along to a film that looks like something Wasson's character in Body Double would have starred in. I don't think Melanie Griffith or Frankie Goes to Hollywood are gonna be in this. It's October, let's get a Tim Ritter Super 8 film in here. This is the Day of the Reaper. What more do you need? There's a masked cannibal, and you got some girls on vacation. It can be the sledgehammer of the year. Just replace the sledgehammer with an axe and we're good. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, why is no one stopping this? It's broad daylight, someone help us, you cowards! And we had a parent movie from the writer of Coal Miner's Daughter, so let's get one from Michael Apted, the director of Coal Miner's Daughter. Sure, it's got a poster that screams loner teen comedy, but what it really is a drama where Corey Haim, in his first film, doesn't much care for the new boyfriend of his mother, Terry Garr.
Open the door!
There's your mother. You want me to hurt your mother? Do it. Firstborn.
Have you learned nothing about stepdads? You're supposed to scream for help! Oh wait, the hard-ass boyfriend is Peter Weller? Sorry kid, you're all screwed!
Next time you pass judgment on me, don't go whine to your mother like some chicken shit wimp.
No wonder Peter is stressed out and demanding authority in his home. The man has to save the world while touring with his rock band and prepping for surgery. You'd want some quiet time and a beer too. Where is this concept for a Lifetime thriller playing?
Now showing at the Sam Eric 3, 1908 Chestnut and surrounding first-run theaters.
That's the Boyd Theater from Philly. That's not anywhere close to me. While Stop Making Sense was a big critical hit for the Talking Heads, same with praise that Songwriter got, and let's not forget Sorcery. Not having as much luck would be Paul McCartney, who starred in and co-wrote Give My Regards to Broad Street, a drama in which McCartney plays a fictionalized version of himself, as he had really wanted to get back into acting, and it had been since 65's Help that he had last starred in a fictional film. The movie involves a search for missing master tapes, but is mostly a day-in-the-life film, no pun intended, that was criticized for having a lot of padding, like dream sequences, rehearsal scenes, recording sessions, and concert scenes. It'd be McCartney's last starring role, but naturally the soundtrack was a lot more successful. And I like the fact that it's a McCartney movie that had a video game tie-in. And like how August had Weller and Nancy Allen, rest assured October also has Murphy and Lewis appearing in separate films. I'm surprised it's not the De Palma one. This film is not for publication. No, that's the name. It's a throwback to old school screwball comedies, where here it's about a reporter and a photographer, Nancy Allen and David Naughton, when they're not being undercover at this questionable children's show.
Lady, relax. All we want is your watch. No one's gonna rape you.
Get away from me, you. I want him to not rape me.
Good lord, 80s, why is anyone being raped? The movie was sold on it being a Paul Bartel film, who scored a hit in 1982 with Eating Raoul, and because of that success, he was able to raise the funds to make this film, which has a lot of fun making light of the tabloid world and politics, and like 1941, it's also the genre of Nancy Allen's sex appeal on airplanes. But I think we're about due to check in once more in the art house theaters.
When I first saw you this time, I was hoping to show you that I was your father.
Harry is very calm and content that the Wolverines are not going to avenge him. From writer Sam Shepard and director Wim Wenders, this one really is a triumph in Harry's career, who was already having a cool year with Repo Man and Red Dawn, but with Paris, Texas, after decades of being one of our great character actors, here he finally gets to sink his teeth into a lead role, where he plays Travis Henderson, a drifter who reconnects with his brother and estranged son, all of whom travel across the South to find the boy's mother, missing since Travis himself disappeared. It took a while, but we finally got an acclaimed father-son movie for the year. Like what De Palma did for Hitchcock films, Wenders certainly uses stuff like Easy Rider and John Ford's The Searchers as a base for exploring humanity against the backdrop of its American landscape. And it is perfect casting. I just always assumed Harry Dean Stanton and Dean Stockwell were brothers. Never mind the art theaters though. How about we dust off that old 1983 3D box? That trend may be over, but there's still a 3D horror film of '84.
How can you and Dr. Kreuger keep releasing patients as disabled as Romano?
I believe I know more about these matters than you do, Doctor.
I am holding my glasses up to my face. Clearly I am smarter than you. Silent Madness came in very late in the 80s 3D revival game, which is maybe why the trailer really isn't advertising its gimmick, even if the poster does. It's a Halloween clone where a mental patient is released and a doctor pursues him. Although I like that in this case, the release was a computer error.
Oh my god. They released the wrong man.
Well, she doesn't seem too worried. I'm sure it'll be fine. Even the narrator isn't that concerned.
A terrifying, suspense-filled voyage into the dark places of the mind.
Are you sure? You're talking about the film as if you need to take a nap. We'll get in a few 3D shots in the trailer, but it's no Jason with a harpoon gun. Again from the documentary world this month, we have Streetwise, the movie that says, Savage Streets and Angel aren't exactly like the real world. This documentary from Martin Bell sets to show how a city like Seattle, then praised as one of the nicest cities in America, can still have a lot of issues that aren't being talked about really anywhere in the media, that being lost youth. Here he focuses on homelessness among young people in the city, and how the kids' desperation leads to things like prostitution, dumpster diving, health issues, and how it all ties into a terrible home life. The movie was such an eye-opening expose that it led to follow-up films, focusing on some of them decades later, and even Facebook groups dedicated to finding the kids 30-plus years after. Some of whom finding happiness later in life, and others dying tragically, with plenty of memorials set up for them. You may need some escapism after that one. Guaranteed this one will have you covered.
In the 21st century, a weapon will be invented like no other.
Ah, the end of the world, much more uplifting. What in God's name is science doing now?
This weapon will be powerful, versatile, and indestructible.
And has a shot at winning the title of Mr. Universe. In a year of cultural phenomenons, James Cameron's The Terminator is also among them, and it's one that the studio wasn't even expecting to be as big of a hit as it was. But it was such a success, it skyrocketed the career of James Cameron, and made damn sure Arnold Schwarzenegger will be a leading man of the 80s.
This weapon will be called the Terminator.
You're dead, honey.
That's totally one of my favorite trailer cuts of the year, too. Along with the patrolman's real voice.
What day is it? The date! 12th May. Thursday. What year?
Why haven't we ADR'd your voice yet for the final film? I was obsessed with this movie as a kid, I'm sure much to the annoyance of my parents. Are we having friends over to the house? We're watching The Terminator! Or maybe a Friday the 13th movie too. It depends on my mood. Look at this. This might be the most 80s picture of me. As much love as T2 gets, which yeah, it's a great film too, I did always love the first one more. I love the 80s gritty, foggy street and tech noir look to it. Arnold is terrifying here, completely believable as a ruthless killing machine. You've got the badassery of Michael Biehn as Kyle Reese, and Linda Hamilton is great as a down-on-her-luck waitress, faced with the fact that her unborn son will be the savior of the world. And it's one hell of an arc to where she ends up at the end. The Stan Winston effects are great, the soundtrack is tense as hell, and you've got the Terminator going to a pre-apocalypse world and doing these mass murder sequences that itself makes the present look apocalyptic. 1984 seemed to have some concerns about the future.
The Terminator. Your future is in its hands.
It is? Can it be in Reese and Sarah Connor's hands instead? I don't know how to talk about this one though. This video itself is a clip show of a bunch of movies. What do I do with a movie that is a clip show? This is Terror in the Aisles, which assembled clips from horror movies all across the years, from serial killer movies to exploitation flicks to slashers and Hitchcock movies, all set to corny narration from Donald Pleasance and Nancy Allen, as Halloween and Dress to Kill are also featured. This is basically the horror movie version of something like That's Entertainment, which looked at musicals. But if it's more humor you want, a movie like 82's It Came From Hollywood took a more riff-like approach to the material. This didn't fare well with critics, as it is distracting when you see iconic scenes where the soundtrack is replaced by a less expensive track, I assumed. And many criticized it for being just a string of horror movie climaxes, but taking out the suspense that led up to them. And I get that kind of thinking back then. However, now, a movie like this is perfectly suitable if you're having like a house party around Halloween and you want to throw on a horror clip show in the background. It's good for that. Or you can be the weirdo that throws in one of the many other documentary films we're getting this month. I don't know how good for parties this would be. Luckily, these docs are all quite great. And closing out the month, we have The Times of Harvey Milk, narrated by Harvey Fierstein, I hope as his character from Garbo Talks. The movie documents the life of Harvey Milk, the first openly gay man to hold public office in California, where he was on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, and it also gets into his status as a gay icon and his assassination in 1978, leading to the trial of politician Dan White and the Twinkie defense. In a year that already had some great documentaries, it was this one that took home the Oscar for Best Documentary Feature. Unless I messed up again in its documentary feature score. Up next, if George Burns as Satan isn't gonna kill you, well, Santa Claus and Freddy Kreuger might give it a shot. They'll try their damnedest, because the month also features heroes like Chuck Norris and Supergirl. Stay tuned.
Don't fall asleep.
On the next Saturday Night Movie.
It's time to once again take a moment to consult the corrections department because I made a grave error in the October section. I said that this was the most 80s picture of me ever taken. I was very wrong. Clearly this is. Yep. Sunglasses, top loader VCR, Bryan Adams on the television. This checks out. Gotta blame someone for that mistake, because in 1984, if we weren't blaming it on Rio, we were blaming it on the night. After all, both do have theme songs.
He's the star of the world's greatest rock and roll band.
Then why wasn't he in Rocktober Blood? What kind of movie is this gonna be? Another follow your dreams to pursue rock stardom film?
Now that Elizabeth Hartman is dead, custody of the boy is your full responsibility. You don't know.
Nope, another dad movie. Someone was asking for a cross between Hard to Hold and Misunderstood. Here, Nick Mancuso plays a rock star who has custody of, Damien Thorne leaving military school.
A boy raised on the strictest of military discipline, now thrust into a pulsating new world.
You know anything about me?
Remember, just say no to any roadie who doesn't show her ID. They play this Blame It on the Night song more than this trailer played the Weekend Pass song, and at awkward times, too.
Whatever she told you, she made up. She didn't even know me.
You never asked me if I wanted to be here, did you? I don't!
Do you mind, son? We will make this song a hit, even if we have to punch anyone who dares play something from the songwriter soundtrack. And the best part is, it isn't even the only rock star dad movie of the month. Is that what this next movie's gonna be?
Cambodia.
To many Westerners, it seemed a paradise.
Yes, that's right. The Creedence Clearwater Revival story. Kidding, it's The Killing Fields, a story of journalism not nearly as zany as not for publication.
In 1973, I went to cover this sideshow struggle as foreign correspondent of the New York Times.
My lord, any other story I can cover? Can I please just be a hard-drinking 70s film critic instead? One of the biggest critical hits of the year, nominated for 7 Oscars and winning Best Supporting Actor for Hang S. Noor, who had no prior acting experience. In it, Sam Waterston is a reporter covering the Cambodian Civil War and the rise of the Khmer Rouge occupation.
2 men would learn the price of survival.
Having to locate the nearest RC Cola machine when they destroyed the Coke products. They're gonna be fine. Look, they've got photojournalist John Malkovich on their side. If he can save Sally Field's farm, he can save Cambodia. Most importantly, it's a powerful story of friendship and don't spoil it movie.
One would leave to tell his story and win the Pulitzer Prize for international reporting.
He did lose the Best Actor Oscar, though, to F. Murray Abraham. It does draw from real-world experience from Noor himself surviving the Khmer Rouge, and I'm guessing this will be slightly more realistic than the Chuck Norris movie we've got coming up later. Or if it will match the sound effects of the next film. Officer Jones is back! No time to stop the fight breaking out in the Alphabet City Theater. This time he co-stars in Love Lines. It's a Battle of the Bands movie featuring bands from competing high schools where the competition is so rough, throwing someone in a dumpster seems like a step up. They barely have time to fall in love when they're not slamming doors into their face. Also, I think the Terminator may have traveled from the future to stop our heroes from winning. No, the wild stallions have to save the world! It's gonna be really awkward when one has to take time off because they have a son in the military school band. It's 1984, people. Whoever can break dance the best will probably win. This sabotage has gone too far. See, they even made the stage explode! Now you may have noticed that there were some prominent trends from 80 to 83 that didn't die in 84, but we were starting to see less of certain movies. There weren't as many post-Porky's sex comedies, the number of post-Conan fantasy movies shrank, same with there being not as many post-apocalyptic films. Another genre like that too is the slasher. In the early 80s, we had numerous post-Friday the 13th flicks, hoping to capitalize on that wave, and while there were many produced in 82 and 83, they were seeing not as much profit, despite still being cheap to produce. Audiences were growing tired of seeing the same movies over and over again, and really the biggest slasher hits were the sequels, as this year's Friday the 13th, The Final Chapter, made a great profit, but in supposedly killing off Jason, it seemed like the end of an era, and some new blood had to come in and reignite the genre to make it feel fresh and inspire a whole new set of films after. And that's just what this one did.
The kids of Elm Street don't know it yet, but something is coming to get them.
Wait, I know that trailer voice.
Welcome to Sleepaway Camp. Someone is watching you.
Oh my god, Angela's now haunting them in their sleep! From horror legend Wes Craven, it was the perfect year for Freddy Kreuger to come in and breathe new life into slashers. This was the year of chasing your dreams, people crushing your dreams, people saving you in your dreams, and now they're killing you in your dreams.
No one knows where it came from or who it will visit next.
He's the son of 100 maniacs, and his mom's a nun. Just ask Craig Wasson. And there's only one rule to survive.
Don't fall asleep.
That's just Hunter Thompson's acid kicking in. And like the voice of the patrolman in the Terminator, we haven't done all the ADR yet.
I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy.
That wasn't Robert Englund. It's gotta be the preacher from Crimes of Passion again. As fun as the series still was when it got more comedic, I still prefer these early Elm Street films where the tone is bleak and Freddy is scary as hell. The ultimate stranger danger movie where the charred child predator will literally haunt you in your sleep. If you can even get to sleep. Good lord, there's a lot of rock movies recently.
If you're looking for trouble, don't go to no trouble.
So is Demi Moore this kid's mom? Hey, why not? If Blame It on the Night is rock star misunderstood, No Small Affair is directed by Jerry Schatzberg, the director of Misunderstood. And George Wendt has gone from the dream world to the thief world and is now in the music biz. Or that's just Norm asking when the music can stop so he can finish his drink. The film stars John Cryer as a teenage photographer who falls for a girl he gets a picture of, becomes obsessed, and finds that she's a singer and he wants to help her career. Excellent. A rom-com that could easily be a Brian De Palma thriller if need be. This spent a lot of time in pre-production, as at one point it was supposed to star Matthew Broderick and Sally Field before that production was scrapped when the original director Martin Ritt fell ill, but production picked up again a couple of years after with a new cast and new director. The movie came and went, but is notable now for being the first film with John Cryer, plus Tim Robbins and Jennifer Tilly. Maybe audiences were tired of the rock and roll movies. After all, here's another.
When a rock and roll singer sold his soul to become a star.
This is fun!
Guess who answered his prayer?
Oh my god, Mr. Kite of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band! I'm gonna be a star like the Bee Gees! Yes, it's George Burns and George Burns in the third and final part of the Oh God trilogy, where God and the devil fight for control of Ted Wass's soul, who plays an up-and-coming rocker.
I hate it when he does that.
Well, that also explains the similar slapstick from Songwriter. They got revenge on everyone else, but didn't think to go after the devil. Probably because he'll set you on fire.
What happens when my contract is up?
The original Oh God film was great and all, but did lack gambling over souls and intense contract negotiations. I do remember liking this as a kid. Clearly the first is still the best, but while the second was just a lesser version of the first with the same plot, the third did do something different, and the gimmick of Burns also having a blast as the devil was enough to give it some laughs. There's dad stuff in this one too, as I haven't seen this film in 30 years, but still remember that damn song that he sings to his kid.
Can do, this guy says the horse can do.
Will I sing that song to my kid? No, I don't want that to get stuck in his head too. I'll sing him Weekend Pass. While A Nightmare on Elm Street was a huge boost for slashers in '84, that sadly wasn't the case for Silent Night, Deadly Night, which was released on the same day. That's unfortunate because this does plenty of original stuff with the slasher formula too, and honestly, I really love this film. And it's even got the same trailer guy.
In hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
What's wrong? You don't want the Smucker's Jam guy who voiced Best Defense and Songwriter? I'm sure he loves the holidays too. What this movie does have going for it in '84 is the notion of bad publicity is good publicity in the long run. This was the most controversial horror film of the year, due to the killer Santa aspect of the ad campaign, even though Santa himself isn't in it and it's just a killer dressed as Santa. That didn't stop the outrage mob, as pearl-clutching parents, having not seen Christmas Evil, I guess, protested the movie like mad, and along with the anger from critics, the movie was pulled after only a week in theaters. Because pitching a bitch fit is apparently easier than, you know, just not going to see the movie. That said, this low-budget movie did still make a profit in that week, and the controversy caused curious minds to check it out on video and on television, giving it enough popularity to still spawn a franchise. There's so much the movie does well. Written off as just another slasher, it really isn't. It goes the unique route of actually having the killer as the main character, and the whole first half sets up all of the events in this man's life that leads him to putting on a Santa suit and killing people, from witnessing his his parents' murder to abuse he suffered in an orphanage. It's actually a very tragic story that does still have fun kills and the sleaziness we expect in a slasher. I think it's one of the highlights of the genre, and not gonna lie, the song Santa's Watching is unironically one of my favorite Christmas songs. The parents all up in arms with Silent Night, Deadly Night didn't seem to have a problem with BC rock though, the animated film that's got dinosaurs banging. That's right, if God can save the soul of a rock singer, he can also use rock and roll to explain the dawn of man. So what this actually is a Belgian film from 1980 called The Missing Link, which was directed by Picha, the director of Tarzoon, Shame of the Jungle. When the movie came to the United States in 1984, it was not only retitled BC Rock, but was also given new comedic dialogue by the duo The Funny Boys. The soundtrack by Leo Sayer was also replaced with other songs, and a lot of scenes were re-edited. This version would prove harder to find for a while, as it only existed on bootlegs, but once the internet video age hit, it's pretty easy to find online if you want to watch it. Like I said earlier, while there were less sex comedies of the year than in the previous couple of years, they were still here, like slashers. They just weren't a surefire low-budget moneymaker. And I'm assuming we've got another right here. Yep, cheerleader competition, audience full of horny teenage boys. What in the world are they gonna title this one? Better be something dignified. Oh, subtle. I bet the F stands for the love of God. Can we get some security at these schools? Linda Blair can't be everywhere to protect these cheerleaders. Although the alternate titles were TNA Academy 2 and Cheerballs. So, okay, I guess Gimme an F is the more mature title, since I doubt it even references the events of TNA Academy 1. I'm surprised they didn't retitle it again in the 90s. The movie is about a misfit team known as the Ducks. You could have had a cash-in re-release title like the Mighty Fs. It's an important one to see for the month, while Heather Langenkamp was holding down the fort being one of the best slasher heroes of the decade. This one's got Lisa Wilcox of Elm Street 4 and 5, making sure the cheerleader movies are just like Flashdance. You sure there's not a killer who shows up somewhere in this? I don't know what's worse, a killer showing up, or that the cheerleader camp is run by this guy, Bucky Berkshire, who goes by Dr. Spirit. This guy looks like a walking, talking civil court case. Perhaps the Christy McNichol movie will be less naughty. Look at the poster. Shh, don't tell anyone. I can do anything with my leg in the bedroom. Oh, gotta know what this one's about.
Meet the uncommonly talented.
Thank you very much.
And totally enchanting.
Well, that's a bit classier than how they described her in The Night the Lights Went Out in Georgia.
In case you haven't guessed, sweet little Christy McNichol isn't that little anymore.
Phew, guess that guy retired from narrating and then went on to run a cheerleader camp. This is Just the Way You Are, where Christy is going through a host of 1984 guys, from Louis Skolnick to Alex of the Last Starfighter. Only problem is, she's treated differently due to her disability that requires a leg brace, until one day she says no to an arranged marriage with a gay man and disguises her cast to see if people will treat her better in Paris, leading to one hell of a tagline.
Christy McNichol is a girl who turned a cast into a glass slipper.
I'd like to have been in the room when that was pitched. Can't get laid because of your disability? Go to France! They don't give a shit. Plus, Chuck Norris is taking a vacation too, somewhere where no one will make fun of his beard. The place? Nom, bro.
Vietnam, 1984. Chuck Norris is James Brand.
Sorry, I left my Creedence tapes here in '69 and want them back. Yes, while The Killing Fields was a very personal, dramatic war film of the month, here comes Missing in Action, an early entry in the post-Rambo wave of films called Vetsploitation. And like 85's Rambo First Blood Part 2, it's a very 80s Reagan-era type of film that you can describe as, what if we went back to Vietnam and kicked their asses and freaking won? Why not? November of '84 was the presidential election. We voted Reagan and partied with Chuck Norris. This kind of uplifting war film will fit right in with the patriotic '80s. In it, Norris is James Braddock, who returns to Nam to rescue prisoners from the POW camp that he escaped from.
We're going home? Missing in action.
Damn right.
Well, I don't know. I kind of like it here now. They opened up a Pizza Hut down the road. You mean we could have had Norris win the war the whole time?
The war isn't over until the last man comes home.
Or until this type of film stops making money, but until then, the Cannon Group is gonna make a ton more Norris movies. It was the second hit of the year, too, for director Joseph Zito of Friday the 13th, The Final Chapter, and it was made back-to-back with Missing in Action 2, The Beginning. However, and I don't know if I've seen this happen before, the first one is actually the second film, but it tested better, so Cannon released this first, and then billed the second as a prequel. I mean, I've seen that happen with import movies coming to the States, but I love that they were like, no one will be confused, the second's better, so release that first. And while Elm Street did something different for slashers, now we've got one going ballistic with end-of-the-world films in Night of the Comet.
Did you ever wonder what it would be like to be one of the last people on Earth?
No, I didn't. I'm content with knowing I'll be among the first to be vaporized. Although here, the teens do survive by being in a movie theater, so maybe I do have a chance. While Lance Guest is calling poor Christy McNichol, Last Starfighter's Catherine Mary Stewart is having a great time even though arcade skills didn't save the planet.
Well, get ready to find out, because the comet is coming into your orbit.
I don't know what the kids from Red Dawn are complaining about. In Night of the Comet, a comet wipes out nearly the whole world, but this band of teenagers are looking at the bright side. Sure, there's zombies, but we can do all the shooting, drinking, lighting off fireworks, and all the clothes-changing montages we can. It worked to kill time in the Monroeville Mall. This is a very funny, entertaining, suspenseful film that, like what Dawn of the Dead did for the end of the world and consumerism, this one uses it as a youth culture satire, where we can play all the arcade games we want now that everyone's been vaporized. Now that one may be original, but we're already starting to see some knockoffs of 1984 hits. Police Academy was one of the biggest comedies of the year, and is the type of comedy that can have ripoffs done on the cheap. How about we start now? The Porky's ripoffs and Smokeysploitation movies are old news. Enter the Police Academy era.
They were trained at the police academy. They were toughened on the streets of LA.
Just use the words Police Academy in your advertising. They know they're not fooling anyone. Here we have the Night Patrol. What? That guy's the captain? But he's tiny. If you saw The Extinction in Night of the Comet and decided to blame it on the night, you can save your nightmares by calling in the Night Patrol. November is the month of 100 nights. This movie makes sense to me. Crime is still out of control. Officer Jones is busy on the love lines. Officer Fackler is dead. The only person we know who can clean up these savage streets is Linda Blair.
Danger.
Ever call me dumb?
Heroism.
Damn right, she'll do the job the cops aren't doing.
The kid! Oh, you shot the kid!
Good lord, then he was transferred and partnered with a talking dog. It's okay, people, like our 80s Saturday morning cartoons, it'll have a message.
Plus, it's educational.
What's a boner?
Ugh, that guy definitely went to see Gimme an F. The movie also stars Murray Langston of the Unknown Comic fame, and Pat Morita, I'm guessing filmed before The Karate Kid. He's credited here as rape victim. It is going for a higher body count than Police Academy.
Night Patrol.
Oh, why not? That's how Bronson cleans up crime too, minus saying stop or I'll shoot. And probably not announcing their gunfire is the film Raw Courage, sometimes just called Courage. The rawness will cost extra. This is that cross between inspirational sports movies and tense fight-for-your-life thrillers that we needed in '84. In it, a group of marathon runners do a 70-plus mile run through New Mexico. Already off to a great idea. But instead of running into mutant mountain men, they're taken hostage by a psycho right-wing militia led by M. Emmett Walsh. Just saying, I think our boys have a good shot at outrunning these villains. If you think this sounds like Chariots of Fire had a baby with Deliverance, look, not only is Deliverance's Ronnie Cox in the film, but he also co-wrote the script along with his wife, Mary Cox. But seriously, I want to see the same movie where Emmett Walsh is hunting marathon runners as his sniper character from The Jerk. We know them mutants from the Hills Have Eyes aren't around, but what about the heroes like Robert Houston? Well, he's busy writing and directing the next film titled Bad Manners, which sets out to do for orphanages what Animal House did for dorms.
Drink your milk, kiddies. It's good for you.
Wow, which one of them is going to grow up to be an axe-wielding Santa Claus? It's too soon after Silent Night, Deadly Night to show the lighter side of Catholic orphanage abuse. And it gets even zanier when one is adopted. Aw, no fair! The new parents won't let me crash holes in the wall. Luckily, his friends from the orphanage will band together for a rescue mission. Never mind, rescuing people is hard. How about a partying montage instead?
We are the wild ones. We're sticking together.
They wouldn't let us use this song in the wildlife, so why not this film? Martin Mull would have had better luck adopting Andy Barclay and Chucky. There'd be less motorcycles in the pool, not as many samurai, or gunfire. The hell? Did you also call in the night patrol? I think we've got a couple cars left over from the year that haven't exploded. Here you go! You sure this is a movie about orphans? What trailer voice are we gonna get here?
Bad Manners.
Excellent. I figured he'd say the title as if he was in the middle of a belch. Rest assured, there's still Oscar season movies, hence The Killing Fields earlier in the month, but this is a very interesting season where you have a romance film called Falling in Love that's starring acting powerhouses like Robert De Niro and Meryl Streep and directed by Ulu Grossbard, who previously made True Confessions with De Niro. However, that didn't save it from being about as forgotten a romance like we had with the films back in September. Here, De Niro and Streep are married to other people, but strike up a bond from commuting on the train every day.
Two people finding each other.
Very married.
I am too.
Whatever, cheating's in. It's the 60s all over again. Scooch over, Gene and Kelly. Let me slide in there. And bring some more surprising cast members too.
What am I supposed to do? Take it to a hotel? Take it to my apartment. Am I using it?
Seriously, Harvey, what are we doing here? Were you told this was a Scorsese film too? Someone's lying. Certainly it's a cast that does elevate it, despite it being one where you're asking, should these two end up together?
What's going on? With us, I mean, what's the matter?
I met a woman on a train.
I'm gonna go see him.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this?
I have to go.
Hey, do you have a good divorce attorney? Yeah, me too. It's gonna be a magical couple of years before we also break up. Also having a busy year was Fran Drescher, having been in the hit This Is Spinal Tap, plus the soap opera parody Young Lust, and she's also in this film too, Rosebud Beach Hotel. The classic story of when the Hotel New Hampshire is all booked up, so you gotta stay at the far less highly rated hotel. The film stars Peter Scolari and Colleen Camp, with Scolari also getting in on some post-bosom buddies shenanigans after Hank's had bachelor party. Here the two take over her dad Christopher Lee's resort, and it's a sex comedy too, so why not turn it into a brothel? You're all much older than Joel from Risky Business, you should know better than this. You've got enough stress on your hands, considering someone's also trying to blow up the place. I am all about this film though. You know why? It also features the great Eddie Deason. He'll keep the surfers away from the hotel with his poisoned cola. And it's Deason and Christopher Lee returning together in a film after they were both in the dramedy Desperate Moves, the one where Steve Tracy moved to the big city and became a roller boy. Well, maybe I will stay in this hotel after all. The ad says it comes with complimentary sex and laughter. That's all I ask in a place to stay. Coming in at the end of November, though, it's the biggest budgeted movie of the month. Grab the family! It's Thanksgiving break! What are we gonna see?
She came halfway across the universe in search of a cosmic power source that could save her world from destruction.
Perhaps we'll wait till later with the Toxic Avenger. Superman's on vacation. We need another savior from the same universe. Who could it be?
Who on earth are you?
You know, I think I recognize the costume.
Perfect. A Crypto the Superdog movie. Whoop, not quite. This one's far sexier.
Alexander Salkind presents Supergirl in her first great adventure.
Which, after this movie's low box office, they sold the rights to the Cannon Group, who made Superman 4. Kinda makes sense. Something about this already feels like a Cannon film. I think I know what went wrong here.
Like Superman.
He's my cousin.
Whoa.
See, that's Hart Bachner without a beard, and much like Ron Silver in Garbo Talks, we can't have Ellis and Silver going around sans beard. It's just wrong. The movie's already poked fun at a lot on the internet and by critics, but I'll say some good things about it. Helen Slater is really good here and extremely likable, and Faye Dunaway completely steals it in a very campy performance, and Dunaway just has that power to create a campy villain while also being threatening too. Mommy Dearest is a way better movie, but even in this you see how her influence spread to a lot of over-the-top entertainers like RuPaul.
Now I am really upset.
Bring back my Kryptonians. You also have Peter O'Toole here acting drunk off his ass and also bringing life to some scenes.
My neighbors know the criminals, the corrupt, the evil. They're here, over the hill there.
Someone's gotten into Tiberius's wine again. It's not great, but it isn't boring, and has enough of a cult following that it did get some respect at the end of 2023's The Flash movie, and Slater would still become a huge part of DC media, having other roles in Smallville, the Supergirl TV series, and the DC Superhero Girls. It's a decent rental. Maybe that's why it's the one that's in the big box. Coming up next, we're closing out the year, and how. We've got Francis Ford Coppola, David Lynch, John Carpenter, David Lean, Burt Reynolds, Clint Eastwood, and most importantly, Electric Boogaloo, of course.
The secret is revealed in Dune. This week on the Saturday Night Movie.
The holiday movie season is here, people. We've got a month loaded with hits, so let's dive right in because we've already got the biggest hit of December and the biggest hit in its release year. Oh my god, they made a sequel to Christine! Kidding. After Best Defense, Eddie is back, baby!
Eddie Murphy is a Detroit cop.
I did it! I caught the guy who tried robbing Billy! This action comedy classic has Axel Foley investigating the death of his friend by going out to Beverly Hills, where everyone is wearing Eddie's stand-up suits all wrong. He'll find the answers he needs quickly.
I have to ask you some questions about Michael Tandina.
Whew, I gotta get used to this if I'm gonna be doing this again 40 years later. This went through different iterations when producer Don Simpson pitched the idea, and at one point it was gonna be a dark Stallone film, but don't worry, Stallone will get his chance to defeat Steven Berkoff in Rambo 2. Eddie really made this movie his own, though I'd like to think that this was still in the Stallone script.
May I help you? Yeah. I'm looking for Victor Maitland.
Definitely on his way to see Rhinestone. Eddie was allowed to do a lot of improving, but it works here as he still keeps in character for a funny, suspenseful film where the villains play it gloriously hardcore, and not only does it have those great tunes from Glenn Frey and the Pointer Sisters, but that music from Harold Faltermeyer gives it one of the best musical scores of the 80s. This was for a little bit the biggest hit of 1984, till a year later when Ghostbusters was re-released. But personally, I still wish the Smuckers guy from the Best Defense and Songwriter trailer was still narrating it. Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop is more fun than a banana in the tailpipe. Now, despite the next film being called 2010, I still hope it's very 80s.
How are you going to convince your people to allow Americans to go on the flight?
We are going to get there first.
Damn, I had no idea that Cold War tensions were still big in 2010. Thanks, Obama. If we can have a sequel to Hitchcock's Psycho in '83 and have it turn out to be good, let's try our luck in making a sequel to Kubrick's 2001, which is also based on a book by Arthur C. Clarke, this time 2010 Odyssey 2, where here the US and the Russians team up to find out what happened with the Discovery, the HAL 9000, and if space itself will have the definitive theories on the ending of the Kubrick film. With it being about a possible search and rescue, just think of it like the Beneath the Planet of the Apes of Arthur C. Clarke films. Directed by Peter Hyams, I actually do like this film, though it does take some getting used to in accepting it as a sequel, in that Kubrick's style is so unique that looking at a sequel done in a completely different style takes a minute to buy that it's the same universe. Even with people like Keir Dooley and Douglas Rain as Hal returning for the film. I remember having that same issue with Dr. Sleep as well. But the ensemble cast, including Roy Scheider, John Lithgow, and Helen Mirren, make it a good watch, even if the trailer gives away that the space baby was actually in the Phantom Zone the whole time. Call up drunk Peter O'Toole again, maybe he can explain it to us. Meanwhile, on Earth, the city is bound to be safe when we've got Clint Eastwood and Burt Reynolds teaming up.
Listen, don't kill anybody. Let me say this to you one more time. Do not kill anybody. Do me a favor. Don't save my life anymore.
My pleasure.
It's Clint and Burt. Someone's gonna get shot or punched. I think the problem here is that it's reminding me to see something else.
Clint is a street-smart flatfoot. Burt is a wisecracking gumshoe. And together, the heat is on.
Okay, fine, I will see Beverly Hills Cop a second time. In it, Reynolds is a PI who teams up with Officer Clint Eastwood to solve a murder in the 1930s, and it's a very comedic take on an old-school film noir plot, but did have a troubled production. The script was by Blake Edwards, who was supposed to direct, but was replaced and his script heavily changed to where he used the pseudonym Sam O. Brown for his writing credit as a reference to his Hollywood satire S.O.B. This really should have been one of the biggest movies of the year. It's Clint and Burt starring together, and with their natural chemistry, they are good in it, and it's better than Burt's '84 film Cannonball Run 2, but not as good as Eastwood's movie of the year Tightrope. With negative reviews from critics, it did only so-so business and wasn't the hit that it could have been.
Well, it's simple. You go ahead and make your shot, and I put you to sleep.
Maybe should have had more sound effects. I think it's okay. There are funny bits here, like them pulling out their guns like it's a dick measuring contest. But a movie starring these two should be great instead of simply decent, despite the costuming.
Clint Eastwood and Burt Reynolds in City Heat. Need we say more?
It's also very hard to buy this as a sequel to The Shining. I've got a good feeling about this, though. In the tradition of Jekyll and Hyde together again, Dracula the Dirty Old Man, and Lady Frankenstein, comes Frankenstein's great-aunt Tilly. Settle down, pervy-ass producer. We've got some questions here, like what in the hell is Frankenstein's great-aunt Tilly? Okay, so is this movie a porno version of itself? Careful now, you're breaking the set. We spent tons on construction paper to make it. The monster looks like the one guy who got dressed up to see Rocktober Blood. And what is Donald Pleasance doing in this?
Black is certainly your color.
Cut, try it again while sounding less dead inside. So City Heat can rest easily this month, I guess. That may have had bad reviews, but not nearly as bad as the reception to this.
Women of Mucklefugger, down with trousers and up with skirts.
Good lord, forget the Smuckers guy doing the trailer. Here I think they got narration from the old Fig Newton's ad.
Oh, darlings, don't you be missing when Frankenstein's great Aunt Tilly comes to your theater?
This ain't coming to a theater near me, no matter who is in it.
Zasagabor. And Aldo Ray.
What'd you do? Flatten their tires so they have no choice but to be in it? When in doubt, go back to a horror film that contains dreams.
Before the initiation begins, the subjects are studied. Even their dreams are recorded.
Daphne Zuniga is still having a hard time in college after she was in the dorm that dripped blood.
The sorority house, the sanitarium, the empty shopping mall.
My stars, I'm never watching Dawn of the Dead and Silent Madness back to back ever again. This is called the initiation, where I'm guessing the main part of their initiation is to avoid slasher killers as much as possible. See, if you avoid sharp objects, you're in. And it's got Vera Miles in it. We can make believe it's Psycho, the college years.
The ceremony that will never die, as long as new blood is pledged.
Damn, the Tri-Lambs winning control of the Greek Council did not make our sororities safer after all. Should have seen it coming. However, Beverly Hills Cop ain't the only movie of the month that at one time had Stallone involved, nor is City Heat the only jazzy film in December. My 80s series is a bit different than my 60s series. In the 60s, I was talking about cheap nudie films directed by Coppola, whereas here, it's a slightly bigger budgeted Coppola film.
It was the age of jazz, and gangsters, and bootleg booze.
And getting drunk enough to dress like a wolf at a sex party. Francis Ford Coppola's The Cotton Club is like seeing what happens when characters from Once Upon a Time in America go out for a night on the town.
This was their playground. The Cotton Club.
And the best part, they know I mean ice when I say on the rocks. This is actually a very good film that uses the jazz club, the Cotton Club, as a backdrop for a very fun set of characters, including Richard Gere as an up-and-coming jazz musician.
Richard Gere is Dixie Dwyer. He came here looking for fame.
Maybe not so close to my ear, can't you see it's bleeding? It's also got a mafia plot where James Remar is Dutch Schultz, and Nick Cage is Gere's brother who gets in deep with the mob, and it also shows the mob ties of club owner Bob Hoskins. It's just like Thank God It's Friday, only replace the disco ball and the Commodores with flappers and a pair of tap dancing shoes. The movie went way over budget to where it was very hard for it to make its money back, but with its high energy, style, great characters, beautiful production design, there's a ton to love about it, but sadly it didn't find the audience that it deserved in '84. It also had a hard time competing with other hits of the season, but like Coppola's One from the Heart, you still see a real passion for filmmaking here.
And the legends of jazz lit up the night.
Can the janitor please stop cleaning the stage with Crisco? From its music to fantastic dance sequences, this is a gangster film that deserves more love. Speaking of not being appreciated in its time and going over budget, and featuring characters that make you want to dance, we've got David Lynch's adaptation of Frank Herbert's Dune, but while Coppola's The Cotton Club still received praise from critics and award nominations, Dune didn't quite have critics on its side in '84, and made some of the worst of the year lists, while The Cotton Club made some best lists. I've already talked about the movie at length in my Snob review, so check that out if you get the chance, but I do like this film. And like some audiences, it did take me a while to like it. It's easy to scoff at sentences like, maybe if you see it again, you'll like it better. But sometimes that is true for me. I didn't like this at all the first couple times I saw it, because it is so dense and not exactly user-friendly if you go in blind. But eventually, knowing what the hell's going on in it, it did make me like it better, and also the uniqueness of what a David Lynch blockbuster looks like. The Villeneuve films are clearly the better adaptations in terms of them being way less condensed, but there are things about Lynch's I do like better. I like the crazy effects here. I like the dirty-ass style of it better. Lynch's movie is a more quotable film, and actors are allowed to go a bit more over the top here. I like the soundtrack to this one better, as Toto gives it some pretty rockin' tracks. Despite its flaws, it's got enough of a personality all of its own that it is the version of Dune that I am more apt to watch again, as even its flaws in storytelling still provide some amusement. Maybe this next one will have more mass appeal. After all, it's called Mass Appeal.
All this week, the rector and the faculty at St. Francis will be deciding which seminarian should become deacon.
Oh, you mean that kind of mass? I'd scoff, but I kinda like that pun title. Jack Lemmon will bring laughter back to the church.
I think women should be priests.
You really should invest in a portable pulpit.
I gotta stop debating at colleges. Here Jack takes a young liberal student under his wing in the hopes of changing the young man's ways.
You come here with your mink hats and your blue hair.
You're going out the back way today.
What a different time period when it was the old conservatives who had the blue hair. But here it's the older father who starts changing his views of the church, and also the young man may be gay too.
And I discovered that I could never reconcile my inner emotional world that way. So I invite celibacy.
Yeah, look, son, celibacy ain't so great. It gets old falling asleep with a bottle of wild turkey. Turns out it didn't quite have mass appeal, as it wasn't a huge hit, despite some good performances, and it goes out on a pun tagline as well.
Mass Appeal, the story of two men who learn to believe in each other.
It feels like it's this close to being a fake trailer from Tropic Thunder. But if the year 2010 looked very 1984, we now need the year 1984 to look futuristic. I've also checked out George Orwell from the library. Ooh, this better not be political.
Well, we are preparing, Winston. It's a constant victory, a constant triumph.
Damn, this concert film for the Eurythmics goes hard. Michael Radford's adaptation of 1984 takes Orwell's book so seriously, it advertised that it was filmed during the actual months the book takes place. I look forward to them doing the same thing in 1,000 years when they make a 3001 film. Starring John Hurt and was the final film for Richard Burton, this music video is bleak. Don't go outside city limits. I think Alan Parker is filming The Wall nearby. It's the timeless story of Winston Smith fighting against the regime's attack on critical thinking and their efforts to stifle individualism, all what Orwell envisioned. Sex, crime.
George Orwell had a vision of the future.
There will be poppin' tunes about sex crimes all over the streets. It doesn't matter what it's about. All you gotta know is whatever makes you mad politically is just like 1984. We used spying technology to suss out LA's murderers, just like 1984. My God, I was kicked out of a business just because I didn't follow their rules, just like 1984. I got in trouble at work when I got drunk and said racist shit on Twitter. My God, it's like I'm living in an Orwellian nightmare! Joking aside, I do like the film and its gritty version of the year. Like a future designed to play the Marauder cut of Metropolis on repeat till everyone dances in unison. While we had the final film of an acting legend with this one, next it was the last film for a directing legend, as we've got A Passage to India, which was not only the final film for master of epics David Lean, but it was his return to directing after a 14-year absence, with his previous film being 1970's Ryan's Daughter. Even with him being a brilliant director, it's still a gamble to come back after all these years and risking a dud as your final film, but luckily that's not what happened here, as Lean for sure went out on a high note. Taking place in the 1920s during the British Raj rule of India, and how when a British woman is given a tour from a young Indian doctor, something happens in a cave that leads to the doctor being put on trial for rape, further igniting a brutal divide in the country, bringing racism and cultural clashes even more so to light. Praised for being a faithful adaptation of the book by E.M. Forster, it not only received nominations for picture and director, but also Peggy Ashcroft became the oldest actress to win the award for supporting actress. Definitely a worthy film in a great director's catalog. Not performing as well though is another sci-fi film of the month, but that doesn't mean it ain't worth watching. This is Runaway, a cop film where Tom Selleck and Cynthia Rhodes partner up to stop Rocktober blood once and for all by bringing in Gene Simmons himself. We put a stop to the Terminator, now we must do away with other robots predicting the future.
Did he do his homework?
Yes, he got an A in math today. Will your guest be staying for dinner?
Me?
I'm fairly certain the movie predicted Alexa. This seems like a pilot for a cop show, a badass cop show, where their unit specializes in robot crime, and the big bad is Gene, hell-bent on creating killer robots. 1984 is as scared of robots as it is parachuting Russians.
Machines trained to serve humans are turning against them.
Okay, fine, I won't use the decaf pods anymore. It's like watching Gene Simmons create the machines that went crazy in Maximum Overdrive. This wasn't a hit, same with Selleck's other film of the year, Lasseter, but unlike Lasseter, this one has a well-deserved cult following, due of course to its casting, and establishing where G.W. Bailey gained his mistrust of robotics before tracking down number Johnny 5. And like the Killing Fields, Coke products still aren't safe. Sure, there's better movies in December of '84, but you get yourself some snacks and some drinks. Runaway is still a great time for a fun Friday night hanging out at home watching movies. Certainly a better film, though, that also involves sci-fi is Starman, and don't let the sinister music and explosions fool you, because this is a John Carpenter film about an alien coming to Earth who doesn't want to kill us. We needed the aliens to come in and show us how to do a Karen Allen love story of '84 that isn't creepy like Until September. Yes, this more than makes up for that film, as an alien played by Jeff Bridges takes the form of Allen's dead husband in order to get her to drive him to a rendezvous point in Arizona. There will still be explosions along the way.
What's the matter with you?
Oh man, I want those practical joke orbs. This is a sentimental film to me, as it was the first John Carpenter movie I saw, which makes sense. I saw it as a little kid, and it is his most family-friendly, I guess. But Starman really is perfect in so many ways. It's a true audience film that has suspense, it has comedy, it deals in grief, in paranoia, has pretty shocking turns of violence, and at its heart is a great romance. And could have easily just been seen as another E.T. clone, but it is its own animal, with a beautiful ending that still sticks with me to this day, and its powerful score by Jack Niche, who's also having a comeback after a snob melodrama episode, as he did music for Windy City, and admittedly the score for Windy City is one of the good things about it. Don't get too used to these sci-fi movies, because clearly this is still the year that cares not about space, but about farm life with star power.
He is a man who is forced to fight against human greed and the brutality of nature.
Ooh, like Mad Max, I eagerly await the long line of Italian farmsploitation movies. But where's the woman?
She is a woman who is forced to fight the pressures that threaten to destroy her family.
I've seen Coal Miner's Daughter. I know you'll achieve your dreams outside the small town. I don't have much to add to the river. Mel Gibson and Sissy Spacek are a married couple. They're facing foreclosure from a bank. There's storms and natural disasters, and it tests their marriage like all these films do.
What are you hanging on for, Tom? May? She deserves a lot better.
Take that back. I will literally be People Magazine's sexiest man alive. Who would dare put them out of business?
Well, you turning me down. I ain't taking it easy, Tom. Take it easy. You're trying to put me out of business.
Farms shouldn't be run by no good slackers. This wasn't as big of a hit financially or critically as Places in the Heart, but did still get an Oscar nomination for Spacek, while Mel Gibson would later regret the film, feeling he'd been miscast. Hell, it looks like an action film is constantly trying to sneak up on him.
All I got's what's growing in these fields. Look
out! God damn it, alright, I'll take care of the motorcycle gangs. But maybe old people will like it.
From Mark Rydell, the director of On Golden Pond.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains why, no joke, my grandma had this on VHS. I watched it and was very disappointed that it wasn't the Christian Slater Flood movie. Now we have the sequel everyone's been asking for ever since the first one came out a mere 7 months ago.
Electric Boogaloo, the ultimate show.
Oh, okay, what a shock. Not only does Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo practically have the same trailer as the first, but it's got the same trailer for every other breakdancing movie of the year. And yes, the trailer still describes the plot.
This time there is an enemy, so they must unite. Because to say what you believe in, sometimes you must fight.
Catchy. Truly the to sir with love of its time. How do any of these movies stand out? I'll tell you how. Giving it one of the most popular sequel subtitles of all time. It's the go-to subtitle for any joke involving a fake sequel. I mean, it is the most memorable thing about it. I reviewed the film, and I barely remember anything from it, other than the usual plot of them wanting to stop the closing of their community rec center. I don't even remember disliking it, really, but I remember the title, even if the trailer doesn't.
Breakdance 2. If you forget it, you'll regret it. Electric Boogaloo.
Okay, Breakdance 2 is the foreign title, and when has it ever been called Breakin' 2 is Electric Boogaloo? But now we know why Alan Parker wasn't around these very, very wall-looking sets. It's because he was busy in Vietnam with Matthew Modine and Nicolas Cage. The movie tells the story of two friends who live life on the edge.
Now don't go do anything stupid, Birdie.
See, they survived the coaster, they're ready for Nam. Look, they got the best flying equipment they got from A Tour the Invincible. The movie shows them returning from the war, physically and mentally scarred, and there will be yelling. What's with the hilarious fat friend? It's a look at mental health issues involving veterans, with one having a particular fixation on birds and wanting to fly, where the twist is, it isn't the Cage character who wants to become a bird. Just saying, I could picture the title coming in and flickering like this over Cage's face. I still think, though, that Nick Cage's character is clearly the son of his Racing with the Moon character who served in World War II. While the character of Birdie may be having it rough, perhaps the Flamingo Kid is having a better time in the 60s.
I remember the day me and the guys first took Jeffrey to the Club Flamingo.
Yeah, we destroyed the place when the bastard owner kicked us out. From Gary Marshall, this is the Flamingo Kid, where Matt Dillon gets a sweet summer job at a beach club and learns class from Richard Crenna.
Even how to eat.
If I could save John Rambo, I can teach you to win at cards at the resort. Sure, his relationship with his family is straining, but the music says it's a good summer.
Yeah, that was a summer we'll never forget.
And if you do, they've been trying to remake this film for the past 10 years. The movie can be kind of sitcomish, but not in a bad way. I'm fairly certain I've seen Zach Morris with this same kind of working at a resort plot. But director Gary Marshall, who comes from the sitcom world, still knows how to make the jokes pop, with very likable characters, certainly a nostalgia feel, and does have a level of maturity to the material not seen much in a typical beach comedy of the 80s. And while Red Dawn was the first to be released with a PG-13, it was the Flamingo Kid that was the first to be officially rated that. Not to mention, it ain't the only early appearance of Marissa Tomei we'll get this month either. And don't forget, it's still Christmas. Where's the holiday movies?
His target is Santa Claus. No one dressed as Santa Claus is safe. Don't open until Christmas.
Okay, forget where the holiday movies are. Where's all those angry parents pissed about Silent Night, Deadly Night? Silent Night, Deadly Night was at least a good film. Don't Open Till Christmas is bad. Really bad. Not to mention, no Santa is safe here.
He surely wouldn't attack a woman.
It's an 80s horror film. Why would you ever think you're safe because you're hot? Like Exterminator 2, this was an editing and production nightmare. The film starred Edmund Purdom, who also directed it, sometimes. He clashed hard with producers before exiting the flick, and at one point the writer was directing for a couple of days, then the editor took over directing, scenes were cut, reshot, parts were recast, and even with Purdom returning, it was just a random assortment of scenes with not much flow, but the highlight of it is the standout scene with Caroline Munro performing a song as herself. Warrior of Love by Caroline Munro is a kickin' ass song, and the movie may be bad, but I'm grateful for it spotlighting that tune. It's not often that I say that the only good part of a slasher film isn't the kills, it's the random musical cutaway. Honestly, even the trailer is funnier than the actual film.
I'm not the real one.
What is happening? If this is going on backstage of a concert, what's going on in a movie theater?
Hey, I know you. You're from Saturday Night Live. You're Joe I'm Danny Berman.
Joe is tired of Eddie Murphy getting all the glory this month. I'm all for the remaining trailers being narrated by Joe Piscopo.
Does this jerk look like a real gangster to you? He looks like Michael Keaton to me.
Possibly, but Johnny Dangerously seems to be getting even more tail than Bruce Wayne.
Broads love him.
I'm not wearing a bra, Johnny.
That makes two of us.
Oh, this Bruce has a wackier origin story. What? Look at this.
We should spend some time together.
The DA loves him.
See?
Mayor Cobblepot, are you trying to seduce me? The script specifically says it's supposed to be Selena Kyle. Alright, enough Batman references. I like this movie quite a bit, which is saying something since it's a comedy with frequent sound effects, but damn, Keaton and Piscopo sell it.
My father hung me on a hook once.
It's one of those normal guy gets into a life of crime to help his family movies, but does a lot better incorporating laughs and gangsters and wacky sound effects into a period piece than City Heat did this month. Maybe because it should have ended with this stinger.
Title song by Weird Al Yankovic.
Ooh, it won't just be good, it'll be spy hard good. Speaking of City Heat, Blake Edwards had a little bit better luck with another film this month after the bad experience he had on this. Here he's back directing the Dudley Moore rom-com Mickey and Maude.
Rob desperately wants a child.
Oh, come on, Mickey, just one child.
Don't make me send a murderer after you like I did my previous wife. Dudley and his wife Mickey are having a rough go in their marriage, so you gotta cheat with Maude. What's the worst that could happen?
Who gave him the one thing his wife never did.
I'm pregnant.
Yes, it's Dudley Moore in I'm about to be taken to the cleaners for a shitload of alimony and child support. Oops. It happens to the best of us. He gets married to both women, can't divorce Mickey because she's also pregnant, but it's gonna work out, right? This is all your fault, dude.
It'll work out.
It can't. It's impossible.
If he survives.
Okay, I'll get the castration. Maybe that'll cut down on all the screaming and babies and whatnot. I'm sensing it's a screwball comedy. I actually remember this one quite well, way more than I do stuff like Lovesick or Unfaithfully Yours. HBO used to show this a lot, and I mean a lot. So yeah, I remember watching it because it was on. It's not bad, because Dudley Moore is always good, but in terms of Blake Edwards' Dudley movies, 10 is the far superior film. But at least this is better than the reteaming of Bo Derek and Ravel's Bolero. Also back is Goldie Hawn, I sense even more laughs.
Sonny Davis wasn't looking for attention.
The hell? Hilarious comedy or The Little Drummer Girl? Let's see if it has ass jokes.
But she got it. In the end.
This is absolutely the best place to come if you're ever shot in the...
What are we watching? I don't know. I think it's that Overboard movie. In Protocol, Goldie plays a waitress who becomes an overnight sensation after she saves the life of Richard Romanus, then is cordially invited to work deep within Washington. And I mean deep in Washington. Affairs and all.
Are you coming, dear?
She'll give her all.
Not quite, ma'am.
Are you crazy? We don't need 2 pregnant women at the same time again. It's a bit of a lesser Private Benjamin, but with a script from Buck Henry and the same writing team of Nancy Myers, Charles Shire, and Harvey Miller, it works well with Goldie's natural charm. I take it things didn't go well for Mel on the farm when the river overflowed.
Would you like a Bible, Mr. Biddle?
No, thank you, ma'am. We're gonna die, but we're not that desperate.
Mel doesn't want a Bible? He must be on hard times. And how? He's serving time on death row. Miss Soulful is the true story of convicted killers Jack and Ed Biddle, with Mel as Ed, while Jack is, oh no, guess it didn't work out for Modine becoming a bird after all. Plus, the warden's wife, Diane Keaton, is all about Mel anyway.
A sinner in the eyes of God, but a lover in the eyes of a woman.
Did you not hear me? People Magazine's Sexiest Man of the Year. I will absolutely help the two of them escape while we hit the road on a Bonnie and Clyde style adventure. They're calling in the experts. Terry O'Quinn has escaped incarceration before. Let stepfathers use their powers for good this year. Like The River, it also wasn't a hit, but Gibson was much better cast in this one. You'll have to see it for yourself to find out if their love ends tragically, or just read the Wikipedia article on the brothers. Before we get to the final film of 1984, I'd like to spotlight the best that may have flown under the radar and are still worth a look. Sure, we've got my sentimental favorites since I was a kid, like Ghostbusters, Gremlins, Beverly Hills Cop, Temple of Doom, 16 Candles, The Terminator, Starman, Revenge of the Nerds, Karate Kid, Muppets Take Manhattan, Friday the 13th, The Final Chapter, and Elm Street. But here's a look at some you should pick out for your own Friday night viewing if you haven't seen them, like Surf 2, The Loveless, Angel, Broadway Danny Rose, Against All Odds, Streets of Fire, Body Double, Top Secret, Savage Streets, The Razor's Edge, Electric Dreams, Buckaroo Banzai, and Tightrope. But we are truly ending out 1984 with my personal favorite, an extremely important film in my life and the lives of anyone who loves creating.
Meet little Melvin. He's a 90-pound weakling.
That's right, I'm going with Troma's The Toxic Avenger from the team of Lloyd Kaufman and Michael Herz. It's one of the films I credit for making me the person I am today. Whether it's what I do on YouTube, or the movies I've made, or the books I've written. Who needs that modern wave of superhero movies when we already have Toxie, with the same origin as a slasher villain?
The first superhero born out of nuclear waste.
Holy shit! Appropriate reaction to anything in this. It's just like the Flamingo Kid. What? This is the other one with an early Marissa Tomei appearance. It's young Aunt May. That does put Toxic Avenger in the MCU. You've seen campy and over-the-top performances in the 80s, but the Toxic Avenger makes it an art form, with a signature style that's totally Troma, same with its graphic violence. It's simultaneously gruesome and funny about it in a way that's shocking, but you delightfully feel guilty laughing sometimes. It makes even little things hilarious. I've seen this hundreds of times, and I still laugh when Toxie's voice is revealed. Toxie is a true original hero, same with the villains too, where it's not just a corrupt mayor who's the bad guy, but also the health club bullies who are serial killers that keep points when they run over people. Even the soundtrack is beautiful, from music by Mark Hoffman and Race, like Is This Love and Nothing at All, to one of my favorite theme songs of all time, Body Talk by Sandy Farina.
Body talk, I love the sound of your body talk.
Body Talk is a tune that should be ranked way up there in 80s songs that get you pumped up. I love everything about this film. It works as a comedy, political and social satire, a superhero film, an exploitation film, a romance even, and I still have my autographed poster for good luck, and even like doing my own sometimes, like having the urge to paint Toxie graduating college. It's hard to compete with what this did for independent movies in the 80s, and is a real special film for me, and I hope you all enjoy it too. This really was a great year for movies. 1983 was a fun year, but this one was a great year. And there's lots of trends we can take away from it. It was the year for farm life, rock movies, dad movies, Nick Cage war movies, breakdancing, stock poll choices, E.T. kids still chased by the government, and if they aren't, we'll just retitle Misunderstood with this actual Mexican release poster. But I think we can all agree the winner was Dreams. Career dreams, crushed dreams, dreams, artistic dreams, sexy dreams, American dreams, deadly dreams, all dreams all the time in 1984. What will 1985 in film hold for us? I'm hoping something to where I can show off this random DeLorean I have sitting around, or at the least, vengeance.
Avenge me! We can